And we are live. Man, what's going on, everybody? This S.E.T Media back in the house. You got your boy Key in here, your favorite big four-headed YouTuber, man. Let's get right into this content. We got my man Kash Patel and his plans on how he intends to shake up the FBI. Let's see what media has to say about it. We got some content following that up, of course. But like the video, man. Y'all know the vibes. Like the video before we start the content. Let's hop right into it.
Swamp is you get to sit in the dojo that Steve Bannon built. And that's where I'm operating right now in my Trumpomania t-shirt, because that's what it's all about.
That is Kash Patel. That's the man Donald Trump nominated to run the FBI. He's never worked for the FBI, but he does host Steve Bannon's War Room podcast a lot, where he loves to share conspiracy theories.
The Chinese, the CCP helped fund portions of the Biden campaign.
Get the sergeant at arms to go out and arrest Merrick Garland.
They want everything in every way to rig this system, just like the censorship regime.
We're going back to Wuhan, we're going back to COVID origins, and we're going back to another form of a mega virus that can take out China's enemies.
They're in on it with the mainstream media, the Biden-Harris Waltz campaign, and of course the FBI.
Like so many guys in Trump world.
Kash Patel's starting to sound like a special guest on S.E.T Media, man. It sounds like we need to get him on the podcast. Shout out Kash Patel, man. It's always a conspiracy theory until it's proven true. Stay woke.
Patel just can't stop talking, which, you know, game recognized game. These folks are mostly made of podcasts at this point, and from the little I've heard, what he's been saying is pretty out there. Joining me now is someone who has spent a lot of time listening to those podcasts. Zach Beauchamp is a senior correspondent at Vox, where he covers democracy and the far right. His latest piece is titled, "I Listened to Hours of Trump's FBI Pick on Steve Bannon's Podcast. Oh boy." Zach, thank you for doing this genuinely important work. I guess what's first your sort of top line about what you came away thinking about
top of the stream,
the qualifications and worldview of this individual?
Yeah. Kash Patel may or may not have significant experience with government, depends on how you assess his time in the Trump administration. What he does have is a very, very paranoid worldview. I think that's probably the best word to describe it. I mean, he is constantly drawing connections between one threat and the other, you know, an external threat to American security and whatever problem he has with the Biden administration or Democrats at the moment, all of which circles back to a kind of personal threat against Donald Trump, who he sees as really the linchpin of the American Republic, at least in the way that he talks about things on this podcast.
You're right. The overwhelming impression is that Patel's a man whose entire worldview revolves around paranoid conspiracy theories, specifically conspiracies against both America and Trump, which for him are one and the same. I thought this was a really interesting observation. I'm reading the Beverly Gage Pulitzer Prize-winning biography of J. Edgar Hoover right now, in some ways prompted by what's going on. He says it's a specific kind of obsession that reminds me of the FBI's first director, J. Edgar Hoover, a man who infamously abused his power to persecute political enemies. Tell me more about that.
So Hoover had basically built his worldview after this kind of fear, a post-World War II fear, of foreign infiltration and of attacks on American soil. He was worried about, for instance, kamikaze attacks happening inside the United States after what had happened on the Pacific Front during the war, and he believed the Soviets are responsible. And this sense that the Soviets were infiltrating American government in order to execute these actual kinetic plots against the United States, in addition to whatever else the Soviets wanted to do, really defined what Hoover was concerned about and led him to see Soviet agents basically anywhere. And what Patel does is there's no one overriding threat like the Soviets, but he strings together a few different enemies, right? China at some points, Iran at other points, sometimes even, you know, drug dealers bringing people across borders. And all of them are linked back.
Shout out. That's a hard ass picture. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I'm a fan of the hat personally.
Back in varying ways to the Democratic Party and domestic enemies, right? So you play that clip of him talking about China funding Biden. There's no real evidence for this, right? Like his argument is a report, I believe, I try to trace it back, that House Republicans had put out that suggested maybe there had been some foreign money going through Act Blue, the Democratic crowdfunding platform. That's not really good evidence to say China is funneling money to the Biden campaign. But it's important for him to make this argument because it creates a justification justification to be able to say, when I go after them as FBI director, right, it is different from when they went after me, which is what he believes happened when the government was under Biden's control.
Yeah, I want to play two clips here. One is about using the sort of model that he used when he was a staffer in the Intelligence Committee to essentially fight this media war through leaks and use of official documents that he says he wants to sort of export as a kind of model for fighting back against Trump's enemies. Take a listen.
This is how we won Russiagate. We not only used Congress, we used the White House. We used the power of educating the American public with the corruption author's own documents from FBI and DOJ. And it can be done. Steve, just think about that. We did that at one place in the FBI, mainly, and a little bit of DOJ. Just think about what you can do if you do it all at once at DOD, at the CIA, at the NSA, at the DOJ, at the FBI, at Treasury, at State, and the list goes on.
Basically, the idea of using government documents in your possession for official purposes as a tool of essentially selective leaking for propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, his view is that the domestic enemy is literally the enemy, right? That there's not a meaningful distinction in many ways between a foreign threat and a domestic one. And so when you take that view, when you believe, he wrote a book that he called Government Gangsters. It's called Government Gangsters. He's hawking it all the time on these podcasts.
And you can kind of start to see, one can kind of start to assume Kash Patel'S stance or his view when it comes to dismantling some of the structure in these intelligence agencies, the bureaucracies, the FBI specifically. So you can kind of imagine the shakeup or his position. You can kind of imagine how that's gonna affect the FBI once he stands into place, or once he is officially put as the leader or as the director. Excuse me.
And the argument of the book, it's very little.
And being such a supposed conspiracy theorist, like, yeah, this man is going to be shaking some things up.
Right? The American government is a kind of mob operation that is directed at Republicans and Donald Trump that's designed to entrench its own power and keep the deep state in power personally. He even has a literal enemies list in the appendix of the book where he lists 50-odd people who he believes are part of this nefarious group of government gangsters, the deep state. And Patel believes that they have weaponized the state against Republicans, and the only way to fight back is to weaponize the state against them, right? And that doesn't mean, playing by the rules or within the normal legal bounds. It means doing whatever you need to do in order to make sure you win the political war.
There's another clip where he sort of promises to go after the media, whether civilly or criminally. This one has gotten a fair amount of attention. A threat I think I take literally, although this is clearly someone who wants to be a media figure. Give him like a 4 or 5 out of 10 as a broadcaster, but not terrible. Zach Beauchamp, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, we're going to transition into the next video. We got already a few of y'all already piling in here, man. We literally just kicking off, so go ahead and like the video. It ain't too late. Double tap that screen for your boy. Let's get right into this. It says Kash Patel threatens legal action against former White House colleagues. That man is trying to use his power as soon as he gets it. I'm not mad at it. As long as it's directed in the right spots and, it's calling out the right people, more power to him. More power to him. Like I said, they're calling him a supposed conspiracy theorist. It's only a conspiracy theory until it's proven true. We all know that here at S.E.T Media. Come on, guys.
The FBI has made no secret of his plans to weaponize the department to go after his perceived enemies. Those include members of what he refers to as the deep state, the fake news mafia, and even former colleagues. And Patel appears to be making good on that threat already before facing a confirmation process, threatening former Trump White House colleague Olivia Troy with litigation and demanding that she retract, quote, defamatory comments stemming from her blunt assessment of their time together. Let's take a listen to that.
Kash Patel is a delusional liar.
Uh-oh.
Let me just be very clear about that. And he would lie about intelligence. He would lie about making things up on operations. I think Mark Esper has talked about that as well, where he put the lives of Navy SEALs at risk in an operation when it came to Nigeria. These are things that actually were happening in real time when he was in the role of CT coordinator in the White House. And I know this because at some point I realized that I needed to double check Kash's work to make sure that I wasn't misinforming Mike Pence by relying on his word. So I had to go around him.
And Olivia Troy joins me now. She served as a Homeland Security, Counterterrorism, and COVID Task Force advisor.
Shit. And shout out Hellbat12. First super chat of the stream. He says, and I'm the first one this time. Appreciate that, bro. Top of the stream. Good to see you in here, my man. Let's get back to this content. Hold on now.
Advisor to former Vice President Mike Pence. Olivia, great to see you this morning. I mean, what does that even tell you, that even before his confirmation hearings, he is threatening you for criticizing him?
Yeah, I think it's a very clear sign of what's to come should he become the director of the FBI and how he's going to conduct himself. I mean, we should take him at his word. These are things that he has threatened in the past. And I think by doing what he did, by sending that letter to me, it was an attempt to bully me, silence me, intimidate me. But it's also a signal to others, right, as he goes into the confirmation process of trying to silence others in terms of telling the truth about his background. I mean, look, I am a person who believes that he is unfit for the role of FBI director, and I have concerns about how he will behave in the role and, leading the nation's premier law enforcement agency.
And so you stand by your criticism of Kash Patel?
I absolutely do.
Even if they have this letter saying you've got to retract all this, you're not going to do that?
Yeah, I'm not going to retract from telling the truth. That is where I am. And this is something that I lived when I was working with him, and it is absolutely true. My job in that role was to serve the Vice President of the United States in the best way possible. That is what I did. And if it meant, at times not taking Kash at his word, going around, like there were people on his staff that used to come to my office and seek counsel from me and advice about what it was like to work for him, who know exactly what I'm talking about. Others have been very public about the things that I mentioned. I am not the only senior national security official who has, come out and said they have concerns about Kash Patel and his fitness for this role.
And so you would testify at a confirmation hearing if called to testify for Kash Patel. And you think that, is it possible that you were just mentioning other officials who worked around him during the Trump administration? Is it possible we might see other former colleagues be called to testify who would have things to say about things that he did right, things that they think he did wrong?
Yes, and the reason that I think this is so important is because we are people that worked in nonpartisan roles. That's how the national security community works, right? And that is why we're concerned, because when it comes to someone that's going to lead the FBI, the last thing we need is a loyalist partisan hack leading that agency and doing things that are going to be just for the president's or his personal vendetta. And that is why this matters so much. And I'm
now, as we hear this young lady's side of the story out, there's two sides to every story. So I'm definitely interested to hear Kash Patel'S account of the events and why she feels like he's attacking her or he's directing attacks towards her. But yeah, hopefully this progresses in a way we do get to hear Kash Patel'S side of the story, because it's very interesting. From what she's claiming, he's just kind of putting her under a microscope and trying to vilify her just because of a personal dislike for the young lady. So yeah, hopefully Kash Patel speaks and responds.
I'm happy to go before Congress and testify and tell them what I know. I'm sure others would as well.
And to be clear, I mean, if he becomes FBI director, I mean, he has talked in the past about going after members of the media, going after what he refers to as the deep state. Earlier this week, we were showing an appendix from one of his books that shows this list of people that are from the deep state. It looks like an enemies list. I suppose he might say it's not an enemies list. Do you think if he becomes the FBI director that he will target people that he considers to be his adversaries or enemies, not only of Kash Patel, but of Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely. And I would say that, on that list are Republicans on that list. And I would say that anyone that he feels has crossed the president in the future should really think carefully about what it looks like to have the FBI run by someone who is going to behave in this manner. And this is someone, his demeanor when he was in the roles that I met him in, when he was working in the first Trump administration, this is how he behaved on a daily basis, was a division of always suspecting deep state people, always questioning it, hiding information. And I could go on.
So you think he could go after John Bolton? You think he could go after Lisa Monaco?
Is it not always the deep state? Is it not always the lobbyists? Is it not always the people who are getting funded by, you know, the people shrouded in secrecy? Some of the people who run these companies, sit on the boards of some of these companies. I mean, it is just kind of, I guess, stereotypical to point the finger at some of those entities and those figures, but 9 times out of 10, I mean, come on, chat. Isn't it normally these guys right here? That's just a safe assumption. Let's start there, and then from there, let's just work our way down. I can't say I'm against his stance. Like, all right, who's done it? All right, well, the first things first, let's look at the deep state. Like, okay, not them. We sure? You positive? Okay, now let's look everywhere else.
Stephanie Grisham, people like that.
Yes, and it is concerning. These are people who are simply telling the truth about what they know, and I think we should pay close attention to what this means for the media, for people going forward. And is that who we want to be as a nation? Is that who we want to be as a United States, with someone in the FBI leading that organization, using it for political purposes and not using it to protect the safety and security of the American people?
And I got to run, but I do want to ask you something I asked Zoe Lofgren in the previous segment. There's been some reporting over at Politico, Jonathan Martin reporting that the Biden administration is thinking about doing preemptive pardons. Do you think preemptive pardons are necessary for people like yourself, other folks that Dr. Anthony Fauci, Adam Schiff, Liz Cheney, I mean, that could be targeted by a Kash Patel-led FBI?
I mean, it's certainly something to consider. I guess my question is, I have not done anything wrong. I know that. And I know that many of us who have just spoken the truth, all we're doing is speaking the truth. But in today's environment, in terms of what's to come under the Trump administration, I think that's something that we're all thinking about and wondering what's to come. And I think I am a prime example of what's to come when I've already gotten a threatening letter by someone like Kash Patel, who we know is a loyalist and a henchman for Donald Trump.
All right. Olivia Troy, thank you very much.
And shout out.
Day.
Again, definitely interested in hearing Kash Patel's side of that story, because from what she made it seem like, it just he doesn't like her, so he's just gonna go after her, and that's kind of what that is. But I'm sure he has his reasonings. Who knows who she's connected to? Who knows some of the scandals she may or may not be involved in? So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that story as it develops. But transitioning to the next video, guys, we got DOGE, Elon and Vivek. They were at the Capitol Hill today, or they were supposed to be at the Capitol Hill today. I'm not sure. I think they shared some remarks. Let's get into that. Like the video, guys, if you haven't already. Let's keep the stream going.
It's an exciting new day. Elon and Vivek don't need much of an introduction here in Congress for certain, and most of the American people know what they're capable of and what they've achieved. Both of these gentlemen have run very successful organizations. They're innovators, and they're forward thinkers. And so that's what we need right now. And so what you're going to have today is first is a meeting that we'll have here with decision makers, key figures in the Republican House and Senate, who are chairs of committees of jurisdiction who deal with the money and financing of government and the structure of government. We'll have chairs of the new DOGE caucuses that have been set up in the Senate and the House. And then after that, we'll proceed to the Congressional Auditorium, where all of the Senate Republicans and House Republicans have been invited, and I think many of them will gather for this discussion. So there won't be a lot of detail for the press today, and that's by design, because this is a brainstorming session. It is the first, again, as I said, of a long series of meetings that will be held as we're laying the groundwork for the new year and the new Congress. And you're going to see a lot of change around here and in Washington and the way things are run. We need to make government more efficient. And that is what this whole objective is. It's what the DOGE effort will be about. And you're going to see a bicameral cooperation, and it will be, by the way, bipartisan over the last 24, 48 hours.
I'm hoping so. But shout out Hellback12. He says, and what about the court issue with trans suit right now? I'm not exactly sure what you're referencing, my friend. Elaborate, please, if you don't mind. Be a little bit more specific. I'm not sure, again, what you are in fact referencing. But yeah, let me know, bro, and I will respond.
You've seen a number of our Democrat colleagues, both in the Senate and the House, who have said, you know what, sign me up. I want to be a part of this as well. So we welcome that. It should be a bipartisan effort. And I think we're going to do great things for the country. So I guess I'll take one or two questions, but
Do you think that you'll find $2 trillion in cuts without cutting programs like Medicaid, Social Security? Do you have confidence that you can find cuts to that level? Or will this meeting be an opportunity to level set to a more realistic number? And second question, do you support clawing back federal funds that the Biden administration is pushing out in these final days, including to companies like Rivian, a competitor of Tesla?
Let me answer these questions in reverse order. We're very frustrated by what the Biden administration appears to be doing right now, and that is, as you said, shoveling money. As someone said on a hidden camera on a clip that I saw, someone in the administration who's charged with distributing the funds said it's like we're dumping gold bars off the Titanic here at the end. We take over in January, and until then, the big government Democrats are still in charge, and they're spending money, in our view, recklessly. And so, yes, we've had a lot of discussions over the last couple of days about what our authority would be to claw some of that back and to stop it. It's a serious challenge, and we need to stop it and expose what's happening. That's what this effort will be about going forward. There is an enormous amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, and I think everyone knows that intuitively. And so the efforts here, both with our subcommittees that are being created here and with the DOGE effort itself, will be to explore that, to investigate it, and lay it bare for the American people to see. I think that's how we'll begin to bring about the change that we all need. So this is an ongoing effort. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, some labor unions are already fighting back. They've already signed contracts to try
And quick pause for the cause, because we got over 200 of y'all in here, man. We appreciate the support to the stream as we getting it kicked off, guys. Yeah, we're just getting started, guys. So go ahead and like the video. It's not too late. Double tap that screen for your boy, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner, man. We appreciate the support. Saying Key Media, baby. Let's go.
get this, that they could be able to work from home, things like that. Your reaction to that?
Well, there was a report that came out today. I don't know if you all have seen it, but someone did a little survey of how many federal employees are actually working in the office. By one estimate, it may be about 1% if you don't count the security personnel that are covering these buildings. That is absurd. And it's not something the American people would stand for. And so one of the first things that I think you'll see is a demand from the new administration and from all of us in Congress that federal workers return to their desks and get back to the work that they're supposed to be doing. I think that is common sense. What you're going to see here, the overriding theme here, is a return to common sense and a return to accountability and efficiency in government. And I think that's going to serve the people well. There'll be a lot more to tell you all in the days ahead. Thanks for being here.
Conflicts of interest. Mr. Iyom.
All right. And shout out, we got another video kind of following that up, detailing a little bit with a little bit more detail, I should say. Going into a little bit more detail is Vivek Ramaswamy on some of his plans with Elon Musk of how DOGE plans to carry out its operations.
Oh,
it's a bonus.
Here too. A bonus. We got a bonus Brennan.
Great price too.
Yeah, all right.
We got the gang is all here.
All right, guys.
Well, Vivek, thank you for being here. What a fascinating moment to talk to you. And with an audience of CFOs. These are people whose jobs it is to balance budgets. And so who better to relate to what it is that you guys are going to be doing up on Capitol Hill? I wanted to just welcome you and start out with just a basic question, which is, what has President Trump told you about what his priorities are for cutting the federal budget? Did he give you any guidance?
Well, first thing I'll say is I'm really grateful to President Trump for the opportunity, because I think it does take a different kind of president to prioritize this kind of project. This has been attempted before. Conservatives and even some Democrats have talked about for a long time.
All right, and to answer your question, how about 12? Obviously, I'm just now really hearing about it, I'll be honest. But just from what I see here, it's a conservative majority Supreme Court in Tennessee, I believe, has leaned towards upholding a law that restricts gender transition treatments for minors. So obviously that's something right there that I can agree with. And then it appears that based on a lengthy oral argument that conservative justices believe the law constitutes a form of sex discrimination that would mean courts have to give it close scrutiny. The court's 3 liberal justices all appear to view the law as classifying people by sex. The court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, is considering a challenge, to the recently enacted law brought by the Biden administration in transgender teens and families. Honestly, you know my stance when it comes to the transgender rights and transitioning gender affirming care in general. 18 and plus. 18 plus. This is just a blanket stance I have on any transgender rights when it comes to teens, children, even with parental consent. I find it just dicey. I don't necessarily agree. I think that after 18, once you're considered an adult, at least by our law here in America, then okay, you can make those decisions. But to make those decisions as a kid, even again with the consent of your parent, is something I don't agree with. So I can agree with them upholding that law. Will it be overturned? Will it be challenged? Most likely. But as it stands, I'm giving that a thumbs up.
The importance of downsizing the federal government, mostly just to the tune of rhetoric without a lot of action to go with it. And if you do something the way it's always been done and it's failed before, it's going to fail again. President Trump had the creativity and vision to set this up.
I'm weak. Shout out Hellbat12. Another $5, man. Appreciate the support, Hellbat. He says, I gave what little bit I had in the chat, and you reverse psychology everyone. Instead of saying like the video, tell them not to like the video. All right, guys, don't like the video then. Hellbat says not to like the video, so let's see what that does. And shout out to everybody tuning in from Twitch. I see some comments on Twitch. I see some comments on Rumble. Shout out, man. Everybody make sure to go follow us on our other platforms. We got Twitch going right now, X, Rumble, Kick. Y'all make sure to go show some love on our other platforms. We're live everywhere right now. And another 5 from Hellbat, man. We appreciate the support. He says, remember the chants. We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your kids. Bro, I will never forget that. It's daunting, really. That was something that I remember as really a low light of some of these what do you call them, drag shows. And I don't even understand, like, you're not allowed to bring kids around any other sexually explicit type of content or show anywhere else, but why are they at these drag shows with these scantily dressed men, and they parading their goods right in front of them? And even beyond that, it's kind of like some of these not rallies, but these Pride show, or I'm sorry, Pride Month marches that they do in all major cities, all metropolis cities across America. The kids are allowed to those as well. And I'm just I'm not really understanding, like, why we allowing parents to bring their kids, ultimately influencing their kids to these, again, sexually explicit type of shows. It doesn't make any sense.
Differently, to say that if you want a different result, you got to do this very differently. From the outside, you got 2 outsiders, Elon, myself. President Trump in many ways is himself an outsider as the president. And to be able to look at not just, and I think this is important to understand about the project here, not just about cutting cost, but about restoring true self-governance in America, where right now the people we elect to run the government, they're not the ones who actually run the government. It's unelected and even in many cases unappointed federal bureaucrats that make most decisions that impact everyday Americans, both through the regulatory state and even through expenditures that go out the door from people who were not elected and not even appointed by those who were elected. So it's a massive problem we're taking on, but I do think that it is something that we're taking on in a very different way, and I hope to have, therefore, a different result.
Is there any one thing that President Trump has told you? I want you to go cut that.
I think he actually is looking at it the other way in terms of keeping a very open mind, top down, to say that let's start with a clean slate. Let's start fresh, and everything is in scope for what counts as government efficiency. It's not one part of the federal government or the other. It's actually looking at it as a whole. Are we respecting the taxpayer dollar? In some ways, to use an analogy to those in this room, in the way that a CFO would look at their shareholder capital. In many ways, you are also stewards of capital, right? Your shareholders are the owners of your companies. I assume these are mostly publicly traded company CFOs in the room. your duty is to the shareholder to ensure that that money is spent to maximize the size of their pie. You're their steward. I don't think the people who have historically spent government dollars view themselves in that same type of stewardship relationship with the taxpayer, who is like effectively the shareholder of the federal government. And I think if you view the way the federal government spends the taxpayer money, and that was in a corporate context, that would be a fiduciary breach, hands down. I think the officers of that public company would at minimum be fired and at worst be civilly or worse in court over the dereliction of duty they owe to the people who have entrusted them with that capital. So I think that that's what this exercise is about, is to restore that sense of duty that the government officials, and in many cases elected officials, owe to their stakeholder, which is the taxpayer. It's the equivalent of your relationship to the shareholder. And I think many of you probably, I know for sure, because the bar is so low.
All right, so quick transition, guys. We got some breaking news coming out of France. Apparently, their prime minister has been what looks like forced to resign. So we're gonna get into a quick little video detailing that situation as it develops. Man, like the video, guys. S.E.T and Key Media bringing you breaking news here out of France. Go ahead and double tap the screen for your boy. Let's get right into it. Yeah, fresh off the presses, guys. Let's see what's going on over here in France. Our neighbors in the EU.
Will reach consensus in a bitterly divided parliament. Currently, no political party holds an absolute majority in France. Okay, well, French President Emmanuel Macron is accusing his political opponents of creating chaos after left and right-wing lawmakers voted to oust his prime minister just 3 months into the job. In a public address Thursday, Macron said he will appoint a new prime minister in the coming days, one that he says will reach consensus in a bitterly divided parliament. Currently, no political party holds an absolute majority in France's legislature. In his address, Macron said, quote, "I will never take the blame for the lack of responsibility of others. We can't allow ourselves to be divided or to do."
And shout out Hellbat again. Another $5, man. We appreciate the support, Hellbat. He says, after this, play Flamingo by Mark Rabelais, I'm sorry. It's funny to me, but shout out to anyone with twisted humor. That's myself. Let's have another fantastic stream. All right, yeah, sure. For sure, bro. I'll pull that up. Let me get through this video real quick, but we'll definitely play that right after this. And yes, man, let's have another fantastic stream, guys. A great stream, an awesome stream. Like the video. Let's get some more people in on the conversation. Expand the conversation. Push the video in the algorithm. And yes, let's make it a fire stream, guys.
Do nothing. Angela Charlton joins us now. She's the Western Europe News Director for the Associated Press. Angela, great to have you on the program today. I want to level set for a moment. I think it would be helpful for some context for our viewers. Just how bad are the political divisions in France right now? Has the country been in this situation before?
No, in fact, this is unprecedented for France. We're in a situation with a hung parliament. We've got 3 political factions that are roughly equally balanced, and they absolutely do not get along and can't agree on anything. This is the far right of Marine Le Pen, the left-wing parties, and Macron's centrist center-right camp. And this has been the case since elections in July, and this parliament has been able to do almost nothing so far except bring down the government this week.
Well, in the U.S., we are no strangers to sides not getting along. So I hear you on that. I'm curious. I mean, Macron says he will not step down. So in your perspective, how much of the political turmoil you're seeing is a result of his actions?
Well, Macron himself acknowledged in his address to the nation tonight.
Get the likes up, guys. Don't tap that screen for your boy.
His own share of responsibility in what's happened now by calling those snap elections in the summer. That left this hung parliament and in fact made things worse for him and for France than they were before. So he's aware of that, but he also stood his ground, was very firm, saying he is going to stick it out to the rest of his term. It's another 2.5 years before his term is up.
And so, of course, the next prime minister is going to have a lot to handle once this person's named, including a budget issue that partially drove that vote of no confidence. So what do you think are some of the immediate challenges that this person would have to deal with?
Well, it's kind of everything. But as you say, the budget was key. That's the reason that the government fell, is that the parties couldn't agree on a budget for 2025. So here we are a few weeks away from the new year with no budget. So that's going to be number one priority. Macron did say tonight that he would try to push through a bill in Parliament as soon as possible that would allow just an automatic levying of taxes and things starting on January 1st so that basic services could continue. And France does have a slightly different structure from the US, so you wouldn't have a full US style shutdown January 1st, but it's still a problem for many sectors, and it's something that's worrying financial markets as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, investors don't like uncertainty. I don't care what market they're playing in. Well, let's kind of shift gears, though. I mean, Saturday, right? It's meant to be such a big day for France. It's the reopening of Notre Dame after that devastating fire. President-elect Donald Trump is set to be there along with other world leaders. Do you think this political uncertainty is overshadowing all of that?
Well, it is. It's bad timing for Macron. He's got this big show he's been planning for 5 years, basically, that's starting on Saturday, including all kinds of visitors, as you say, with including Donald Trump. And now he's got no government. Everything's in turmoil. It does remind us a bit of the situation right before the Paris Olympics. That's when we had these snap elections and things were up in the air and things were very stressful. But I think that based on what we saw in the summer during the Olympics, Macron will probably try to do the same thing and just turn all of his energy toward the cathedral, toward the reopening. He will not make any reference to the political situation, and he'll just try to rise above it and make this weekend all about the heritage of humanity, this magnificent cathedral rising from the ashes for the world to enjoy, and really distance himself from the politics at home.
Yeah, I mean, it is set to be a momentous occasion. So I guess the political problems can wait for Monday. Angela Charlton, really appreciate you joining us tonight. Thanks.
All right. And France's Prime Minister, for reference, Michel Barnier. Oh, God. I'm butchering his name here. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm saying it right. Michel Barnier. I'm sorry. I'm sure, if it's French, Barnier. And French politician who has served as Prime Minister of France since September 2024. Wow. My man just got in there. They said, hell no. So really, this is a protest of the decision, honestly. He only been in there for a few months. A member of a series of the Gaullist parties, Barnier has served in several French cabinet positions under the governments from Edouard Balladur to Francois Fillon from 93 to 2009. So he's got a history of politics, French politics. He's 73 years old, by the way. And yeah, he just got in there. Chat. And they was like, hell no, we won't go, pretty much. So they protested the decision and they voted him out. They voted him into a resignation, it looks like. So yes, that's a developing situation out of France. We'll keep you posted on that, guys. Set and Key Media. Michel Barnier, French Prime Minister, has been forced to resign here.
Than the government officials do in looking after their fiduciary obligation, you could say, to the taxpayer. And that's a big part of what we want to restore.
Let me ask you this then. I've been watching Elon Musk's feed on X, and he's been spotlighting, these little ridiculous things that the government spends money on, squirrel mating habit researches or whatever comical thing you can come up with. And those are small dollar. They're funny and they illustrate the point, but they're small dollar things. Can you give us a big dollar? Can you give us a big dollar thing that you'd be willing to cut on day one? Something north of $10 billion, say.
Well, first of all, we're 3 weeks in, and January 20th is when we officially start. So I'm actually
trying to cut $2 trillion.
Yeah, I'm gonna resist the idea of cherry picking something in advance. We'll have much more to say when we get started on January 20th. But what I will say is, people who run companies or CFOs of companies will be sympathetic to this. Is sometimes it's actually the aggregate of a bunch of small things that you can actually use to drive a big change, rather than take aim at something big but might be strategic in the corporate context to a company. So a CFO is an interesting position because the CEO sets a strategic mandate, and that often requires expending capital in order to advance that strategy. But that means that everything else that doesn't align with that strategy is on the chopping block. And so when you look at, for example, the NIH and the fact that for every grant the NIH makes, It has to give 70% of a true up on top of that to the university slush fund for overhead. When private institutions that donate to those same scientific causes only have a rake of 10%, that's a real problem. For taxpayer perspective, it's not a huge dollar amount individually that NIH grants add up to. You're talking about billions of dollars in aggregate. It's not small money. But in terms of moving the federal budget, is that one cost going to do it? No. Talk about foreign aid to China, which I posted about yesterday, right? We're giving foreign aid to China, but we're actually using Chinese borrowed money to do it. So we pay back the borrowed money with interest, but then part of that, even if it's a small.
Talk about a revolving door. When can you cancel the financial deficit when we using borrowed money to pay back borrowed money? Like, what the hell? I'm trying. Like, who's making these decisions? That's why we need DOGE. Like, who is making these decisions? Are you serious? It's like a money funneling system where we don't move the needle at all. We're using borrowed money to pay back or to pay down a loan on borrowed money. What the hell? I wonder why the financial deficit increases yearly, daily. There's like a website that counts the financial deficit, and it's growing by the minute, by the second. That's why it's growing, and it won't go down. We got systems in place where elected officials feel like using borrowed money to pay on borrowed money is a smart, efficient thing to do.
It goes back to actually aid to that very
right.
country.
Right.
So
exactly.
I actually think that there's a case to be made for looking at the aggregate of a bunch of the small expenses that fly below the radar of actual scrutiny. And in many cases, that adds up to something that could make a dent, even in the comparison to big expenses. So I wouldn't understate the importance of that.
Yeah, and it's crazy, too, just because China is also our number one adversary from a national security perspective, even as we're having this conversation. So you've talked about it. You had this Wall Street Journal op-ed a couple of weeks ago. It's not just cost cutting. It is restructuring, to your point. It's regulatory rescissions, administrative reductions, and cost savings is what you said in that op-ed.
Right.
So it raises the question, how much of this is going to be fundamental changes to, for example, the way the government is contracting and interacting with private sector as well, and looking to glean services and looking to run itself?
Yeah, look, that's certainly in scope. But I come back to the broad principle. The people we elect to run the government aren't the ones who run the government. And we fought a revolution in 1776 expressly to ensure that we had that chain of accountability. That's created this leviathan of an administrative state, the millions of civil servants who were never elected or even politically appointed to their positions. And part of the problem was you have millions of people who shouldn't have a job that are in that position. They find things to do. So it's not that their headcount costs are actually the major issue. It's the fact that they take on responsibilities that go beyond the scope of what the federal government should have been doing. And the best evidence we have for that is that you look at the Supreme.
I kind of like the example before Vivek finishes his point, Chad. I kind of like the example of some of the overspending or some of the just some of the negligence of some of these bureaucratic agencies. I like it simplified as this. I heard the example of, well, you know, these bureaucratic agencies have a yearly budget. Bro, they operate as to make sure that they spend that yearly budget, almost go over, so that way they can justify asking for more money in the next term, in the next year, or when it's time to renegotiate for their bills, for their overhead. So yeah, say their budget is 30 mil. They're trying to operate, even though they might only have 20 mil of work, they might only really need half of that. They're trying to operate as closely to that to justify asking for more the next time. It's actually crazy.
Supreme Court over the last few years, effectively telling the administrative state that much of what you're doing is illegal. Countless cases in the last several years alone, including at the Supreme Court. The overturning of Chevron deference in the Loper-Bright case. Look at the major questions doctrine in West Virginia versus EPA that said many of the coal mining regulations were themselves unlawful because they never actually went through Congress. What we have right now is hard evidence. This is not a political opinion. This is hard evidence delivered by the Supreme Court that much, if not most, of what the federal regulatory state is doing is on its terms right now illegal and unconstitutional. That needs to be fixed. Once you fix that, that's actually the root cause for a lot of the spending overruns and the carelessness with which the government's contracting with private parties who are charging the federal government far more than they would charge either another government or another private counterparty. Looking at if the overruns of just raw waste, fraud, and abuse, the unauthorized dollars that are being spent. Over $500 billion a year of unauthorized expenses are still going out the door. You look at the way in which that money is being spent through Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. People love to have lazy armchair discussions about, oh, are you going to make cuts to entitlements or not? When in fact, the dirty little secret is that many of those entitlement dollars aren't even going to people who they were supposed to be going to in the first place. They're hundreds of billions of dollars of savings to extract just from basic program integrity measures to make sure that the person who's actually getting the money was indeed the person for whom it was intended or was supposed to be legal.
All right, chat, and shout out Vivek. We'll circle back to this video, guys, but we're going to segue, I should say, into my favorite segment, or what is becoming my favorite segment, Lefties Losing It. Shout out Sky News. Shout out Rita. Let's get right into it, guys.
Coming for you shortly, including a delicious case of instant karma. But let's first check in with the leader of the free world. Remember him? Here he is in Africa.
Oh, actually, you know what? Shout out Hellbat. I did not forget, my friend. We got the musical request from Hellbat. Shout out the musical interludes, man. Y'all seem to like these segments. I enjoy my damn self, man. Y'all put me on to some good music, some funny music, and sometimes some decent music. Man, y'all song suggestions be funny sometimes, but shout out Hellbat 12. We'll get into it. Like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, yo, when y'all suggest shit like this, I be wondering, like, what were y'all doing when y'all found this? Like, yo, what part of YouTube did you find this on? Like what weed did you smoke, like, before you went on this journey to find some shit like this? Because, bro, I'm so confused. I'm lost. But shout out Hellpat for the musical suggestion, man. That shit right there, a little bit wild, I'm not gonna lie. Man, let's get back to this Lefties Losing It, though. Biden over here, falling up steps.
And he's being guided around Angola, which he seems to think is a city.
You know, with you in Angola, a vibrant city, and I look, not the city. The city I know is not Angola, but in Angola, in a vibrant city.
Glad he cleared that up, or he may have looked foolish. Soon he was on much firmer ground talking about his favorite topic, trains.
I'm probably the most pro-rail guy in America. I've ridden over 1,300,000 miles on a daily basis to my work.
Okay.
Nah, facts, James. That's hilarious. But shout out Hellbat 12, another $5, man. Appreciate the support. He says, "You're welcome. Now you have suffered my sister's wrath." Bro. Just because you got exposed to that did not mean you had to put the rest of us in some misery. Like, I know misery loves company, but bro, I could have lived my whole life. I'm more confused than I was before watching it. Like, I was confused looking at the thumbnail. I was confused clicking at the video. But now I'm even more confused. I have no idea what I just watched. That was something, I'll tell you. But shout out Hellbat, man. We appreciate it.
You know, these days people ask Joe Biden how he sleeps at night with all the lies he's told, the damage he's done to the country. Turns out he sleeps just fine.
People, goods, and services, but will also promote shared prosperity and inclusive growth across the region. Internal consultations aiming at aligning.
Yo, we seen this yesterday on stream. I made the joke. This was like me in the back of math class when I had already turned in my work and I felt like I didn't have anything else left to learn. I'm like, yeah, all right, yeah, I know this. Like, let me just take a nap real quick. Like, or me in the back of science class when I didn't care enough to pay attention. Like, yo, Biden over here catching Z's in a pretty important time at the African summit. And he's pretty much the guest of honor as the United States president. And this man over here catching Z's, slumped out.
In this project with national priorities and other bilateral and regional commitments. In closing, allow me to reiterate Tanzania's commitment to regional integration and shared prosperity.
Oh dear. Perhaps he was just resting his eyes. Surely he only dozed off for a few seconds. No, he's still asleep.
We note the progress made on the development of
Right. You would think, like, everybody's hit one of these, whether it be at school, whether it be at work, whether it be at church, even, like, real nigga moment. I'll be honest, chat, real nigga moment. Like, I'm not judging him too hard, but I am, because he's the president of the United States and he was on camera and, he's in public forum. And, you would expect somebody of such high position and authority to respect the moment and the magnitude of it by, I don't know, being conscious, being awake. But anyways, yo, chat, everybody's hit one of these in the past before. Like, you just kind of, long day, whatever, you just catching some Z's. But you normally catch yourself after 5 seconds. You literally shake yourself awake. Yo, Biden looks like he literally was over here catching some serious Z's, like a serious nap in the midst of whatever was going on.
the Lobito corridor and commend the visionary leadership that has brought this initiative to life. And it is through such partnerships and innovations that Africa's Agenda 2063 will be realized.
Okay, that's enough. I don't have all night on this segment just to be playing you Joe Biden sleeping, because that did go on for longer than I've showed you. The good news is that Joe Biden bounced back to deliver this rousing message. Yep, he's talking trains again and seems to be confused about exactly who the president is.
Mr. President, I'm coming back to ride on the train all the way from end to end. As I say, when we in the Senate.
I ain't gonna lie, just watching him speak, it's embarrassing, chat. Like, if this is what's supposed to represent us as our leader, make decisions on our behalf, speak on our behalf, it's just embarrassing. It's actually scary to think that this is who represents us. But shout out Hellbat 12, 2 more bucks. Now you have an excuse for a palate cleanser. Yeah, now facts. Yeah, somebody else got to send in a song suggestion or something, because that was sad to watch. Anytime I see Biden, it's just kind of like one of those things where I'm just looking on and hoping that he doesn't embarrass himself or us too bad, because we only got like 60 days left with him in office. But it seems like whoever is advising him, whoever is controlling, the speaking events, the events he shows up at, they don't care. They don't have respect for his image. They keep putting this man out there knowing that he's only going to be an embarrassment to himself and to the nation. But that is crazy. Whether it be sleeping, whether it be fumbling over his words, whether it be calling half of America garbage, this man can't seem to get it together at this point.
The floor of the United States Senate.
Or trying to send us into World War III. It just seems like he's a danger to us right now.
Excuse a point of personal privilege. I've ridden an awful lot on trains. I commute every day, so I like trains a lot.
Let's have a look now at MSNBC genius Joy Reid, who felt the need to fact check a funny meme President-elect Donald Trump posted.
Just a few hours ago, Trump posted this obviously AI photo of him standing on a mountaintop next to the Canadian flag, looking off into the distance with the
Wait a minute. Are you sure that's AI? Are you sure that's AI? That seems like something Trump would do. He's pretty badass.
caption, "Oh, Canada." And for the record, he appears to be looking at the Matterhorn, which is on the border between Switzerland and Italy, not Canada.
Thanks, Joy. How the mighty have fallen. Remember back when billionaire Mark Cuban, the world's dumbest billionaire, was smack talking Donald Trump with this cringe performance?
You're shiny, orange, and empty inside. I'd say you're a traffic cone, but I would swerve to avoid a traffic curve. Oh, that's gonna leave a mark, Cuban.
Then we saw his all-out campaign to help make Kamala president.
Corny.
He was everywhere. But now the dude who bears a striking resemblance to Rachel Maddow is reduced to appearing on the podcast of the Hawk Tour Girl. Really?
You got cookies, pickles.
Yeah, I
like
bet
it?
you do.
So would you invest in it?
No.
That was quick. That was fast.
You know what? I'm not investing in anything named pickle after a guy. It's just
Okay.
Well, okay,
that's
fair enough. Fair enough. Now, this has to be my personal favorite. This is instant karma in all its deliciousness. Let's check in on this smug but ignorant lefty woman on election day, recounting an encounter with a store clerk.
He's asked me, why I was getting the champagne. And I said, because I'm going to be toasting Madam President tonight. And he just looked at me with kind of like a smirk on his face. And I said, she's going to win this, right? And he says, oh, well, it's very, very close. And I said, no, it's not. He says, well, what do you mean?
And I love that cockiness heading into the election from Kamala supporters and Democrats. Like, oh, no, what do you mean? Like, Trump has no chance. He's going to lose. He's going to jail. You guys are going to look so silly come November 5th. And then what happened? November 6th, when everybody woke up and the results were what they were. You got people 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, a month later now, guys. It's been a month since the election. And you got liberals still making a fool out of themselves, seething with rage, posting on TikTok, talking about how this is the worst place to be. Trump supporters are what's wrong with America, shaving their heads, talking about how they're going to move countries and jump ship. So all that cockiness turned into tears real fast.
I said, no, it's not. The women of America are making their voices heard. Reproductive rights is what it all comes down to. And the women are voting in numbers relative to men that are unbelievable. She's won this. And I said to him, she's going to take every one of the swing states plus Iowa.
She was right. It wasn't close. Only Kamala didn't win every swing state. And as for Iowa, she lost Iowa by more than 13%. But our expert wasn't done yet. She told the store clerk just what her credentials were.
I'm a political analyst. I'm telling you right now, the numbers are there. She's taking this election. And then I said to him, you realize, and he didn't tell me who he voted for, but of course I knew. And I said, you do realize you wasted your vote, right? And I didn't care.
Oh, gosh. So likable. Now let's check in with Dr. Arlene post-election. I'm sure she's going to apologize to that shopkeeper and put away her pundit hat, eat a little bit of humble pie.
We'll talk about the cabinet appointments, other things that people are concerned about. We'll take an in-depth look at those things.
No, of course not. These people never acknowledge their clownish mistakes. They never apologize. They just double down on the lunacy.
All right.
Now it's time for lefties.
Luda Panahi, man. Like I said, Lefties Losing is becoming one of my favorite segments, bro. They give a little bit of the craziness. They give a little bit of the politics. They mix it all together, and you get a nice little entertaining segment. Now, we got a few more ways we could take this. Where am I going to take it, chat? Where am I going to take it? Let me see. All right, let's hop into, we will get back to that Vivek video, guys, but let's hop into this Piers Morgan panel. They talked a little bit of everything, really. Trump, Putin, World War III. Let's get right into it, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Shout out.
Biden made this country and these people promises he could not keep. It's Biden's betrayal.
This war is not about America. This war is about our very long time, centuries-long oppressor trying to thrust us back under their control.
The book is not called Justified, why Russia had to do what they had to do.
Are you done with Russian propaganda?
That's all anyone ever says, is that this is Russian propaganda. But that's just a bunch
because
of crap.
It is. Are you getting money or not?
Oh, give me a break. No one in America cares about Russia at all, lady.
Can you shut up for a second?
Trump's main bluff is, I'll make this war much bigger if you mess with me. What if Putin says, yeah, go ahead? Well, then we're in a lot of trouble.
I've never seen you quite this angry.
Piers, I'm angry about hearing misinformation. Stop. You owe us $1 trillion in destruction of our country.
We can stop talking about the risk of World War III. It's already begun. That was a chilling warning of two United States national security experts this week. And the evidence is certainly mounting. Syria, Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine are all red hot. They're all regional proxy wars with the United States at their apex, whether most voters want it to stay there or not. Our debate has been focused on Joe Biden's disastrous decision to pardon Hunter Biden, his son, and the cover it provides to Trump's own clemencies. But Trump's war strategy will have much bigger consequences, and the world is awaiting his answers. He campaigned and won with a populist anti-war message, but now he's warning that Hamas will have hell to pay if it fails to release the hostages, and he has a cabinet with a bite to match his bark. Ukraine's President Zelensky now says that Ukraine will be prepared to cede territory in exchange for NATO membership, and NATO apparently agrees. But he won't make any decisions until Trump is back in the White House, and Putin may not be interested anyway. Many people think that a rapid retreat may provoke Putin and is the safest way back from the brink.
We've watched from the United States as the Biden administration has driven the U.S. ever closer.
Yeah, shout out Tucker Carlson, man, at risk of damaging his brand or his image, or, you know, having media further come after him for his association with Russia, not even necessarily Putin. It's not like he's a personal friend. He just went over there, facilitated a conversation with the man. And to the surprise of many, it wasn't like Putin talked shit about the United States. He really spent the duration of the interview with Tucker talking and giving the brief world history on Russia, or giving a brief country's history on Russia. But, you know, shout out, Tucker Carlson for returning to Russia, getting the scoop, giving us the scoop once more again, at risk of all the things that he may face.
Closer to a nuclear conflict with Russia, the country that possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal. It has accelerated ever since, and it's reached its apogee so far in the weeks after Trump's election. He is now the president-elect. In that time, just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration, American military personnel launched missiles into mainland Russia and killed at least a dozen Russian soldiers. So we are, unbeknownst to most Americans, in a hot war with Russia, an undeclared war, a war you did not vote for and that most Americans don't want, but that is ongoing.
Well, joining me to debate all this is the author of Provoked, How Washington Started the New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, the former Navy SEAL who killed Osama bin Laden, Rob O'Neill, the host of the founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and the Ukrainian streamer and YouTuber, Ukrainian Anna. Welcome to all of you here. Let me start with you, Ukrainian Anna. First time we've had you on Uncensored, so welcome to you. I watched the interview with President Zelensky at the weekend, and I went to Kyiv 4 months after the war began and interviewed him and the First Lady. And he was resolute then that Ukraine would not cede an inch of territory to Vladimir Putin. And that was certainly the mood of all the people. And yet here we are, you know, just over 2 years later, and there's no doubt that he is now countenancing the idea that Ukraine would cede the territory that's been taken by Putin in return for membership of NATO for the rest of Ukraine. What did you think of that interview that he gave?
What I think about it is there are certain realities that we have to contend with as people, and many people in Ukraine are of the opinion that Trump will, when he becomes president,
shout out
Ukraine to basically some sort of concession, and our job is now to somehow figure out.
Shout out Hellbat 12. He says, I have no use for these socialists. Appreciate that support. Gerard. Shout out Gerard, $5. He says, I have no use for these socialists. Appreciate the support, Gerard.
How do we guarantee our security in the future, and how we prevent Russia from attacking us again? Which is something that most people think NATO membership is, because Russia is not in the business of attacking NATO countries. It's in the business of attacking Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, countries that are outside of NATO's protection. So, yeah, most people in Ukraine obviously don't want to cede anything, because we know what happens in those occupied territories, and so does UN and many other organizations that gave, you know, their nod to the acknowledgement that there is a systematic torture, rape, abuse, deportations of Ukrainians, prohibition of Ukrainian language, culture, and all sorts of horrible things. And of course, nobody wants to abandon our people to that sort of fate, but also you have to kind of content with what our allies want, and what is their decisions. So I believe in that sense that Zelensky is doing exactly that. He's, acknowledging the reality of Trump's presidency and what will happen. So I think we should also
inside the country is preventing exactly that conclusion. I think it's a real dilemma because the Ukrainians.
And we got over 200 of y'all in here currently, man. Quick pause for the cause. We appreciate the support to tonight's stream, man. Like the video, though. Support your boy. Go ahead and double tap the screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's get some more folks in here. Expand the discourse. Increase the conversation, guys. I see some good conversation going on. Some good dialogue happening in the chat right now. Let's get some more folks in here, guys. S.E.T Key Media. Let's do it.
It's not just that Trump has won an election on repudiating Biden's policy and seeking peace here. It's quite frankly that the Ukrainians are just in no position whatsoever to reverse Russia's gains on the ground. Even the Biden administration admits that now. The Post, the Times, and the Journal all quote military experts saying that truly is the case. So, in other words, Kiev and DC are in a position of weakness. And all Trump really has to threaten is more weapons sales and increased weapon shipments. But Biden already tried that. That didn't make the difference. And so I think what's going to happen is the Russians are going to keep probably all 4 of those eastern and southern provinces there. Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson, and hopefully will not demand Kharkiv or Odessa. We can, stop it there. And the Trump administration is going to have to get their messaging straight that this truly is a betrayal, and they admit it, but that it's Biden's betrayal. Biden made this country and these people promises he could not possibly keep. We're going to help you force the Russians all the way out and all of these things. And all they've done is gotten a bunch of people killed, and then they lost anyway. And it's a real tragedy, but it's not Trump's fault. Trump has to be able to have the political capital in this country to say that, look, it is ugly. But you know what, Pierce? He actually, and I don't know how he did this, he got Zalmay Khalilzad, the card-carrying neoconservative Straussian, to sign a deal with the Taliban to get us out of there. And yes, Biden absolutely botched the withdrawal. I could go on for an hour about that. But Trump was willing to say, you know what? We lost. We're not keeping the Taliban out, and we're going to stop trying now. And Biden, it was really the best thing Biden ever did in his life was agree with that, even though he botched the process of the withdrawal. And so it's the same kind of thing here. It is a real tragedy what the Biden administration has gotten the country of Ukraine into here.
Check. I mean, look, every part of me is like, I don't want to give a Russian dictator who's illegally, in my view, invaded a sovereign democratic European country that's been independent since the mid-90s. I don't want to give him an inch of that land that he's stolen with his murderous rampage. But there comes in war, I've got a lot of military in my family, there comes in war a cold, hard reality check, as Anna was alluding to earlier, where we are where we are. We can all be idealistic about what we'd like to happen, but the reality is that it is highly unlikely. Now, I think that Ukraine, without a massive extra support from the likes of America, which is simply not going to come, that it is a case of Putin will probably be able to keep what he's taken. Is that your assessment? And is that right for the world that we give him this big win, which is effectively how he will portray it?
Yeah, that is my assessment. And so the reality on the ground is that when Trump won, we lost about 20% of Ukraine. Now, there's a good argument to be made that you had already lost that 20% of Ukraine and you were never going to get it back because of the military realities on the ground. So, this has been a very, very difficult question because the U.S. did push Russia too much. We did push NATO to its borders when we said we wouldn't. I understand all that. But at the end of the day, the Russians invaded. And it's not an anti-war position to start a war. So Putin is definitely guilty. Add on top of that 12,000 civilians killed.
Hey, shout out Shank.
Add on top of that 20,000 Ukrainian children kidnapped. But what's the answer? Is the answer to fight for the next 10 years, 20 years? Is the answer to cede ground to Putin? Well, that's also super dangerous. That's why this is an unsolvable riddle, because you can get to peace now by doing what Trump is likely going to do, which is Russia take 20% of it, and Ukraine will not join NATO. But the next time Russia thinks about invading a country, they're going to think, well, we went into Georgia and took a chunk. We went into Crimea, took it all, when it was part of Ukraine. We went into Ukraine again. We took 20% of it. It turns out aggression is rewarded, and Netanyahu's watching, and he's going to take a part of Gaza, and China's watching, and they've got the Uyghurs in the detention camps and the re-education camps, and the Russians have the Ukrainian children in the re-education camp.
Hey, one's in the chat if you can hear me, guys. I'm just trying to get this mic situated real quick. One's in the chat if everything sounds good.
So this is really, really dangerous for the world, no matter how it's resolved.
Yeah, Rob O'Neill, you've been at the sharp end of some of the worst conflicts, wars of the last 25 years. And once again, thank you very much for your extraordinary service, not least in killing Bin Laden. What is your overview of where we are here? Trump coming in, obviously, is going to change the dynamic. He proved in his first term he's not a warmonger. He thinks war, apart from anything else, is just terrible business, that it costs a fortune. The rewards are very low. The other side of that coin is, do you let a Russian dictator run into a European country, take what he wants, and just let him have it? What's your view?
Well, unfortunately, we're in a position where it doesn't matter why we got here. We're just here. And Cenk was mentioning Georgia and Crimea and invasion of Ukraine. That's all weak leadership on the United States. And unfortunately, when we have a strong United States, we have a more stable world most of the time. I mean, we did invade Iraq, and I disagree with that, even though I went there. But you're going to have to go to a position of negotiation. I mean, we did say we weren't going to push in NATO further east, and we did. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. We were moving there, and now Ukraine wants to be a part of NATO. And it's Russia doesn't want that. And you're dealing with big countries, but you're also dealing with big egos. And Vladimir Putin grew up in a part of Russia where part of the fun was chasing rats with sticks, and he found out what it was like to corner a rat. And that's kind of where he is right now. He's been in charge of Russia since the early 90s, let's be honest. And he wants to save face with his people. He's lowering the conscription age to get people in there to fight. It's like he's not going to back out, but you can't let him take more. And I'm by no means defending him, but I also think that Volodymyr Zelensky is a puppet, and he's laundering money just like most of the people in Washington, Ukraine. That's why the whole argument in Ukraine is how much money people can personally make in Ukraine. I hopefully think that Donald Trump
and that has been the problem with Ukraine, is that we don't know where a lot of this money is going to. I think the Ukrainian parliament was asked, like, yo, can you tell us where some of this money has been allocated? And they weren't able to tell us where billions of taxpayer dollars that we've sent over there has been sent. What exactly they've spent it on, whose account, whose bank account, whose pocket it's went to. They weren't able to really detail it. That right there alone should have been the cutoff. The buck should have stopped there as far as the money we sent over. That should have been alarming enough for our governance. And then when we heard about it, we should have put the pressure on our governance to be like, yo, look, we said we sent them how much? They can't tell us where every dollar and penny has went to. Oh yeah, cut the faucet. Cut the faucet. But yeah, we're gonna, like I said, guys, we're gonna kind of round back to this Vivek video and see what he had to say. Again, he was speaking on behalf of DOGE, him and Elon Musk, new government initiative with the Trump campaign and administration. So again, let's see what he had to say about that.
Legally getting the money in the first place. It's, my view is, a lot of the political philosophical musing about whether or not we should be cutting entitlements or not, or whether or not the president can impound funds, it's a deflection from the fact that there's a lot lower hanging fruit in terms of waste.
Not only just arms, not only ammunition, not only artillery, not only bombs, but yes, we also send them money as well. Come on now. And they're not just getting funding through America. They're also getting funding through NATO. And NATO is who also sends them weaponry and ammunitions as well. So they're not just getting straight ammunition from us. They're also getting a a balance of money and munitions. So don't leave that out.
Fraud, abuse, error, program integrity failures that you got to go after first before we ever need to get to those harder political questions. And I hope that's a big part of what we're able to accomplish.
And I mean, you're talking and I'm thinking, you know, what is it? First rule of the bureaucracy, protect the bureaucracy.
Sure.
So it raises the question, because I think even just earlier this week, you saw 42,000 federal workers striking a deal to be able to continue telework until 2029. So when you talk about the Leviathan, how open are your eyes going into this, especially as you do have, for example, a lame duck president and administration right now who is taking certain steps, arguably, to put up roadblocks?
Well, even without those lame duck steps, which I'll come back to in a second, this is a hard project. I mean, this is not something that is for the faint of heart. I think we are taking on something that we're going in eyes wide open to say good, well-intentioned, small government crusaders have tried to do this before and have failed not once, but repeatedly. So I would say the betting odds going into anybody taking on the same project that somebody's taken on in the past before to say that somebody new is going to
billions in financial assistance, guys. This can be looked up. This can be easily backed by a quick Google search. There's many articles that back the claim that it's not just munitions, it's not just artillery, it's not just weaponry, it's also billions of dollars in money that we've sent over to Ukraine.
Going to succeed.
Again, shout out Troublemaker $2. Again, I appreciate your support to the stream, Troublemaker. It's good to see you back in here. One of our most notable disagreeers here, but I do value your opinion. But to that point, again, it is not just munitions. If you want to talk about if it's a balance, if you want to talk it's more munitions than it is money, okay, whatever. That argument can be had, that debate can be had, but it isn't just weaponry. It isn't just munitions. It's a good amount of money. It's billions of dollars as well. So don't leave that out. Unless you didn't know, and that's why you were leaving it out. But I'm here to inform you, it's also billions of our dollars, billions of our tax-paying dollars that have been sent over as there as well. And if they can't account for it, or if they can't tell us where all of it's been spended, they can't tell us where. They can't account for every dollar and penny that we've sent and where it's been, where the money has been allocated to. That should be alarming for all of us.
Your baseline expectation has to be, from the outside looking in, pretty low. Now, the reason I'm optimistic is that I think that, A, we're doing it very differently in the way that I talked about. I think we have some of the most talented people in the country, literally. Some of the most successful capitalists across the country are never would have thought about entering government service or raising their hand to say, how can we help?
Are you going to name some names?
I'm not going to do that here, but you know, in due course, starting on January 20th, I think a lot of that will even become visible. I will say that is really encouraging. When I think about the best and brightest over the last 20 years, where do they go? They go to finance, they go to then Silicon Valley. Government and public service has not been a place where, especially of the younger generation, but even successful capitalists, to say that I'm going to actually view that as a place I'm going to have impact on the country. That's something I think that is actively changing in these few weeks before our plain eyes. So I'm optimistic. But the other reason I'm optimistic is that we do have a historical moment that's unique. Right? You have President Trump winning a popular vote mandate that a Republican has not seen in at least 2 decades. You've got a decisive majority, not just for a majority mandate, not just for incremental change, but for sweeping change. The voters didn't vote for incremental change. The voters voted for deep structural change.
You think sweeping,
combine that with
change?
I believe that's what the voters.
Popular vote total was.
Bro, I see you guys conflating what I'm saying in the chat. There's been billions of, this cannot be refuted. This is objective reality. There's been billions of dollars spent on humanitarian aid and financial support in Ukraine. Aside from the weaponry that we've sent over, guys, billions of dollars of taxpayers' money from us has been sent over there in the form of humanitarian support and financial support, guys. So that's a part of the cost that we incur by helping Ukraine. So when they talk about all these billions upon billions that we send over, it's not just bombs and guns, guys. It is actual money that we're just sending over in the form of financial support. And this can be verified by some research. I encourage you guys to do the research. It's easily could be found out, guys. Easily. Shout out to Hellbat12, another $5. Appreciate the support. Let's see here. Let me get that pulled up. let's not also forget that Biden tried to increase funding to Ukraine. Right. And then I'm just like, okay, well, we're almost over here arguing about semantics. Well, the billions upon billions that we send over isn't just money, it's weaponry as well. Like, okay, well, isn't that still, or do we not still incur the cost? As the U.S. taxpayer, are you not still footing the bill for Ukraine? Are we not still feeling that in our wallets, in our pockets? Like, if you want to talk about it was spending this way, if it was spending that way, we're still sending the money. Shit, what are we really arguing about? What are we really? It's semantics. It's peanuts it's tomatoes to tomatoes at this point. Like, we're still sending them goddamn money. They're still funneling cash from us. It's still a laundering system. However you want to look at it, however you want to view it, it is what it is, guys.
Relatively close. The
I think that is the mandate from the voters, combined with two houses of Congress, both under Republican control, and a 6-3 conservative majority in the Supreme Court. And here by conservative majority, I mean conservative of a small government majority that's 6-3 on the Supreme Court. If we don't get it done now, it's never going to happen.
I'm so interested in what you said about programmatic failures, particularly in some of the entitlement spending, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the biggest beneficiaries, people have argued, of those programmatic failures are the pharmaceutical companies. And you come out of the pharmaceutical industry. Do you think the pharmaceutical companies have been profiting too much from federal spending and from some of those programmatic failures that you're going to target?
Look, I think that regulated industries, pharma included, often are the greatest beneficiaries of the failures of the regulations that bind them. And it's part of why I say
So are drug companies going to get a haircut?
Well, I think this question depends on what they do. If it's innovation and adding great value through actual new innovation that changes people's lives, I'm a capitalist through and through, and I believe that we should have a free market system that rewards that. That's different from engaging in regulatory arbitrage without innovation that's extracting cost or rent from program failures. And when you talk about healthcare, then it's not just pharma, but a whole chain of actors in the healthcare system that benefit from that. In some ways, I don't even blame people who respond to the incentives the government creates for them. What I blame is the government that creates those incentives in the first place. And that's what we want.
Like, oh, well, we're not just sending money over in money. It's not just financial support. It's mainly weaponry. Like, okay, guys, I hear you, but does that not change the fact that we are still sending them an exorbitant amount of money that I think anybody, regardless of your affiliation, your political affiliation, money that at this point in time, anybody can see as a little bit too much, it's went a little bit too far. Why has the situation in Ukraine been extended to this point? Why haven't peace agreements been more of a central focus? Why haven't our government, our politicians taken into the fact or taken into consideration that it's costing U.S. taxpayers so much money? Oh, because nobody cares, and it's all by design. We're supposed to be over there spending this money so we can line the pockets of these defense companies, the Boeings of the world, the Raytheons of the world, the Lockheed Martins of the world, right? But again, aside from the point of where the money is being allocated or what it's exactly being spent on, if we're sending them billions upon billions, it doesn't quite matter whether we're sending them cash or we're sending them guns. We're sending them goddamn money, guys.
Want to go in and actually fix.
How are you going to deal with Elon Musk's conflicts of interest here? I mean, he's an enormous federal contractor. He's going to be deciding which federal contracts are good spending and which are wasteful spending. If he decides that a federal contract for one of his competitors is wasteful, so how do you handle that?
So look, I think that anybody who's offering, this applies to me, applies to anybody else in government too, is anybody who's offering recommendations, you should always have a skeptical lens to look at what are their motivations for making that recommendation. I say that's the best advice I'd give the public always. Be skeptical of when somebody's making a recommendation. That being said, apply that standard 360 degrees. What do we have today? You have regulators who are regularly joining the industry. Is that they regulated? Is that a conflict of interest when they were making that decision as a regulator? Absolutely. So I would just say apply that standard 360 degrees.
You apply that to the Pentagon also?
But I absolutely apply that to the Pentagon, right? And I don't think
defense contractors with generals on the board and that sort of thing?
I absolutely apply that same standard. So I think that we need to apply that 360 degrees, and that's a good spirit to bring to the exercise. I don't think it should be a substitute for an actual debate on the merits, though. And I think in many cases, the debate on the merits in some ways is sidestepped through proceduralism. I don't want to see that happen. So again, I come back to this principle where basic ideas that we fought the American Revolution for. The people we elect to run the government should run the government. They owe their sole duty to the citizens of this country, not another one. think about the use of taxpayer dollars in the same way that a corporate steward like a fiduciary, a CFO, would think about their responsibility to the shareholder, run the government in a way that looks at the taxpayer as a shareholder as well. I think those are basic principles that everybody agrees on, and I think everybody can also agree. I don't think even Democrats or Republicans alike would disagree with me on this. That is not the way the federal government is run today. So if that's the vision, it's clean, and we have a general, I think, unity across the country in those basic principles, and yet that is still not the way the federal government functions, then we have a problem. And that is the...
There's no way you're serious. I see somebody in the chat talking about, well, it's a drop in the bucket. We should send them more. It's really nothing, no sweat off of our brow. The billions of dollars that we've sent Ukraine is really just the cost of helping our fellow brethren out. Like, okay, guy, like, yo, what's your name? What do you do? How much do you pay in taxes, my friend? Because you're acting like this is really no problem of ours. We should have no issue with it, and nobody should be complaining about it, or not even necessarily complaining about it. If I was to go off of what you're saying, off of your stance, you make it seem like we shouldn't even be discussing it. Man, I got to know what you do for a living. How much do you pay in taxes? Because when you talk like that, bro, you make it seem like it's just not an issue. You got to be trolling, my guy. You got to be. But shout out to the rest of you guys who aren't trolling. Go ahead and double tap the video, like the video for your boy. Double tap that screen, as I said, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Man, some people in here just to troll, but I love to see it, man. We need some more folks in here. Let's expand the conversation. Let's get the likes up, guys. Push the video in the algorithm, and again, get some more people in on the conversation.
The motive, that difference, that delta, is the motivating raison d'etre behind DOGE. That is why this exists. And I think that's why it's important that we succeed. We've also done something that is unconventional for a government program. I think it was Reagan who famously said that any government-related program it's the closest thing to eternity on Earth is a government program. I think that we wanted to do things a little differently. We set a clear expiry date for DOGE. The last government program we wanted to delete is DOGE to delete itself on July 4th, 2026, which is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And we thought that there was no better birthday gift to the country than to restore a government of a small enough size that would make our founding fathers proud.
And that's the best thing about the DOGE initiative. That's probably one of the things I'm most optimistic about. One of the things I am in high agreeance with. One of the reasons why I'm such a strong proponent of DOGE is the fact that it has an expected end date. It's not just going to be a bureaucratic agency added to the list of bureaucratic agencies that already exist with intent to regulate and make more efficient the rest of the agencies. Like, no, it have an end date. Get in, be surgical, be precise, do what you need to do, and then get out. Dismantle yourself from the inside out. I love it. I love it. And shout out Troublemaker, $5. He says, DOGE is a joke. Elon Musk gets a lot of money from the government. He is not going to check himself. This is corruption at its finest. And the beautiful thing about that is he is not the only one leading DOGE. He's not. He's the director of DOGE, but best believe he's going to have a cabinet of members. He's going to have authoritative figures who he works with, who works under him. Not only just him, but Vivek as well. Unless you have a problem with Vivek. Regardless of how you feel about Elon getting money from the government, Elon being subsidized by the government, think about how Elon took control of Twitter, how he cut Twitter's employee size down to pretty much half, and how they've been twice as efficient with half of the employees. It's actually crazy to think that he was that successful in doing that. X, formerly known as Twitter, is one of the most popular, one of the most downloaded apps right now. You can look it up on the App Store. So if he applies that same strategy, I don't see how he won't be successful. Regardless of what you have to say about the man, he has a track record of being successful with what the program DOGE intends to do. So your personal bias against the man, you got to put it aside. It's kind of like any personal bias you have against Trump. You might not like him, but he's a businessman and he's going to run it how it should be which is like a business, and he's going to get things done. And shout out Troublemaker, another 5. How are you going to trust somebody who has contracts with the government to check the government? Twitter lost billions when Elon bought it. Of course. Twitter lost billions when Elon bought it just because of Elon buying it. His name plummeted the stock at a certain point, but check it now. Again, check it now. It's one of the most downloaded apps. It's one of the most popular social media apps right now. And if this doesn't go to show how Elon's affiliation with Trump, how Elon heading DOGE isn't conducive to raising the stock of your company, isn't conducive to being successful. Look at how Mark Zuckerberg is trying to position himself to be friends with Trump. Mark Zuckerberg is already trying to position himself to open the line of communication up with Trump because he sees how well it's done for Elon Musk. Use your head here. Use your head. Come on now. Shout out Jazz, work from home, $5. We have been brainwashed to have treasonous thoughts towards our own country and fellow people. Forget about it. Taking care of ourselves first. Yeah, shout out. I can appreciate that. Yeah, that's a good idea or a good comment. Jazz works from home, another 5. Put the needs of other countries before our own, yet other countries look out for their own always. Yeah, facts. And again, just kind of reverting back to my point about the fundraising operation we've had for Ukraine. It just went too far. If you can say it initially started as us trying to help our fellow brethren, our fellow NATO ally, or hopeful NATO ally, then okay, we could agree at a certain point. It was just that, but enough is enough. The situation has been prolonged longer than it needs to be. Lives have been lost. I think that's an under-highlighted reality of the war. Like, yo, look, regardless of money spent, regardless of how you feel politically, bro, people are dying. Let's stop the bloodshed. Let's stop the money being sent, and let's end this war. Let's end this conflict. Let's get out of this proxy. We got people in the comments saying, no sweat off of our brow. It's not no big deal. We ain't sent them that much money. Bro, there's lives being lost. Oh, it's just ammunition being sent over. Bro, people are dying with this ammunition we're sending over. Use your head. Again, use your goddamn head. But some people are so dense. Some people have their head so far up their ass, and they don't want to take their political bias lens off for a second just to view shit holistically and see that it's not conducive to anything we have going on. It's not helping anybody by sending so much goddamn money over there. Especially not the American taxpayers. But if you want to go about I always say this, look at who stands to benefit from some of this conflict, from some of these issues that seem to be prolonged. Follow the bank account, and then you will be able to name the players who are benefiting from lives lost and resources being taken. And I can guarantee you it ain't any of us. It ain't the common man, guys.
And so that is a sense of purpose that guides us in this. And I think it is thankfully drawing some of the most talented minds who otherwise would have never entered the government. It's been one of the positive surprises of the last few weeks to see that talent magnet effect that this has had.
So recruitment's going well.
It's going well. And usually it's going extraordinarily well. It's actually shocked me. Usually, in my experience, and I've built multiple companies, I've been a CEO in the past as well, I am biased against inbound recruits. I tend to think that if you want to find the best people for a job, you have to go out and actually find them. You're always going to get some people who are good inbound, but it's a selection bias for let's just say the lemons that find their way to you rather than actually going out and finding the best and brightest to fill your own role. That's the way I run my companies.
Remind me to never apply for a job again.
Yeah, well, I think it's just a general rule of thumb, right? I think here, that's obviously not the case because the people we are getting, there are no better people than the kinds of people who we're attracting to fill these jobs. And I think I've never been in a position like that before. And if anything, the difficulty is actually sorting through the tidal wave of talent that's thrown themselves at us to actually find the right places to deploy them. And that only becomes easier after January 20th comes around.
I do have to ask about working with Musk because there's been palace intrigue. Report in CNN just today that before DOGE, you spent years, quote unquote, attacking Musk for ties to China, government funding for his companies.
I've had different, all kinds of views that we've exchanged views on. That was all before I actually met him, though. He and I, when I first met, actually in our early conversations, that was actually one of the things that we ended up discussing, including on our first X Spaces together. But one of the things I've seen about him, and he's really one of the people who I just admire on planet Earth, having gotten to know him, is that he's made extraordinary sacrifices against his personal financial interest at a scale that we probably have never seen in the United States of America. Think about preserving the free speech policies on X that.
And that was that, because I will say this, as Vivek gives credit to Elon on that point, is that, well, when you're the richest man in the world, you can afford to take some losses and make some moves that are for the greater good of humanity versus having yourself in mind. It's kind of easy to do when you got, what, 200 billion to your name. So shout out Elon, shout out Vivek, but you know, his sacrifice can't be measured in the same way. In the same way, one of our sacrifices can be measured. Him giving up or overlooking a money opportunity isn't the same as one of us doing so.
Actually,
I will
cost
say that
probably advertising dollars in the short term for many advertisers who fled the platform. Think about even his public endorsement of Donald Trump, which is something that many other CEOs who were in the same place were unwilling to publicly do. He is somebody who has taken extraordinary.
What's going on? I see some of the mods, some of the members chime in. Maya, Jazz Work From Home, Gina G. Who else we got in here? James, Gerard. What's going on, guys? Just wanted to acknowledge the mods and the members real quick. But we still got over 200 of y'all in here. Go ahead and like the video. Support your boy, S.E.T Media. Double tap that screen, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Let's get some more folks in here, guys.
Ordinary personal risk for a cause that he believes is bigger than himself, which in this case is the revival and the saving of our country. And so I respect the hell out of him. I have never been pushed more by somebody who I've worked with even in the short time that we've worked together. And I think he has that effect of people around him. And, you know, I just think that having gotten to know him over the last year, he is somebody who is every bit as extraordinary as you would imagine based on what he's accomplished.
What do you think investors, corporate America, public, what do you think people need to know about Trump, about?
I will say this, bro. You don't get to the pinnacle of success. You don't get to Elon's size, Elon's influence. You don't get to the stratosphere of an Elon Musk without making some enemies, pissing some people off along the way, or, you know, just being the type of person that everybody may or may not like. I mean, there's people that hate rich people just for the sake of them being rich. So Elon, his achievements, his successes to the side, you know, he's somebody that you have to admire just because of the things that he's done. Unless you're just a hater, honestly, unless you're just a hater, you could talk about how he gets subsidized from the government, how the government gives him money, this, that, or the other. The man has done it all. The man is the most successful entrepreneur of our time. He's done some very notable things. And again, just with his initiative with DOGE, I think that he's already proven himself with how he came in and changed X, formerly known as Twitter, how he just took hold of the company, turned it around. Yes, it took a hit in the beginning, but if you look now, it's trending, it's surging. They're as popular as they've ever been. Everybody talks about X. They rebranded from a leftist-leaning platform to one that, you know, as much as people want to claim it's a right-leaning platform, it's just a platform where people from both sides can hold opinions and have discourse and have debates, versus what it was known as 5-10 years ago, where it was just a liberal echo chamber, I should say. I'm sorry. And shout out Hellbat 12. Something I would like to add is that Twitter was due to go bankrupt within a year and a half to 2 years before Elon bought it. Exactly. They don't want to talk about that. Yeah, when it was Jack Dorsey's Twitter wasn't doing so well. It wasn't surging or trending or competing with the other social media companies as you know, investors would have liked it to, which is why it was sold to Elon. They didn't make that move because they said, oh, well, fuck it. They still had a brand. They still had an idea with with X and Twitter that they wanted it to be a competing social media. They wouldn't have gave it to somebody who they felt was just going to tank it. They knew Elon could take it to new levels, new heights, and that's exactly what he's done. I think he was the perfect buyer for it, because anybody else, I don't know. He's just been the perfect publicity owner for it. He's done so much for the company in the short amount of time he's been involved with it that I'm not even sure how you could question the move. Shout out T Benke, Ribstick Pro, $5. And it's your first super chat on the live. We appreciate the support. Thank you for sharing that honor with us. I know it's not related, but you should look up the Daniel Penny court case. That goes for everyone in the chat too. I'm aware of the Daniel Penny court case. That was the ex-Marine, I believe, in New York who choked out the homeless man who was accosting female subway riders, I believe, and acted in the defense of those subway riders and put him in a headlock, and he ultimately lost his life. I will pull up a short video on that. I did have that pulled up the other day. We just didn't get to it. I think that case is very interesting, but I do appreciate you bringing that to the chat's attention. Shout out Ribstick Pro for a super chat on the live again as well. We appreciate it.
About the incoming administration, I think about the first term, to use the tech term, he was a disruptor. For better or worse.
And shout out Troublemaker, $2 more. Elon was forced and sued to buy Twitter. He was forced to buy Twitter? Hold on now. Hold on. He was sued and forced to buy Twitter. Back that up. Where are you getting that from? We all need to be able to look that up to verify what you're saying, because I haven't heard that. And how are you going to sue and force the richest man in the world to buy a company he has no interest in? This is something that he had teased for a while. This is something that he had wanted to do and teased that he wanted to do for a very long time before he ultimately made that decision. And for him to be forced into a decision like that, and for Twitter to just be surging and trending as it is, for it to be doing better, almost doing better than it ever has been doing, then I mean, I guess it wasn't that bad of a decision. I guess it wasn't that bad of a decision. Let me pull that up. All right. But yeah, give us something to verify that. Let us see an article or something on that, because I've never heard that. And I don't know if anybody else in the chat has heard that either.
Came in, disrupted the narrative, changed the narrative, changed the way I think folks were talking about things and looking at certain policies. And now the second time around, it almost feels like if term one was unknown unknowns, maybe he's coming in as a known unknown this time. So what do people need to think about what's going to come out of this next 4 years?
Bro, you're not refuting what I'm saying. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Twitter is doing better than they ever have been. You want to talk about the hit they took when he first bought it? Look at where they're at now as far as stock price, as far as marketability, as far as popularity, downloads. Like, they're number one in all social medias across all app platforms right now. Apple, Android, like, bro, they're the most notable popular social media site there is right now. So you want to talk about all the money that they lost, all the advertisers that ran, bro, they're in a position now because of Elon. So come on now. Unless you just hate Elon, which it sounds like, which is okay. You don't have to like him, but you can't argue what he's done for the company. And you can't argue that if he applies that same strategy he used to better Twitter to some of these bureaucratic agencies that just really don't do too much, or some of the people within these bureaucratic agencies that aren't doing too much. If he applies that same strategy, you can't say that's not going to improve efficiency and ultimately help the taxpayers out. Like, how can you hate the Department of Government Efficiency when their goal is to help the taxpayers out? Some of this money that we spend for people to be in positions where they literally don't do anything, they're trying to get that money re-injected back into the economy, technically reinvested back into us. How could you be mad at an initiative like that? I don't care how much you hate the guy. How can you be mad at an initiative like that? What do you hate money? Do you hate money in your pocket? If you hate money in your pocket, just say that. Like, then we can have a fair discussion. But I'm looking at it from the perspective that you like money. If you hate money, preface your argument with that statement so I can know where you're coming from. But shout out Hellbat12, another $10. I heard him mention that in the interview. Pretty much over half the system was fucked up, and he was weighing in on to buy it or if he would drop out. Oh yeah, I do remember that. Okay. When you frame it like, oh, he was sued to buy it. No, it's because he pretty much threw his hat into the ring, and because some of the corruption looming around Twitter at the time. Let's not forget the Twitter files that Jack Dorsey was trying to sell it because he really wasn't able to voice his opinion or really wasn't able to do much as a CEO. He was getting censored. He was getting told what he could and what he couldn't say, what stories to highlight, what stories to kind of hide and censor on his own goddamn website, on his own app. That was where the claims of Elon being sued, Elon being forced. Because once the sale came up, he threw his hat in the ring. And once he tried to pull back because he seen the corruption, that's when they was like, oh, no, they tried to strong arm him. Funny enough, that decision backfired because, again, look at where Twitter is at today. Like, you can't make this shit up, guys. Like, and this isn't me making anything up. This isn't me siding with Elon. I literally, you just have to be paying attention. I remember the timeline. It was how he framed it that it didn't make any sense. Oh, they forced him to buy. Like, well, no, he threw his hat into the ring. And then once some of the things that were in those Twitter files slowly started to come out, obviously there was reason for him to be skeptical of the purchase. Even still, once they threatened with legal action, he bought it. But again, 2-3 years later, look at where Twitter is at. Look at where X is at, bro. You can't argue. It's literally the most popular social, above TikTok. Twitter is above TikTok in popularity right now. Since the fuck when? It's above Instagram in popularity right now. Since the fuck when? You got to give Elon his credit. I'm sorry. And if not, you're just a hater.
I think the reality is President Trump is not a politician, and that is not a bug. That is a feature. I think we require somebody who's willing to say, just because it's been done this way for the past doesn't mean that that's the way it needs to be done for the future. But he's coming in with an experience base.
Like, y'all be hating the dudes who know how to make money. Y'all be hating the dudes who knows how money works. Like, how can you hate a Vivek? You might not like his policy. You might not like his politics. But when it comes to the topic of money, Trump, Vivek, Elon, like, bro, some of us really just got to concede, like, bro, these people they're the pinnacle of success. They know the inner workings of money like the back of their hand. There's some things that when you see a big dog working how a big dog works, you just stand and sit back in admiration. When the richest man in the world takes over a company and he makes that company more efficient with half of the employees, sometimes you just got to tip your hat. That's it. We can do all the hate and all the speculating in the world, but bro, when he does something like that and then says, oh, look, I can do more. That was just the tip. That was just the tip of the iceberg. I just did that with X. I can do that with our government. Bro, when somebody like when the richest man in the world says that, we all got to low key give him a shot. Like, there's nothing else that can be said, especially when the intended goal, and if carried out successfully, the result will be getting more money back into our pockets, getting more money injected into our economy, taking money that these bureaucratic agencies are siphoning, and again, reinvesting it back into us ultimately. When that is the goal, how can you hate? How can you hate? And shout out Troublemaker, another 5. So he bid for a company that he didn't know was corrupt. No, he understood that. He understood the profit. He lost $50 billion and has not regained it. DOGE is corrupt. Bro, to say he hasn't regained it is pure speculation. You don't know what he's lost or what he's regained. These are all approximations, even if you're looking at articles. And the stock price is extremely speculative in and of itself. So the money that you say he's lost, I can say he's gained with potential advertisers and projections as far as how Twitter is supposed to, how much money Twitter is supposed to make in the coming years. You say he lost 50 billion. I say Twitter is projected to make an extra 100 billion in the next year or two. You see how that works? So your argument is viewed off of that point alone. He underestimated the profit. Nah, not at all. Not at all, my friend. Again, we're talking about the richest man in the world. So you're talking off of your knowledge of money, off of civics, off of how business works. Bro, listen, sometimes, like I said, when a big dog like Elon says and talks money, we got to concede that he knows a little bit more about money than you or I. My friend. It's that simple. It's that simple. But again, we appreciate your support. Shout out Troublemaker, man. Always causing trouble in the comments. Nah, but shout out. We do appreciate that, Troublemaker. And again, Hellbat 12, another $5. In the interview, he already went over how he wasn't going to make his money back for a long time, but in the future, he would make a profit. It's exactly as I just said. You might speculate how Twitter's lost 50 billion. I might say they're projected to make over 150 billion in the next year or two. It's just that simple, dog. Back to the video, guys.
That is pretty unique.
Should we expect volatility again?
Well,
messiness?
I think to the contrary, you actually can expect conviction in doing what's right for the country, all the way from personnel selection, all the way to early policy prioritization. I was listening to the discussion.
Oh, Maz, don't block out members. Yeah, that's a no-no. Do not block out members in the comments that they say or the things that they say in the chat. That's a no-no, guys.
That you all have.
But another shout out, we got Troublemaker chiming back in. It might have been an accident, but definitely be cautious of that. Don't block out members, guys. But troublemaker $5. Don't you realize the richest man in the world is now in cahoots with the government? Y'all talk about elites, but look away when it comes to Musk, because bro, like we've seen some of his initiatives. We've seen how we've seen how this man goes about his business. Elon Musk is a net positive for humanity. While he might have his own personal interests, everybody does. While he might be motivated for money or power or influence or control, every man is. He is a net positive for humanity. Whether it be, the Starlink, whether it be Occupy Mars, whether it be Tesla and, him trying to get electric cars onto the market for, mass consumption, like, whether you agree with electric cars or not, like, bro, he's doing some net positives for humanity. So you can't really argue that. Again, you might not like Musk or his policies or his politics, and I understand that's a conversation or a topic of conversation right now. People think that Elon Musk is a neoconservative. All good. We can have that debate. But beyond that, bro, he's doing some positive things for humanity. We can't even argue that. And shout out Jazz Work From Home, another $10. Let me get these super chats pulled up here, guys. But again, troublemaker, bro, I welcome the conversation. I welcome the discourse, but I do think you are blinded by a little bit of bias when it comes to Elon. I know you don't like Trump, and clearly you don't like the affiliation between Elon Musk and Trump, but you can't say Elon Musk doesn't know his way around money. He doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to money. Oh, that was an under projection. He underestimated how much the project would be worth or how much it would make him. Bro, when he bought Twitter, it wasn't about money. Are you serious? You think that move was motivated by money? Bro, he did that strategically at a time where he knew that X was used against certain conservative platforms in the last election. So let me buy it. I know what I want to see. I know how I want this shit to go for the next election. Let me get it. Let me get it under my control, under my influence. That way it can't be used to negate conservative platforms or conservative voices in the next election. It was a strategic move, a move made out of a personal move made out of strategy versus a move made out of monetary motive. Like, it wasn't about money, my friend. Please understand that.
Or you were listening to on stage right before, which is a president who is also Grover Cleveland in a unique position of having been the president.
Oh yeah, and I'm sorry. Shout out Jazz Work From Home, $10. People always crying how much they hate the rich. Yeah, facts. I never understood. Eat the rich. Like, why? Because they had the motivation, the drive that you didn't have to make millions of dollars. Like, oh, it sounds like a hater to me. But never try to figure out they can change their tax bracket. Find out a way to get some money too and stop. Yo, shout out Jazz Work From. Stop hating. Find out a way to get you some bucks and stop hating. Oh, Elon's such a bad guy. Elon is terrible. Oh, Elon. Bro, what you look like a hater hating on a man who has just done the best for himself. He is cool. He knows about money. I always say success leaves footprints. Rather than hating, rather than trying to admonish Elon, trying to dissect his personal opinion or his politics, bro, just pick up some of the success or some of the crumbs of success that he's left behind. Like, rather than hating on the man, he probably could teach you a thing or two. You ever think of that?
Then had 4 years, sitting it out, the ability to reflect on that experience and then come back for that second term. That's a rare thing in American history. And so this is a once in a century opportunity that I believe we've been given. It is a great gift as a country to have been given a president who, obviously I supported President Trump and and I stand by it to say that we had a growing economy. We had declining illegal entry into the country. We were not.
And shout out Hellbat12. Appreciate the support, guys. Excuse me. If he is in cahoots, why is he constantly having to fight the governments with getting his papers against them in lawsuits? Right. Why is the media attacking him just for his affiliation with Trump, talking about he's in cahoots, he's a part of the deep state? Like, now the deep state officials are kind of hands off, or they're kind of off of the target when it comes to media attacks. But the media has been attacking Elon. They've been definitely labeling this man. So what affiliation does he have with the deep state? Just because he's rich, just because he has his businesses, just because he sits on these boards, doesn't mean he's in cahoots with these bad actors or these deep state players or these lobbyists. Like, anyways, yeah. Shout out Hellback 12 for that. Appreciate that. Maya, $5. And I'm seeing some of y'all comments, man. If y'all want to chime in, if y'all want to add to the discussion, or if y'all care to have a healthy debate, go ahead and share $1 or more. Super chat into the stream. Thoughts, comments, questions, anything you want to get off your chest, and I will engage. Shout out Maya, $5, one of the mods. 100% key. You got to look at a person's motive. If it aligns with the greater good, it doesn't matter if they're wealthy, egotistical, etc. Like I said, we all have our personal motives. We all have things that we want. We all have a level, especially as a man, you have a level of influence, a level of power, money, all that good stuff that you attain to have, that you aspire to get for yourself. But to that point, again, analyzing it holistically, is he a net positive or a net negative? And you have to look at what this man's business has been, what his endeavors have brought us, and it's a net positive. Like, maybe you don't know, but this man Elon has done a lot of things. A lot of things. You might know him just for the cars, but I encourage you, I implore you to look up Elon Musk and some of his successes, some of his achievements. Because again, you might not agree with politics. You might not agree with his affiliation with Trump. That's okay. That's another conversation to have. But to say he hasn't done anything good for society, that just can't be argued. It almost just can't be argued. But shout out Troublemaker. Let's get these pulled up, guys. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get these pulled up here. Troublemaker, $5. Must bought Twitter and use it to advertise Trump when Trump gave him a position of power, clear corruption. Imagine if Soros did that with Biden. How did he use it to? Oh man, this is so easy. How did he use it to advertise Trump? Because he held a conversation with that man. He offered the same conversation with Kamala, but guess what? Just like the Joe Rogan podcast, she turned it down because she knew she was going to get fried. When it was outside of her comfort zone, she turned it down every time. So that's not something to knock Elon on. It's something to knock Kamala Harris on. He extended the same conversation he had with Trump to her and her party and her campaign and her advisor, but they didn't see it as something they wanted to do, so they turned it down. That's on her. You can't say Trump or Elon or anybody is, or I'm sorry, you can't say Elon was working in Trump's favor just because he held a phone call with the man on a Twitter space. Kamala could have joined the same Twitter space if she wanted to, or held a different one herself, a solo one. Kamala and Elon. Trust me, Elon wanted to turn that down. That would have been an opportunity to shock the world, but she didn't want to do it. That's on her. Can't hold Elon accountable for that. Shout out Hellback 12, $5 more. You forgot that Facebook and Twitter was part of the vaccine mandate and suppression of the laptop, and now they're getting caught out for, bro. Let's not forget about what was on those Twitter files with Jack Dorsey and some of the shit he dropped. He was being influenced in the same way. Told what stories to highlight, told what stories to kind of censor and hold back. Bro, these social media companies and these CEOs of these social media companies only have so much level of influence over their own company. So shout out Elon for seeing the flaw in that, wanting to do something about it, and ultimately that's what motivated his purchase of Twitter. That's what motivated it. He's seen how Twitter was used in the previous election and said, nah, I got enough money, I got enough power, I have enough say so, let me do something about it. We would all do the same thing given the opportunity, and they seen Elon's level of influence. So when he kind of was made privy to some of the corruption that followed Twitter as he started to close the purchase out, which made him pull away, that's when they threatened with litigation. That's when they threatened with the lawsuits. That's when they try to go after that man and force him into the purchase. You got to kind of follow the timeline, and you got to make it make sense. You can't just throw things out there like, oh, he was forced to do it because no. He was forced to do it, or he wasn't even forced to do it. It was the threat of force. It was the threat of legal action that just put him in a position where he said, well, let me just do it. Fine, I'll do it. But don't leave out the history, or don't leave out the context of why he was trying to pull away. Twitter had its own set of corruption following it after, the Jack Dorsey era. Like, don't forget about the Twitter files, guys. Don't forget about the Twitter files.
Involved in major conflicts around the world. There were no major conflicts in the Middle East or Russia, Ukraine. And to say that those were 4 great years as a president, But what I believe is that this second term will even outshine that first.
And shout out Maya, it looks like. Let's get these super chats pulled up. Oh, Ray, I'm sorry. Shout out Ray. Dems always be like rich conservatives, rich socialists, take it all. Google, Facebook, Twitter, all algo push libs in 2020. Is that corrupt? Facts. Nah, facts. When the liberal agenda was getting big pushed, yo, nobody heard any cries. It was all good. It was all fine and dandy. But now that Elon's bought Twitter, and now that you can't even say he's pushing conservative voices. All you can say is that conservative voices are getting heard out. Is that propaganda? Is that corruption? Oh yeah, okay. Because again, repressive tolerance will have it to where you can't hear anything on the conservative side. That's why they want to call Elon corrupt. That's why they're so mad at Elon for buying Twitter. They love it when conservative voices are suppressed, when you can't hear anything from that conservative side. You can't say he's pushing conservative voices. He's just allowing them a platform to be heard out on. And now you guys want to hop on his ass. Crazy.
Term because of the experience that he and the people around him bring in a way that is rare in American history. And I do think that his creativity in thinking outside the box, I think, is going to be an attribute that helps the country.
I want to go back to Elon Musk again for a second, because you talk about freedom of speech, and we were discussing this issue of conflicts of interest. Elon Musk is somebody who has potentially enormous conflicts of interest regarding China, right? I mean, here's somebody who does an enormous amount of his business, is dependent on the Chinese market in many ways. He's said a lot about freedom of speech in this country. Has he said anything about freedom of speech in China?
I think we're just talking about the revival of this country. The conflict of interest that most people have as CEOs is that they're not willing to actually say in public what they say in private. And even many people who supported Donald Trump, I know many of them right now, were afraid to say it until after he won the election. And now they feel like they have to say it in a delayed basis. Elon is a rare person.
And that is exemplified by some of these athletes you see kind of doing the Trump dance. Whereas 4 years ago, there was just, there's always been silent support for Trump. There's always been people in the entertainment industry, in our day-to-day lives. I'm talking about your neighbor, the Joe Blow on the street, that support Trump, but we're scared to say it because they were going to get vilified by their community, by their neighbor, by their family members. So now it's just a little bit more popular to support Trump. It's just a little bit less scrutinized to support Trump. So yeah, that's why you see now after the election, after he's won a second time, people are still a little bit shameful to admit it. I'm not sure why. I mean, I'll throw on my MAGA hat any day and walk down the street, but people are still a little bit shameful to admit, like, yeah, I support Trump. And even beyond that, it is kind of crazy how you might not even be a MAGA supporter, a Trump fanboy. You just thought he was the better option of the two, but you're still vilified. Yo, we only had two options. I chose the other one, and now I'm a bad guy. Like, damn, what the hell? Give me more than two options then, if that's the problem.
Who spoke his mind, not when it was easy, but when it was hard in this country and in our hour of need. I think he was an essential part of the revival and mandate that we have.
But do you worry that the Chinese government has leverage over him as he's making these kinds of important decisions?
No, I don't. I've gotten to know him. To the contrary, I believe that.
Like, you voted for a fascist. You voted for a racist. You voted for somebody who was sexist. Like, he was on the ballot. Like, what you wanted me to do? Like, shit, don't put him on the ballot next time. Like, fuck.
He's somebody who's going to stand for what he believes is right. And I believe that that's something that actually gives me, it makes a great honor to work with one of the rare people in America who's not only a builder, but also has enough conviction to actually share what his viewpoints are in a way that gives other people.
Like, you voted for a dictator. Well, he was also our best option of the two. Like, shit, what do you want me to say? Shout out Troublemaker $2. He says, look up Legal Eagle. Real lawyers criticize Trump. Okay, bro. Lawyers who have reason to hate Trump. The same people every time we do this, Troublemaker. Every time somebody like you and says, look this up. This person doesn't like Trump. This lawyer, this politician says they hate Trump. This guy said he had a conversation with Trump and he said that he likes some of Hitler's ways, or he likes some of the ways Hitler ran his country. Bro, it's always somebody who already doesn't like Trump, somebody who worked with him, somebody who was fired, somebody who was disgruntled about something Trump did. I don't know whether Trump talked to his wife or this or that. All jokes aside, though, it's always somebody who has reason not to like Trump. So their credibility is pretty much shot. If I don't like you and somebody asks me a question about you and I give a negative answer, can you really say that's an objective truth, or that's just my personal feeling or my personal bias about the situation? So let's stop asking people who hate this man Trump their opinions on Trump. And shout out Ray, $2 more. People need to research the term open source. Yes, facts. Yes, please. When you're doing your research, when you're gaining your knowledge, when you're out here in these internet streets, please understand what open source information is.
The courage to do the same. And I think that saving this country is going to require that.
I know
we do have this culture of fear that's caused people to have fear of losing their job. Maybe I don't want to speak for maybe many in the audience would worry about that culture of fear, even in corporate America over the last several years. And I think the beauty of this moment we're in is I think we can turn the page on that culture of fear of getting a bad grade for your kids in school, fear of losing your job in corporate America, to say that where we're going to get our country back is all of us starting to speak our minds in the open again. I think that's the permission that Donald Trump's victory, if I may say decisive victory, has given the country. We're seeing, I believe, the beginning of a new revival of self-confidence in America, a new kind of golden age that I hope starts over the next 4 years, but continues for many more to come. And I feel very good about it.
We've got a couple of questions here in the room, but I do want to ask you one last question from me, which is the question of your authority, right? I mean, history is littered with blue ribbon commissions that have tried to do what you're trying to do. Most recently, maybe Simpson-Bowles. It seems to me that your commission is outside of government. You're going to be providing recommendations into the executive branch, but ultimately Congress controls the power of the purse. And you're going to have a sales job to go up to Capitol Hill and sell them on these spending cuts. Every dollar that's spent by the federal government has a recipient who benefits from it, who has a member of Congress.
And appreciate the support in the chat. I see some good conversation going on. I'm loving the feedback, guys. Keep talking to me. Keep shooting the super chats. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it interactive, man. Y'all know we love it over here at S.E.T Media. So go ahead and like the video. Let's get it pushing the algorithm. We got over 200 people in here viewing on their phones, on their laptops, on their TVs. Man, we appreciate the support. Go ahead and double tap the screen for your boy. Or you can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Like the stream, guys. We appreciate it over here at S.E.T Media.
Congress up on Capitol Hill. All of those dollars are protected by and large by members of Congress who are protecting their own personal fiefdoms. How do you plan on breaking that spending logjam, which has been the thing that's defeated every previous effort to do what you're trying to do?
So I am encouraged by a couple of things. I'm encouraged by the early positive signs we are seeing from Congress. I think that there's a DOGE caucus, a DOGE subcommittee. There's numerous bodies that have already formed in the House and Senate. We're here in Washington, D.C., going to be looking forward to meeting with many of them tomorrow. I think that there is an environment where people who are in Congress now, including those who have been elected, but also many who have been fighting this fight for a long time, feel like now is the moment where they've been given the ability to do what they haven't really had the license to do in the past.
Until it comes to their district.
But that being said, I think that ignores what...
And honestly, as I'm kind of thinking about it, as I analyze a little bit deeper, this is actually the juxtaposition of, oh, well, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Some of these bureaucratic agencies do operate in their own interest versus the American citizens' interest. Some of these bureaucratic agencies do have crazy budgets that, you know, they really can't justify. I'm trying to understand the position of knowing that while also still having an issue with DOGE. Somebody please explain that to me. Oh, it's not an issue with DOGE. It's an issue with Elon. It's an issue with Vivek. It's an issue with their affiliation to Trump. And again, I just really have to ask some of you guys, remove the hate, remove the political bias sometimes, and just kind of see the mission, see the goal. Let's hold them all accountable, obviously, right? But when they, again, guys, when they have a goal of creating efficiency in our government, which ultimately means taking some of the money that these bureaucratic agencies funnel and returning it, stimulating it back into the economy, back into American citizens, when that is the underlying goal, how can you have an issue with an initiative like that? I don't care who's running it at that point. I don't care. My favorite basketball player could be LeBron. If Stephen Curry was running the initiative, I'm buying a Stephen Curry jersey. I'm a huge Stephen Curry fan now. What do you mean? You're trying to put more money back in my pocket? I don't care. Bias to the side, bro. I'm a fan.
Can be done through the executive branch already. The executive branch has no obligation to send out a payment if it is wasteful or if it is known to be fraudulent or has a reason to believe that there is error associated with that payment. A lot of the regulations and the existence of the regulatory state we're talking about, those were never passed by Congress. In fact, that's the problem. Many of those regulations, in fact, if you think about most of the edicts that exist in America that stop an individual or a company from behaving in a certain way, they were actually never passed by Congress. Most of those binding edicts on your behavior as a person or as a company came from somebody who was never elected to their position and historically was viewed as unremovable from their position. See, that's not a democracy, but the good news about that is that type of change can be driven through the executive branch. If the executive branch caused it to come into existence, the executive branch can cause it to come out of existence as well. And I think that that first leap of fixing that problem will hopefully set an example and show the country these are the wins we can score for the American people, how to make people's lives better, how to restore the American dream, how to restore our civic self-confidence in self-governance, to say that if we've done it that much through executive power in a proper way, I hope that will give courage to Congress to make the kinds of decisions that they may not have made in the past before, to say that this is actually how you serve all Americans.
Shout out, bro. Like I said, you have to respect the initiative. You have to respect the goal. It's something that's to serve us. It's something that, again, just like Elon, is a net positive. Like, you might not like Vivek. You might not like Elon. That's your personal bias. Set it aside for a second and understand that the goal, the mission, if carried out properly, will benefit all of us. It's as simple as that, guys. Now let's transition back into this Piers Morgan panel here. And if you guys haven't already liked the video, again, any thoughts, questions, comments, anything you guys want to get off your chest, video suggestions as well. If you guys want me to poll suggest something or get a poll going, get the check the temperature on a thought you guys might have, something you guys want to question the chat on, get a poll started, anything like that, guys, go ahead and super chat into the stream. I'll be sure to engage with it. Again, like the video if you haven't already. Let's get back into this, guys.
United States is now, and whatever they're doing, but it's not a good situation. But we definitely need to turn. We need alliance solidarity, which we lost by leaving Afghanistan the way we did, and a forward defense. Right now, our Navy, which is the epitome of our forward defense, is under the Biden administration is worrying about getting more transgender bathrooms and getting green ships, even though they're all nuclear, which is green. It's just, there needs to be some adults in the room and talk reality, because here's where we are, and someone needs to come to the table and talk to someone else, not worried about how much jewelry Mrs. Zelensky could buy in New York on the taxpayer's dime.
Right. And how popular is Volodymyr Zelensky now with Ukrainian people, do you think?
I'd say pretty popular still. Most people consider him a pretty good representative of Ukrainian people and what we want. And pretty disheartening, I'd say, to hear what people say here, but I'm used to it. Surprisingly, Cenk, I agree with, in the sense that we can't allow Russia to continue get away with what they're doing, because that's what they have been doing, in particular with annexation of Georgian territory and Moldova and Ukraine in 14, and now in 22 full-scale invasion. And nothing stops them then from fully invading Moldova or Georgia. They are already doing all they can to select people there as, presidents, and meddle in their elections quite strongly already. And if they can't do it with just hybrid methods of, sabotaging the elections and making people basically, install their puppets there, then they do, sort of like a blackmail, then they do threats, and then they do annexation, invasion, terror, death, and, all what that we are having right now in Ukraine. And that's not
Anna, how would you describe Anna, how would you describe the mood of the Ukrainian people? When I was there, like I say, 2 years ago, to a man and woman, whatever age that I met, there was this steely resolve of, we've got to win this at all costs. But the cost has been enormous. So many cities just destroyed, so many people killed, all these children being taken, and so on. Is there a mood now in the country that they just want peace, just want a deal, even if it means surrendering the territory that's been taken?
Nobody wants peace more than us. I live in a city that is bombed every day. My father has been killed. So, of course, we want peace, but that depends on what that.
Keep it clean in the chat, guys. Mods, they're doing their job. They're doing their job perfectly, actually. But, debate is welcome. Discourse is welcome, but refrain from the name calling, G. Keep it up, though, mods.
Peace is, because nobody wants peace without any sort of justice, right? And that is the problem, because we have to consider our now, obviously, right? Even if the fire stops. So let's say my city stops being bombed every day. That's a bonus for me, obviously, right? And for my family and for my friends. But how important is that bonus? Because it's a temporarily bonus. We have to think about the future. That other people, other generations are not going to go through exact same things we went through. And that's quite important to most Ukrainians. But the mood, of course, have been solid. As you said, people were more enthusiastic before, specifically because of the, I would say, lack of care and lack of commitment from our allies, particularly the incredible amount of limitations on our long-range strikes. For example, as you know, UK actually gave us the long-range.
And guys, we're over halfway through our goal here. 50 super chats in any denomination, guys. Just support the stream is all we ask. If you're able to, of course. If not, go ahead and like the video. We appreciate the support in any capacity. But yes, guys, 29, excuse me, out of the 50 super chats. And we'll go ahead and keep this bad boy going. Open up the call lines, get some of the supporters in here. Maybe some of the naysayers. You guys might see a good debate. We had a pretty memorable debate between one of the members, one of the mods members, and a supporter or a naysayer from a couple nights ago. The mods and the members know what I'm talking about, know what I'm referencing. So again, help us reach our goal. We'll open the call lines up, keep it fun, keep it spicy. And again, shout out S.E.T, man. We're keeping this thing going.
Missiles, storm shadows, I believe they're called, and we couldn't really use them because of the limitations that were given to us, primarily by United States and by Biden, by the way, himself, his administration at least. So in that sense, there has been a sort of demoralizing effect, of course, because of the lack of aid, inconsistent aid from both United States and also European countries as well. And it's hard to sustain that sort of like I'd say hopefulness and will when you are not confident that you will have means to fight with properly.
Yes.
And that I would say dampen the mood.
Yeah, I understand that. Scott, you know, a lot of people have come on this show since this war started, and they've made the argument, which I know that you subscribe to, which is effectively the West and Ukraine goaded Russia into doing this by continually pushing for NATO membership, for NATO encroachment, and so on, as the Russians saw it. There's another school of thought that this could have been resolved diplomatically. That actually, yeah, you can take that argument, you can see there's merit to that argument, certainly to a degree, but it doesn't justify launching a full invasion of your neighboring country. Would you accept that the invasion itself didn't actually have to happen?
Yes, I have a whole section in my book about all of Putin's different options that he could have taken. The book is not called Justified, why Russia had to do what they had to do. It's called Provoked, how Washington started the new Cold War with Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine, because the book is 700 pages of all of this going back to the end of the last Cold War. And with all due respect to the guy that shot bin Laden in the head, thank you. And with all due respect to this young woman who's.
And shout out Piers Morgan, man. We're going to transition into this video here, guys. Development situation here. United Healthcare CEO was murdered. Yes, murdered. Situation I am not all the way researched on, to be honest, guys. It's a fresh situation developing. I kind of wanted to react to this raw with you guys, get some of your guys' takes as well. Let's check this out, guys.
Continues into the fatal shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson outside a New York City hotel early yesterday morning. Police say it was a targeted attack. The suspect fled the scene, and now a massive manhunt is underway. CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano joins me now with the very latest here on the streets of New York. So, Lilia, what are you hearing about the investigation at this hour?
Shout out Don's $1 super chat.
Well, Vlad, there are so many layers to this investigation. I mean, it's been over 24 hours, and of course, New Yorkers are asking, where is this person? Right now, the NYPD, along as part of a task force, along with U.S. Marshals, are trying to find this fugitive. What they've done is they're canvassing all of the video surveillance from buildings, from businesses, from homes across Manhattan, and following all the trail that he followed from the point that he left this site where the shooting took place, all the way to through Central Park, all the way to from Midtown Manhattan. Apologies, this is falling off. To the Upper West Side, where he was last seen riding a bicycle. Right now, the NYPD is trying to close in on him, and what we're hearing is that there are reports that they're getting close to a building somewhere close to the Upper West Side to perhaps execute a search warrant. We know that there was a warrant for the hotel room, not here in the Hilton, but the Marriott, where Thompson was staying. They're also evaluating possible DNA evidence that might have been left behind at the Starbucks where the shooter or the alleged shooter had purchased something using cash. And they're also looking, of course, at motive. Motive is obviously a big part. Police seem to understand that this was a targeted shooting. And of course, a lot of obvious indications to that are part of this investigation, including the shell casings that were found where the shooting took place, shell casings that had been written with a Sharpie with the words deny, defend, and depose, which some experts seem to believe is some kind of, or could be some kind of reference to words that are used by people who advocate against the practices of healthcare companies. All of that, of course, is part of this investigation. But I would say that the most urgent, the most active part is trying to find this person, whether he was whether he was staying at a hostel where there are reports that police might be surrounding, and how close they might be. He, of course, seems to have evaded some of the surveillance as he crossed through Central Park, but the rest is on video.
Okay, and shout out Ray. Let's pull that super chat up here. $20. We appreciate that, Ray. $20. Anything 20 and over. Y'all know the vibes, man. Baller alert. Appreciate the support, Ray. Yes, sir. So she says, last chat, guys. Capitalism. Okay, so she's referencing the last conversation we were having. Capitalism is only the antithesis to slavery, period, because it protects privacy and ownership through the money of independent enterprise. Ironically, the socialist elites hate this, campaign against it. Ooh. Y'all stay tuned for that part too. But yeah, now she's cooking. She is cooking. Now you make a lot of valid points. And yes, I can agree. Anything to protect their private interest, honestly. Even if it means spending money to protect it. Yes, it is all about the bottom line, and they will cut arms, legs, limbs off if they have to. Everything is a pawn when it comes to protecting their privatized interests. But yes, I fully agree, Ray. Shout out.
Because this, at the end of the day, is New York City.
Indeed. Lilia Luciano for us, reporting from New York this morning. Thank you, Lilia.
And shout out Ray coming back in with another 10. She's finishing off that first thought she had. Let's see here. Because they cannot subsidize. They want to keep and perfect our current neo-feudism economy. We are not currently capitalism. We are operating under financial oligarchy. We are neo-serfs. Ooh. Yo, shout out Ray, man. We appreciate the supports, man. We got some high IQ supporters and mods up in this thing, man. S.E.T Media, who else you know, man? While others call us an echo chamber, while others say we only talk about one side of politics or entertain one side of the narrative, we got guests, we got hosts, we got a multitude of videos, topics we cover, man. S.E.T Media, multifaceted channel here. Shout out Ray for chiming in, sharing her takes here. We appreciate that. Shout out Gerard as well, $10. Let's see here. The assassin used is a okay. Oh, shout out Gerard, adding context to the current video. The assassin used the B&T VP9 silenced pistol. The weapon is used by veterinarians to put down sick animals. Really? Wow. It's a bolt action pistol, single shot. The pistol did not jam. Wow, he used a veterinarian's pistol to assassinate somebody? That's actually crazy. I was not aware, but shout out Gerard adding context. I definitely appreciate that as well. Man, we appreciate the supporters, man. The mods, the members. Y'all really make the stream go. I'm not going to lie. Whether it be from y'all support, added context, knowledge on topics, bro. Y'all keep this thing moving, man. So special shout out to all the mods and the members, man. And make sure to check out the membership program. We got a Discord going. The Discord is fire, man. We talk about everything up in that mug. So make sure to check it out. Exclusive content, videos, members priority when the call-ins come up. Yeah, a lot of exclusive special benefits for the members. Make sure to check out that program. I've linked the link to it in the chat. So go ahead and check that out, guys.
We are following new developments out of New York City on the search for a gunman who shot and killed the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson. NYPD executed a search warrant for a building they believe the suspect stayed in. CBS News also confirms law enforcement found shell casings.
And if anybody knows, I'm going to do my own research in the background while this is playing out again. I'm kind of fresh to the situation, not all the way versed on what's going on here. But what was the motive? What's the motive? What was he involved in? Who did he know? Who didn't he pay? Who did he take money from? Let's get into some of the conspiracies of it. Let the conspiracies fly on the situation. Back it up with facts or any knowledge that you have. Let's get it going, guys. I'd love to hear your takes on this.
Scenes at the crime scene.
Guess, dude, I know you know something, bro. Guess, dude, I see you in the chat, and I know you know something, bro. Talk to me.
The words deny, defend, and depose written on them. Now, surveillance video outside New York City's Midtown Hilton caught the moment early Tuesday. The shooter got out from behind a parked car, pointed a gun at Thompson's back, and then shot twice. Now, Thompson was set to speak at an investor meeting at the Hilton and was about to enter the building when the gunman shot him. The 50-year-old took the lead of a health insurance company back in 2021 after running its Medicare and retirement business. Now, a law enforcement source tells us the suspect used cash to buy Starbucks before then waiting outside of the Hilton Hotel. We also have new video of the suspect moments after the shooting. NYPD said he eventually ran off on.
Everybody's scared of a black man in a shiesty, but nobody suspects the white guy in a shiesty. God damn it. If we had just been a little bit more cautious around anybody in a goddamn shiesty, but I get it. It's New York. It's the winter. I get it. But goddamn it. The joke here is nobody would suspect the white guy in the shiesty, but look what happened. Look what happened.
Foot down an alleyway and then rode an e-bike into Central Park where he was last seen. Now, police say the gunman waited for Thompson starting at about 6:39 a.m. Thompson then walks to the Hilton 5 minutes later, and then the shooting happens. And at 6:48, the gunman is seen there riding his bike on Center Drive in Central Park. Thompson is taken to a hospital where he was pronounced dead just after 7:10 in the morning. Now, authorities believe this is a targeted attack. They also believe the suspect's proficiency with unjamming the weapon during the incident suggests that he has experience with guns. CBS News senior coordinating producer on crime and public safety unit, Anna Schechter, joins us now to go over all of this, and there's a lot. Welcome, Anna. Good morning to you. Let's start with the search warrant. What can you tell us about that?
Well, police last night executed a search warrant on a building on the Upper West Side in the high 90s on Columbus Avenue near the Frederick Douglass housing complex. Why there? Well, surveillance footage that they screened yesterday showed the suspect entering a building in that vicinity. We don't have the exact address. We are drilling down on that, but it was near that housing project in or around there. And so that search happened last night. We can report this now on CBS News.
Shout out Hell at 12, another $5. Let me get that pulled up here. And shout out to supporters, man. Appreciate y'all. He says, this is obviously a hitman getting paid to do a job he was professionally executed and disappeared. Yo, yeah, I'm looking up some of the background information. Like I said, guys, I'm fresh to it. I haven't all the way delved into what's going on or the details surrounding the case. Trying to update myself here as we speak. But crazy stuff, guys, crazy stuff. It does look like some pulled up, took him off, knocked him off, whatever, iced him, as the mafia says, and bada boom, bada bing, he was sleeping with the fishes. I mean, crazy stuff here, guys. Put up on the e-bike too. That's even wild, even more wild. Put up on the Lyft e-bike, said, pew, pew, and then dipped. Wild as hell.
So we will see if that helped police close in on the identity of the suspect. And I just heard that we expect before noon to see more photos of the suspect that show a little bit more of his face. That indicates to me that they're still wanting the.
And shout out guys, dude, $5. He says, out of the loop on this one. Yeah, me too, bro. I'm trying to catch myself up here. But going off on my best guess on short notice, looks like a John Q scenario, maybe corporation espionage. Yeah, it's kind of what it seems like. John Q. Oh man, that was a good movie. But yeah, who knows, bro? It's anything. I feel like it's pure speculation right now until we know a little bit more details. But on these type of situations, bro, somebody's always connected to something. Some money was either paid or wasn't paid. He knew somebody who he wasn't supposed to know. He was in cahoots with somebody that pissed somebody else off. And, you know, it's always something deep-seated. But yeah, as the situation is so fresh, we really don't know too much. But yeah, I follow that strategy or that theory, bro. I can follow that theory for sure.
Public to give in tips about his whereabouts, that he still is at large, Liz.
And Anna, one of the more cryptic pieces of evidence was the words deny, defend, and depose written on the bullet shells found at the crime scene. Any meaning behind those words that investigators are finding?
Well, sources tell CBS News, tell my colleague Pat Milton, they were meticulously written in a Sharpie pen, and law enforcement are looking at whether those words pertain to how the insurance company might have responded to claims requests. There's a book out there examining the insurance and critical of the insurance company industry and how they make it difficult for patients to get coverage or to get reimbursed for high medical costs. And so it's not definitive, but investigators are certainly looking at this as potentially pointing to a motive, Liz.
And Anna, we mentioned that the suspect visited a Starbucks before the shooting and he paid cash at that Starbucks. What else are police going to be looking for in terms of that visit to the Starbucks coffee chain?
Well, they're looking for DNA evidence. So they certainly did a forensic sweep of the Starbucks, also of they did a forensic analysis of a water bottle and a candy bar wrapper that he might have purchased at the Starbucks that were dropped at the scene, as well as his cell phone. It's still unclear. We can't yet report that that cell phone belonged to the shooter, but police are certainly investigating and if it in fact was, and if there were any fingerprints on that. At this time, we can't report. We don't know if DNA or fingerprint data has pointed to any specific individual. And that can be tricky. Sometimes there's partial DNA or a partial fingerprint, and they just need more evidence. So right now it appears that we're still in that phase of the investigation where a lot of questions are unanswered.
Sure. All right. CBS News senior coordinating producer on crime and public safety, Anna Schechter. Thank you so much.
Let's go back to New York City and the search for the gunman who shot and killed the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson. Now, you got to see this. These are the words written on the bullets. Another headline.
Oh, no. Are you serious? There was words? Oh, yeah. Bro, the plot thickens. I didn't know this, guys. Words written on the shell casings? That's deep. That's deep. I don't think they do that at the manufacturer. So somebody's carved words into the side of the shell casing on the exact bullets that they use to execute this man. Now, this is deep. Now, we're going to see a Netflix documentary about this in the next few years. Something about this tells me that this is going to go very high, very deep in the chain here. This is all fresh. Like I said, guys, we really don't know too many details as the situation kind of unfolds or as we're told about the situation. But stay tuned on this, guys. And as it develops, you can be sure we'll update you. But this right here, this is deep. This seems like some forensic files type of shit.
Line, NYPD getting a search warrant for a youth hostel where they believe the suspect stayed. Now, this is a twist, what you're looking at, and what sounds more like a movie, but CBS News confirms that police found these shell casings belonging to the bullets that killed Mr. Thompson. The words on your screen were also on those casings. Deny, defend, depose, written on the casings. Now, police are putting together a timeline, and this map brings that timeline to life on our monitor. So look closely. 6:39 a.m. Tuesday, the gunman in position, waiting for his victim outside New York City's Midtown Hilton. 5 minutes later, Thompson walks to that hotel, then the shooting, then the getaway. That entire attack from arrival to escape happening in less than 9 minutes. By 6:48, the shooter on an e-bike, Center Drive, Central Park. Not long after, the murderer got away. Doctors pronounced Mr. Thompson dead at 7:10 a.m. Now think about it. All of this happened, making international news in just 30 minutes. And look at this. This is surveillance video capturing the moment of that murder. The shooter out from behind a parked car, the gun pointed there. We, of course, freeze that video before.
I did pull up on some assassin shit. That is actually wild. But again, guys, we're going to stay posted on these details as they come out. The carvings on the side of the shell casings is insane.
And you see the close-up pictures of this man?
Of the shooter or of the victim?
The shooter.
Yeah, I seen the CCTV footage.
Bro, that man doesn't look like no deranged type of guy.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm just be real with you. The way I'm just going off the pics that they took close up of him, but the dude had the smug smile and all. I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. If he was found out to be an assassin, it makes sense.
We don't even know yet, but I'm down for any theories, any type of speculation at this point. Because what the hell, this right here, you could tell this isn't no run-of-the-mill kind of guy. Just his stance alone makes me think that he's done this a few times. He ain't no rookie when it comes to this icing people thing. Like, seems like something he does in his spare time, like a paid hitman.
Yeah.
Or Mr.
What was this man's net worth? Why the hell is he just walking along?
Yeah, I mean, what's New York?
It is New York.
Bro, city common with millionaires and billionaires.
That's what I'm saying. You could walk past these people.
You wouldn't even know. They're on the subway train.
So that's what does make this seem more like an assassination plot, because I'm like, bro, how did you know?
Somebody told him.
Yeah.
He wouldn't.
Mr. Thompson falls.
Like the video, guys. We got set back in here. Set and key, man. Let's get it going.
Falls. He's shot in the back. A fatal shot. That 50-year-old CEO stopped short of planning his appearance at an investor meeting. Let's go live right now to CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano. She's just outside that Midtown Hilton location. Lilia, police just released photos of the suspect's face, no mask on, for the first time. We're also hearing about a search warrant. Tell us what you know at this hour.
Well, Reed, those photos are remarkably clear. I mean, the first thing you think of when you look at those photos is, if that's somebody I know, I would absolutely recognize them. That's what a lot of people are talking about on social media. It's also the kind of image that allows for facial recognition technology to spot that person and, you know, match it to any other records that there might be.
That is mighty HD. We got to close up
what I'm
this man's
saying.
mug.
I'm telling you, I'm looking at the man. I'm just like,
oh, somebody told me to pull up this situation, this other situation in New York, but unrelated. Go ahead.
yeah. But like, I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, yeah, I could believe assassin. This dude don't look deranged. He don't look like no Thomas Crooks. He don't look like no, I'm big dude like no Las Vegas shooter, like tower shooter. It's just, he looks too clean. I'm just gonna be real. He just looks too clean. When I say this man literally looks like an assassin, the way he pulled up and knew what to do, the way he's smug as hell on camera as if he won't get caught, I mean, it only makes sense. Let's be real. I mean, if this guy was just a regular civilian, he wouldn't have chose this type of setting to take out a guy.
But the only thing that I would have to say on that note is like, damn, if you're an assassin of that magnitude, I mean, I think you would know not to get caught on camera.
Yeah, but let's just say you're one of them people who not an American. Let's say you're one of them illegal immigrants who just crossed over there. He came through, the assassin came through, illegal immigrant, pulled up in New York. Boom, got his ass. Yeah,
I'm back. I'm going back to my home country.
How? What DNA do we have on you?
That's the scariest situation.
Out there using his biometric data or his facial features.
Oh, we have at this point.
The other part is the search warrant. Here's what we know. We know that there is a youth hostel where the nightly range goes anywhere from $80 to $300 a night. Youth hostels, I'm not sure about this one in particular, but are places where you can pay cash, where people stay, multiple people in one room. And in this hostel in the Upper West Side, effectively New York police, NYPD, executed a search warrant. There were many people staying there. We have teams over there trying to talk to folks and see what they know and if anybody got to know this person. The images that we showed, the images, the clear images without any mask or any covering to the face that you see are from the hostel. Those are not from the Starbucks. Those are not from the scene of the crime. They're from the hostel, from the youth hostel. And so police are asking for people for information. They're also, as you said, canvassing the videos from all of the surveillance cameras that could have captured him from here to the last image that they have of him. And so it's been more than 24 hours, but hopes are high that using technology and the task force, they'll be able to catch this person.
Yeah, this CCTV nowadays be 4K as hell, bro.
I mean, bro, they caught
them in details.
Details, they caught his whole jawline, nose, all that. I'm just like, yeah, I'm looking at this man. I'm like, bro, why he don't look like just a crazy dude? He don't look like somebody crazy.
So following that theory or that line of thinking, he'll either be caught or it's like you said, like shipped him in just for the job and he was on a one-way ticket out of here.
We good, we're going, mission complete.
I mean,
money's been wired to the account.
Because for him to be an assassin of that, speculation, for him to be an assassin of that magnitude, come in, do the job so cleanly, I might add.
Yeah.
You would think this man would have experience. And again, like, if you have that level of experience, wouldn't you know not to be caught on somebody's camera?
Yeah, unless you could know you'd get away. Bro, the dude smiled. He smiled on camera.
About to do dirt.
Bro, we're talking about one of the most surveilled cities in America.
Oh, yeah.
And you went out there and shot somebody, like, bro, there's just no way.
Yeah, they say New York is the Big Brother project. You talking about cameras on the street,
bro? So is it
traffic
really
cameras?
Incredibly stupid, or he's one of the most clever assassins of all time?
One or the other.
Yeah.
Inquisitive minds.
CBS News correspondent Lilith Luciano, so great to have you on CBS News 24/7. Thank you for that. We're going to dig a little deeper now and go to CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman in New York. Ricky, you know the NYPD. And I've got to ask you about the words that were written on those shell casings. Deny, defend, depose. Listen, if that doesn't speak to motive, I don't know what does. But it also makes me think that this killer knows that police will figure out his identity. What's your read on that?
Well, it certainly does speak to motive. There can be no doubt about it, especially if you compare those words to the book that was published in 2010 about insurance companies that deny claims. And that book was called Delay, Deny, Defend. So you have one switch of one word, but two of the other words. You also have to remember that there have been protests at the headquarters in Minnesota by people who feel that United Healthcare has not been good to them about their claims and has denied coverage. So is he one of those people? Does he want to be caught? Does he want to go down in infamy? That is always a possibility. Or is he one of those people who likes to tease the police and say, catch me if you can? The NYPD does not like to be teased. And the NYPD, with all of the faith that I have in them, in addition to the fact that their new commissioner, Jessica Tisch, when she was there in an earlier capacity, she was head of technology. So not only does she understand how it works, she's at the forefront of technology, and facial recognition is one of her things. So I do think that this crime is going to be solved, plus the fact at the moment, you have, Reed, a modest reward. Certainly, United Healthcare could come up with a big reward if they don't get sufficient tips to the police very soon. And there always are people who might just come forward because they're good citizens, but there are some people who will come forward because they know that there's money at the end of their coming forward.
Right. And we're starting to see the, as you and I talked about yesterday, the surveillance video and especially that up close shot of him without his mask. What are police going to look for in that mask and then also in the information left behind at the Starbucks that figures into this story?
Well, they're looking for DNA. One of the things we know actually from watching a fictional television series that deal a great deal with forensics, let alone.
And shout out Hellbat 12, $5. Something I have to point out last. Seeing going into the PSTK means that they, is that an acronym or anyways? They didn't see him lead professionally use the cameras to divert AEY from high route. Bro, said help me out here.
I'm looking at it, man.
Help me out.
Hey, I'm looking for it.
Shit.
I'm getting. He said PSTK. I'm getting some other stuff. I'm getting jeans and all this other wild stuff.
All right, shout out to Hellbat, but I appreciate that, bro. But let me.
Actually, high route. I think I know what he's talking about. We professionally use the camera to divert an alley from the high route. No, he probably corrected it in the chat.
Okay, yeah, we'll look out for that. Appreciate it, Hellbat.
True crime documentaries that we see presented on cable, presented on networks, also presented on places like Paramount Plus, where you can look through facial recognition and it can go spinning through jillions of faces until they find a match. In addition to that, we're looking at DNA. If they
give Hellbat a pass, I think he said before he uses voice to text.
Yeah.
All right, so it's all good.
Can find DNA on those shell casings, on those bullets, inside the room, let alone if they locate the mask, we know they picked up a cell phone. If it is his cell phone, they have all kinds of leads here. People who say, well, they haven't found him in 24 hours, so he must just be gone. It doesn't matter if he's gone. They will find him.
Ricky Kleeman, a family planning a funeral, and a fascinating conversation once again here on CBS News 24/7. Thank you so much.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what he's saying. Something I have to point out. Last scene going into the park is what he meant. It means they didn't see him leave professionally. They used the cameras to divert away from his actual route. Wow. So he got seen on cameras to low-key divert where he was actually going. Like so with strategy. Let me catch you up over here so y'all think I went this route when in reality I went the other way.
So it was a very so it might have been like a high level planning at this point.
That's the only thing. That's the only reason that's a great idea.
Hellbat brought it up. He said corporate espionage, like one of these corporations.
Guest dude said that.
My bad. Yeah, guest dude. But yes, guest dude pretty much made a good prediction when he said corporate espionage. I'm thinking like, you know what? I could see a group of CEOs going like, look,
we gotta get his ass out of here.
Yeah, we gotta get
his ass out.
Yeah, we gotta get his ass out of here. We know where he walks. We know where he stays. You just gotta pull up there. We'll go ahead and get the police to look the other way into certain things, and we got you. Because, well, let's be real. Come on,
right?
Corruptible police.
Now I see somebody in the chat saying a pretty good take. Like he was so professional, he made it look unprofessional.
Bad. And then he smiled in the camera, like he was just too smug.
Oh man. But hopefully y'all guys appreciated that. And like again, guys, I hadn't really delved too deep into that. I was a little bit out of the loop on that. So that was my raw reaction. Still kind of doing my research in the background as we speak on it. But we'll keep you guys updated as that situation develops.
And yeah, and then current other breaking news, man. Make sure we pray for the people in San Francisco because they just experienced a hurricane underwater. So I think they're supposed to be getting a tsunami just because.
All right, we can pull that up real quick. I did have this as well. How you feel about this? This was in Columbus. Remember this? A couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
We can pull that up later in the stream, maybe. I just had that up just in case, but we'll pull that up. Yeah, shout out, or actually prayers and thoughts with San Francisco.
Yeah, it is a quick little video, but yes, a magnitude 7.0.
That's a pretty big boy.
Whoops. Magnitude 7.0 earthquake hit South Carolina. So let's see here.
Wait,
not South Carolina.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Sorry, just got off work. But hit California.
Right here, guys.
To the latest here, breaking news from the West Coast at this hour. You are looking at live pictures here from California. A 7.0 magnitude earthquake in Northern California.
Bro, whistle.
He said, that's a bad boy. Now, 7.0, that's a big guy.
Yeah.
California experiences earthquakes frequently and regularly. So for him to throw that little whistle in there, that's big even for Cali.
Man, like didn't Katie get hit with something close to this?
I remember Japan did back in the day, and it triggered their nuclear reactors.
Bro, yeah, what's a tsunami?
Yeah, major
Jesus.
tsunami. That was crazy.
Man, RP created a Pokemon.
California right now. 5 million people are being issued to stay on lower ground to get out of buildings at this hour. The earthquake apparently happening offshore in Eureka, California, and that is the northern part of California, nearing the border with Oregon. Again, these are live pictures from the beaches of San Francisco right now as people on their cell phone looking for news as to what is going on. I'll tell you that in the last seconds here, we have learned that a tsunami warning has been dropped. And because this earthquake did happen off the coast, in the water, there was concern of a potential tsunami. There was a warning for some minutes here. That warning has dropped. But you can see the Pacific right now is not happy as it is raging as a result of this 7.0 magnitude earthquake. We're still awaiting word on casualties, if there are any injuries. But of course, this just happening in the last hour. We're still going to keep our eyes to the West Coast as we get more news. You can keep it right here on Fox 5 because we will, of course, bring that to you.
But yeah, we did just want to touch on that real quick, let you know what's going on out here because, yeah, an earthquake happening offshore and possibly triggering a tsunami.
That is wild. You can pull up the Tucker Carlson if you want to.
Gotcha. Is it in here somewhere?
Isn't it that one right there, the neo-Nazi? No. I'm sorry, the exclusive.
Got you. All right, man. We got an exclusive because I told you I was going to play it last night. I told y'all. And it's going to be the Tucker Carlson sitting down with Russians. I guess, what's his name? Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yeah, okay, my bad. Russian Foreign Minister
Sergei Lavrov.
Yeah, okay, so this is their foreign minister.
Okay.
Shout out. All right, man, we're going to go ahead and get right into it, man. So go ahead and sit back because we're about to get ready to learn some things, guys. Let's go.
Minister Lavrov, thank you for doing this.
Like the video, guys.
Do you believe?
Oh, yeah, before we start the show, man, go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Go ahead, yeah, double tap the screen or the 3 dots up there in the corner. Go ahead and support the show, man. We appreciate y'all. Let's keep it going. Oh, yeah, and any questions or comments you want to send in, send a $1 super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud for you.
Oh, shit. Stay safe, Zaz.
Yeah, let's go. And yes, stay safe.
Believe the United States and Russia are at war with each other right now?
I wouldn't say so. And in any case, this is not what we want. We would like to have normal relations with all our neighbors, of course, but generally with all countries on earth, especially with the great country like the United States. President Putin repeatedly expressed his respect for the American people, for the American history, for the American achievements in the world. And we don't see any reason why Russia and the United States cannot cooperate for the sake of the universe.
But the United States is funding a conflict that you're involved in, of course, and now is allowing attacks on Russia itself. So that doesn't constitute war?
We officially are not at war. But what is going on in Ukraine is some people call it hybrid war. I would call it hybrid war as well. But it is obvious that the Ukrainians would not be able to do what they're doing with long-range modern weapons without direct participation of the American services. I can't hate on that. And this is dangerous, no doubt about this. We don't want to aggravate the situation, but since ATACMS and other long-range weapons are being used against mainland Russia, as it were, we are sending signals, and we hope that the last one, a couple of weeks ago, the signal with the new weapon system called the Reshnik,
yes,
was taken seriously. However, we also know that some officials in the Pentagon and in other places, including NATO, they started saying in the last few days something like, well, NATO is a defensive alliance, but sometimes you can strike first because the attack is the best defense. Some others in Stratcom, I think, Buchanan is his name, representative of Stratcom, he said something which allows for an eventuality of exchange of limited nuclear strikes. And this kind of threats are really worrying, because if they are following the logic which some Westerners have been pronouncing lately, that, well, don't believe that Russia has red lines. They announce their red lines. These red lines are being moved again and again and again. This is a very serious mistake. That's what I would like to say in response to this question. It is not us who started the war. Putin repeatedly said that we started the operation in order to end the war which Kiev regime was conducting against its own people in the parts of Donbass. Just in his latest statement, the president clearly indicated that we are ready for any eventuality, but we strongly prefer peaceful solution through negotiations on the basis of respecting legitimate security interest of Russia and on the basis of respecting the people who live in Ukraine, who still live in Ukraine being Russians, and their basic human rights, language rights, religious rights have been exterminated by a series of legislation passed by the Ukrainian parliament, and they started long before the special military operation. Since 2017, legislation was passed prohibiting Russian education in Russian, prohibiting Russian media operating in Ukraine, then prohibiting Ukrainian media working in Russian language, and the latest, of course, there were also steps to cancel any cultural events in Russian. Russian books were thrown out of libraries and exterminated. And the latest was the law prohibiting canonic Orthodox Church, Ukrainian Orthodox Church. And you know, it's very interesting when people in the West say we want this conflict to be resolved on the basis of the UN Charter and respect for territorial integrity of Ukraine, Russia must withdraw.
Somebody emailed him. Was that you?
The Secretary General of the United Nations says similar things. Recently, his representative repeated that the conflict must be resolved on the basis of international law, UN Charter, General Assembly resolutions, while respecting territorial integrity of Ukraine. It's a misnomer, because if you want to respect the United Nations Charter, you have to respect it in its entirety. And the United Nations Charter, among other things, says that all countries must respect equality of states and the right of people for self-determination. And they also mentioned the United Nations General Assembly resolutions, and this is clear that what they mean is the series of resolutions which they passed after the beginning of the special military operation, and which demand condemnation of Russia. Russia get out of Ukraine territory in 1991 borders. But there are other United Nations General Assembly resolutions which were not voted, but which were consensual. And among them is a declaration on principles of relations between states on the basis of the Charter. And it clearly says, by consensus, everybody must respect territorial integrity of states.
And shout out Tucker Carlson, guys. We're gonna let this conversation continue to develop, but we're gonna
you're gonna respect Russia's integrity.
Oh God, they got some stuff going on over there, and we definitely need to be privy about what's going on. But we're gonna transition over here to lefties losing it, guys.
Because we do understand my man do sound a bit dry, so we gotta add some entertainment value into it as well.
For sure.
So go ahead and share the tab. Let's go.
But first, there's been more drama over Donald Trump's cabinet picks, with his nominee to run the Pentagon, Army veteran Peter Hegseth, the latest in the firing line, excuse the pun. Hegseth is a former Army National Guard who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. After retiring, he worked at 2 veterans-related nonprofits before becoming a Fox News host. He's a father of 7. This week, he's come under immense pressure over everything from a historical rape accusation to claims of financial mismanagement at charities to accusations of alcohol abuse and turning up to his TV gig reeking of booze. He denies all of it, and it's all come from unnamed sources published in media outlets notoriously hostile to the right. So Hegseth has come out swinging. In an exclusive interview with former Fox colleague and Paul Murray Live regular Megyn Kelly, and he claims he still has the confidence of Donald Trump.
I spoke to the president this morning. He said,
Make sure to like the video, guys. How many we got in here? Let's see. We got over 200, it looks like. About almost 200. So like the video, double tap that screen. You could also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner, show some support. That's all we ask, man. It's free. But also feel free to chime in with thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest. Video suggestions, post suggestions as well can be shared with the chat. All we ask is you super chat in, go ahead and then engage, interact with us, and we will be sure to respond. Thank you, guys.
I'm his guy. And I'm not going to give any other information from my conversations with the president. I believe that what he shares with me needs to stay in confidence. But things were addressed. And he said, "You're my guy."
Whether that remains the case or continues to remain.
I made the joke last night. I was like, yeah, I have a lot in common when it comes to women. Yeah. When it comes to women, bro, these two have a lot.
They are what you would call womenizers.
The man literally told a story on the show where he was like, all right, yeah, it was this guy's wife. Well, I was sleeping with her. I didn't know that she was married. But yeah, like, you know, after I slept with her, she went back to her husband, told him, thing, you know, everyday thing, you know, another life in Playboy Peace life.
Am I wrong for saying that I would have voted for him after hearing for that?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, damn, that's almost better than grab her by the pussy.
I ain't gonna lie. It's the transparency of it. I'm like, look, I didn't know, but yes, I did it.
I'm like, Chad energy. I'm like,
oh God, like silent round of applause for my man.
Oh God. Play.
The case, well, who knows? Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is now reportedly being considered for the defense secretary role as doubts grow over whether Hegseth will be confirmed by the Senate. Trump wasted no time.
I don't know, and all jokes aside, when you hear politicians be as candid and transparent as that and tell a real life story like that, it makes them a lot more personable. Like, okay, these guys aren't just robots, NPCs, like they're actual humans. Like,
oh, they make mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying it's something that we should look on favorably, something positive, but to hear him say that is just like, okay, well, yeah, it kind of humanizes them to a degree.
But some people like that illusion of the politician being perfect, you know, woman or a guy, and it's usually not the truth.
It's not the truth, and it's best if we just kind of rip that Band-Aid off. Like, guys, these are people too. Like, they live the same life, the same experiences of us. 9 times out of 10, they're not so different. They just maybe have a political science degree and some power.
Hey, Greg, chill out, for I have to give you a legal note.
Oh, shit.
But subbing in Pam Bondi as his pick for Attorney General following Matt Gaetz's withdrawal after concerns over FBI investigations into alleged criminal activity, including sexual activity with a 17-year-old girl. But it doesn't sound like Hegseth plans to go quietly. Writing in an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal, he's not backing down and dumping on the media show trial.
So what NBC is going to do is make up anonymous sources, none of which are close to me, none of which know me, claiming that I had a drinking problem at Fox or was drunk on air. I tell everybody out there, check the tape.
Yeah, where's the drunken tape?
Right.
Hey, Pete, if the confirmation doesn't pan out, you could always try your luck here in Australia. We pay our TV hosts $2 million a year.
That is a wild accusation when you can replay the tape. Like, okay, hold on. Did this man ever seem like he was incoherent on camera, belligerent, under the influence? Like, or is there just something that we're just going to take at face value? Like, oh, I guess he was drunk. They said he was drunk.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, like, he did it like, yeah, I was a partier and I did a lot of wild things, but like, come on, man, He said, for this job, I'm locked in. It's all good. He's like, bro. And if he's like, if I was drunk on camera, no God, pull the clip.
And it's crazy how they use your transparency against you. Like he gave him an inch and they made it into a mile. Like he admitted to liking the party. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, he was drunk on camera. Like, whoa. Y'all took it a little too far.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. To the left, what they did to this man, bro. They try to frame it as if his own mom doesn't like him. That's how wild it was.
They know no ends, bro. They know no ends.
For drunken performances like this one.
That's any sign of her down in
This
Melbourne.
has got...
Yeah, how hard that was to say.
I can't believe how good you looked this morning. How good does Lisa Wilkinson look with zero sleep? I applaud you and I salute you.
Classic here.
The
Meanwhile, Trump has announced...
goal. Say nah, but look, what's wrong with that? Praising his female co-host, what's wrong with that?
Hey, salute.
I mean, shit. If that makes him a bad guy, then oh my gosh, y'all probably would hate me.
I mean, then we can't give a girl a pat on the back.
Like, come on, guys. Like, what are we really hating this man for? And again, it's like the people we loved before they came out and associated themselves with Trump are the same people that we hate now for associating themselves with Trump. Like, it's kind of funny. It's not necessarily who they are, their character. It's just, no, their mere association with that man that has them like, oh, no, we hate this guy now.
Disingenuous.
Bro, for what? For what, guys? For what? And like I said, a lot of us are going to have to look up in 6 to 12 months when these people do their job and be like, damn, I was kind of wrong. I prematurely judged these guys just based off of how I felt about Trump.
Now, when DOJ finally gets investigated, they're like, all right, so who actually ordered this whole like thing against Trump? Who are the main names against it? Because never y'all really just try to call this man a dictator and Hitler.
Appoint a new special envoy for hostage affairs. Adam Boehler was a lead negotiator on the team that brokered the Abraham Accords, the deals that saw a handful of Arab countries normalize relations with Israel during Trump's last presidency. Now, this appointment, along with Trump's online comments earlier this week, promising they'll be all held to pay if Hamas doesn't release the remaining hostages before he takes office. Gosh, it's refreshing. The weak leadership on Israel has only enabled and incentivized terrorists and their sympathizers around the world, not least here in Australia. The 100 hostages still being held in Gaza deserve nothing less than a strong president who will finally truly fight for them. Too much of the world has shamefully forgotten all about them. But trust, there'll always be some crazy lefty at MSNBC who feels sorry for the poor little terrorists in this situation because they're the ones being bullied by Trump.
To our local gangster, Donald Trump. He's not even president yet, and he's already spending his time sitting in his golden palace, Mar-a-Lago, muscling other countries like he's Tony Soprano with a social media site.
If only we could write off those comments as drunken on-air rambling. Sadly, they're sober, just characteristically delusional.
All right. Shout out, man. Lefty's losing it. It's become one of my favorite segments, honestly. I like the interjection of politics with some comedic elements and aspects added to it. You gotta appreciate it. But actually, let's transition right here into this Jon Stewart and Bernie Sanders.
I think Joy Reid is my favorite, like black liberal, just because of how delusional she is.
Yo, she kind of reminds me. She exemplifies everybody's black liberal auntie, the educated one.
Oh, annoyingly educated, I like to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the weekly show. Pod. My name is Jon Stewart. This is I don't know if it's not our last, it may be our penultimate weekly show pod for this, the Lord's year of 2024, which has been, I don't know if you guys have known this, but a little tumultuous. We appear to be in a transitional period where we are not sure about whether the ground we are standing on is solid, although the news media seems convinced that we are the roadrunner and the coyote has run over the cliff, and we just looked down and realized there's nothing under our feet, and now we are plunging to our deaths because the news media is always very circumspect. We don't know what's going to happen when Donald Trump takes over. Unfortunately, we can't see into the future, but we have to be prepared for all outcomes. I don't know how helpful it is to get us shitting our pants this much this early, but I guess it's always important to stay on top of it. It's kind of why I'm actually really excited to have this podcast. I am convinced it must be such a strange thing. It is for me, for someone who has kind of complained about wanting government to be more efficient and more responsive and making fundamental changes, to see that mantle being carried out by a group of people that I don't necessarily trust to do it in a manner. That is, but I guess that's what it is that's what losing elections is, man. You don't get to dictate anymore. You don't get to say, well, what if we did it this way? That's the beauty of it. This is in the joint custody agreement that we now have in America. It is, I guess the kids they're going to live with dad for the summer, and you just got to fucking eat it. Just, I don't want them going on the lake in the raft. And you're like, well, you're not here. You're not in charge. So you don't get to decide. And that's a tough one. But
the underlining disrespect for a male authority is crazy.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, well, daddy's not there. Who cares? Nobody listens to him. Okay, so rejecting male authority, the same male authority that protects people. Okay.
It's a reoccurring theme, man. Like I said, bro, it's that type of shit, that type of ideology that's really just a detriment. Like, bro, anybody saying shit like that, bro, we need y'all to just stop talking for real.
I'm really excited for our guest today, because I think he has embodied somebody who's been really consistent about fighting for the rights of workers and fighting for an economy that more aligns with, I think, what a healthy society should align their economy with, and more bottom up and more respect for work and labor and not causing people to get squeezed in such a way that everything feels so tenuous all the time. So I'm excited to get to him. I won't babble around any longer. I'll just get to it. So let's welcome in right now. We're delighted that he can join us. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, Chair of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. And Senator, thank you so much for being here today. I'm excited to talk to you.
Well, my pleasure, John, and keep up the great work.
Well, thank you, sir. You too. Now, I have sort of a theory of the election, and it is purely my opinion, but I got the sense that what kind of happened to the Democrats was that they were in a position to defend a status quo that most voters, certainly many, felt was no longer delivering for them. That, and there's all kinds of different iterations and permutations of that thought. But it feels like the party that believes most in government's ability to improve people's lives and to play that role kind of didn't understand that people felt that it wasn't, that many Democrats felt like, oh no, we are improving your lives. You just don't realize it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that resonates with you, sir?
It is, John. I would look at it just a hair differently, but I think you're on to the fundamental issue of the campaign. Bottom line is, Donald Trump said, the system is broken. That's all. And I'm going to smash it.
Right. I'm going to burn it down.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what Democrats have been saying is, basically, we're going to tinker around the edges, but we defend the status quo. We'll make a little bit of a change here or there. So if you're an ordinary person, and you don't have to have a PhD in economics, what you understand is that you can't afford housing. You go to the grocery store, prices are higher. You understand.
And it's crazy because Bernie is saying this. Remember, a guy on the Democratic side, socialists, and even he's pretty much saying like, bro, y'all effing up.
Well, the newest member of the Libertarian Party, actually.
Hey, my man. Shout out. But yeah, hey, about time you left that party. Trust me, because they left you just like they left us all. They left us all, Bernie. It's okay. It's okay. But it is a bit funny how we're looking at this man now, and it's kind of just like, hey, the sensible liberals are coming together, and they're just like, bro, I'm talking to my liberal companions, and they're not getting housing laws. actually, not only they're not getting it, but they're doubling down on the mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And now it seems like it's only the sensible, I'm gonna call them the sensible liberals that are the only ones that are actually talking some sense, but they're getting attacked.
And this is why you see all this back and forth, all the infighting going on within the Democratic Party right now, is because, like you said, you have some sensibles literally arguing with the crazies. Like, that's exactly what's going on, guys.
Mm. And shout out Hellbat, man. He said, real quick, look it up. Is it possible to enter the drainage system in Central Park and read what I'm reading? I think that's a possibility. Yes. And shout out Hellbat. He said, for the Hitman case. It could be.
Oh, who was that?
He wants to look
of course it is. Of course you can get down there in that New York sewage system.
I mean, bro, you can access the New York sewage system from, a lot of locations, thousands of locations.
Of course. And yeah, there's definitely people who know the inner workings and who know the route and the guide of it as well.
Yeah.
So if he's good at his job, I mean, that's a possibility as well.
Yeah, no, which side got the least roaches and rats, huh?
Sure, fuck it. There might be some alligators down there, but getting away is getting away.
Boy. Man, but
that everything
shut out.
Being equal, your kid may have a lower standard of living than you do, despite huge increases in worker productivity.
Mm-hmm.
You look around and you're seeing billionaires becoming much richer, while people in your neighborhood are falling further and further behind. You can't afford to go to a doctor, or if you're lucky, if you're blind, a doctor. If you have a little baby, the cost of child care is extremely high. You're worried about public education. The system is not working for you. The reality is it is working very, very well for the people on top, the people, in fact, who Donald Trump will end up defending.
And this is, Senator, for you, this has got to be sort of a strange moment. So I feel like you, for 50 years, have kind of railed against this idea of an economy that devalued labor and kind of overvalued capital and investment. And we watched money walk away from the United States, searching for cheaper labor and cheaper goods and all that. And we lost manufacturing base and workers. But
so now y'all want to admit that. So the whole time y'all was out there saying, what you mean the economy's getting better? There's more jobs. Now we got two ex-Democrat. I ain't gonna lie, because my man John Stewart is about to be a ex-Democrat in a second. But now he wants to admit, after gaslighting us this whole election, that I ain't even gonna lie to you, God, man. Like, bro, affordability was trash. He pretty much was saying, damn, what was he saying? He was like, how a lot
prices were high.
Yeah, and how we lost a lot of jobs due to companies walking away because of our tax policies and the way we did, I ain't gonna lie, operate with these corporations. We did not show them no mercy. And I'm gonna be real with you, we try to tighten it up even more. And some of these people left. And now people on the left are finally admitting to it.
And that's where Trump comes in with these tariffs, guys.
Searching for cheaper labor and
tariffs and tax cuts,
cheaper goods and all that. And we lost manufacturing base and workers. But generally, labor has paid the price of this kind of what they would call neoliberal economics. You've railed against that forever.
John, the issue is A, the reality, and B, that we don't talk about the reality. Okay, here's the reality. You want to hear reality?
Man, please.
Over the last 50 years, 50 years, despite huge increases in worker productivity as a result of technology, the average blue-collar worker today, in inflation adjusted for dollars, is earning maybe the same, maybe a hair less than he or she did 50 years ago. How's that?
Not good.
It's horrible. It's unbelievable.
Right.
And at the same time, there has been a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%.
Damn.
Got that? Massive transfer of wealth. So ordinary people may not have, know that.
Layman's, the poor got poorer and the rich got richer. Major wealth transfer there.
Under Democrats?
Under Democrats. Stands the reason that's why he left the goddamn party. But shout out Bernie Sanders, man. Everybody's favorite socialist, will now termed the libertarian, man, giving some good insight. Let's get into this video here. This is FBI whistleblower dropping bombshells, reveals possible DOJ sabotage of the newly appointed FBI director, and more, guys. Like the video if you haven't already.
Oh, shout out Kash Patel. Hopefully we can keep him and Pete Hegseth.
And John Ratcliffe.
Oh, man. We can keep them.
Steve, how you doing, brother?
Great to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Bro, the stuff that I'm watching with Kash Patel. Did Iran actually hack Kash Patel, or was Iran actually some of the people who used to work with James Comey and Andrew McCabe?
Let me drop some knowledge on you. Please. So the FBI has their rule book. It's called the DIOG, Domestic Investigations Operations Guide. And there's a portion in there. It's called Appendix G. And it basically stipulates that the FBI can open up a full counterintelligence investigation on anyone who they believe could be the target, like the victim of a recruitment scheme from a foreign actor. So that leak indicates that there's actually a full counterintelligence investigation open on Kash Patel at this time. They're doing it for his benefit, of course, but they're going to get full access through national security letters to his banking records, all of his electronic communications, again, to protect him against that recruiting.
And the fact that that information found its way to the front page of CNN is just, I mean,
and shout out guest dude. Let's pull that up real quick. He says, there are no FBI whistleblowers except Mulder. And that's pretty much what he's alluding to is a point we had both agreed to on yesterday's stream, that any FBI whistleblower or anybody you see coming out spilling the beans it's controlled opposition. It's part of operation.
Even
that CIA runs, pretty much saying like, okay, well, we don't care about the public knowing about this shit.
Yeah.
So
remember what Stephen Greer was saying when he said, "Oh yeah, what you mean? I got to prove to say certain things. I got to prove that I can't say certain things." He's like, so hold on. You went to these people and they approved you to say this, but you're not approved to say other things.
Yep. They don't care about releasing some information, and it stands to reason that they're doing so to kind of detract attention away from other topics, other more sensitive topics.
But honestly, I would say they're doing this just to add that doubt onto it. Oh, well, you're telling me the people you're trying to expose gave you permission to expose them, and they only let you tell a certain amount. Well, who's to say you're not corrupted at this point now? So it kind of like adds that skepticism off rip.
Yeah.
Anytime they speak,
it becomes very convoluted. Like, okay, so is this really something that you're supposed to tell us, or were you assigned to tell us this? Is this true? Is it false?
Yeah, like what's going on?
It's kind of hard to keep up with.
And make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Appreciate the support, guys.
They just must have great sources, really.
I mean, look, Andy McCabe over at CNN now, I'm sure he's just giving guidance back to his Rolodex of contacts within the FBI.
That's right. These people, they're such sick bastards, aren't they? So expect this playbook to be used against Kash Patel. You are saying that they are now scraping through everything that Kash has ever done, even though he received awards for his work inside the Justice Department, 16 years inside the Justice Department, then working for special operations and being one of the lawyers protecting the highest echelons of military service. They're going to go back through and they're going to try and sabotage Kash because it's a threat to the system.
They are also trying to cull through his foundation. Look, I was pinged by NBC to provide my comments about the Fight with Kash Foundation, which it basically serves to assist military veterans and whistleblowers. And they want to, I don't know, paint some sort of corruption scandal on that. Look, my experience with Kash Patel was, we're talking about a guy who has some investigative skills. 2 years ago, during Thanksgiving, actually, I got a phone call from a number I didn't know, but I was getting lots of weird phone calls at the time because my name had just become out. And I answer it, and it's a gentleman who says, "Hey, this is Kash Patel, and I have a foundation that supports whistleblowers. I would like to give you, because you're unpaid and definitely suspended forever by the FBI, $5,000. My foundation is going to give you that donation to get your family through Christmas. I don't want any attention on this. Don't tell anybody. This is just something that I do because I believe in." That's the character of the man who is tapped to become the next FBI director.
Wow.
He said, "We know you're about to get fired because you did a real thing, but yeah, I'm gonna send you $5,000, man, get you through Christmas and
understand people in position are showing you favor, bro. We believe in your message, and yeah, we'll give you a little something to hold you down."
God, look out for another check.
Oh God, keep the message going. Shout out though. That just kind of shows you Kash Patel's character.
Yeah, low key.
For those of y'all who don't like him just because of his affiliation with Trump, like these are good people. These just because they're affiliated with Trump or quote unquote loyalists or they serve him in some way or capacity doesn't mean they're inherently bad people, guys.
I would say Kash Patel's more loyal to the officers or I guess the people in the FBI than to Trump, in my opinion. Let's be real. He's like, all right, like
the agents.
Yeah, he's like that. Yeah, he's more
not the bad actors, guys.
Yeah, not the bad actors, but he's more loyal to the good agents in the FBI that actually want to, go out there and bring justice and bring people in.
Not facts. Those are the people. I mean, in any organization, the people that are really doing the work are people on the ground level, not the people, not the supervisors, not the managers, the workers, the agents. So that's who he's backing here, and it just shows his character. Shout out.
That's remarkable. I've honestly never heard that story. Kash has been on the program talking about the work of his foundation. That's remarkable, Steve. What an honorable thing to do. So you're saying that that this honorable man, who we distinctly want and advocate for and are campaigning for to get the job at the FBI, that they aren't done launching dirty tricks at Kash. What do you expect next? I mean, what does this mean effectively? Can you explain in layman's terms the counter intel operation that is being run against Kash Patel? What should we expect from this?
I think they're going to do something similar to what we saw with Donald Trump, where they take him literally and not seriously, where the statement that Kash makes sort of a tongue-in-cheek, I would shut down the FBI headquarters and reopen it as a museum to the deep state. There will be a lot of pearl clutching at something like that, where it's a throwaway line and it's him saying that the entire thing needs to be paradigm shifted and rethought, and we need to get a lot of the bodies out of Washington, D.C., out of the swamp, actually going after criminals out there. But they're going to try to paint that with him, and as well as just question his bona fides, which he's got extremely
freedom fighters or I don't know, free right activists. Yeah, stop going after people who actually help the people and go after people who hurt the people. FBI. Yeah, that would be a nice turnaround, would it not?
Eminent qualifications. Look, the one element that seems to get overlooked a lot that I like to hammer on is he started his career as a lawyer, as a public defender. Yes. Not white shoe law firm, $600 an hour public defender. I'm talking about federal public defender, local public defender. He has an appreciation for the power that the government can bring to bear to make the process the punishment. And for anyone on the communist left to have problems with a Kash Patel, when you have a person of color who came from a public defense standpoint, that's a wet dream for you. But it just...
So hold on. Y'all ain't had nothing to say when Indian Kamala was trying to be president. But now the Dems are trying to true racism. Oh, well, he's Indian. He don't got no loyalty to us and all that. I'm like, really? But you about to elect Indian, Jamaican. Come on now.
Y'all were mad when we mentioned her identity or her race, but now y'all all on Kash Patel's ass because, again, his affiliation with Trump. His people y'all didn't have no issue with before, but because they come out and side with Trump, y'all on the hate train.
It's like, how your racism shows depending on the person?
Like, come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Depending on who the person supports.
Yeah, or depending on the person's ideology. It's like, why?
Come on, man.
Sort of
like the video, guys. Double tap that screen.
Shows that they are not really about the messaging that they push out there because they're outcome driven. They're not really process driven people.
So should we expect a Kavanaugh style, Donald Trump style, Russiagate op to be launched against Kash? It does seem to me, Steve, that the FBI is the birthplace of all dirty tricks, is currently housing the Epstein list, the Diddy list, all of the Biden files that they refuse to give to Chairman James Comer, who's just on the program. This is ground zero for every op that has been launched against the American public. I mean, let's not even talk about January 6th and how many FBI agents might have been in the audience, in the crowd, and how many of them behaved illegally. It seems like this is like the vanguard. This is what this is Helm's Deep, man. They must defend this place. And if we breach the ramparts here, then it's kind of over. And that's why they're gonna, I think, do everything they can to keep Kash from getting the chair.
We'll go into the DNA of the FBI, right? Please. You have Hoover, who basically had DROG on everyone in order to keep the agency going. And what's amazing is you go to the old timer agents who even served underneath them. He is still a beloved figure. I think that his intentions, be it as they may with having the derogatory Oppo research on people, were just for the Bureau to attain a place. And he really came from a position of wanting to root out communism. But be that as it may, he had his pros and his cons. Kash Patel has a chance to become the most beloved director since Director Hoover, because
I mean, and if he gets in and operates on that agenda that, you know, he claims he will operate on, what Trump hired him for, what he brought him into the cabinet for, then yeah, he has a chance to be one of the most influential, impactful FBI directors in the modern day era.
He gonna be the standard, and that's what we need for him to be the standard.
Bro, think about it. The FBI hasn't had any reformation since its inception, really. So if he goes in there, shakes shit up, gets some of the bad actors out of place, and really makes it operate for our good versus against our good, then bro, I mean, they'll put this man's name up in the rafters.
Oh God,
make a statue of this man or somewhere.
He's gonna come in and he'll be.
I would say, if anything, like I said, they set him as the standard, and that would be going forward. Like, if you even try to act outside what this man did, you're going to be known as a terrible FBI director, and as you should.
Confirmed. I'm actually feeling more confident now as I'm seeing like a Ted Cruz come out and speak on his behalf. As somebody who's respected and sort of comes from the conservative side, but at the same time has the chops and is respected across the entire caucus of the Republicans. But he's going to come in when the FBI is at its absolute depths. Absolutely no trust from the public. And he's going to do something along the lines of the Twitter files. Just open up everything, because he's starting with a fresh slate. He's not going to come in and get co-opted and then all of a sudden have to protect the agency. He doesn't have the rosy colored glasses in front of him like so many of these directors do that are just struck by the mystique and aura of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He's actually seen the corruption because he worked on Russiagate. And let's reveal the Epstein files. Let's reveal the P. Diddy files, the Vegas shooting files, the Covenant Christian cover-up. Yes. Let's get to all of those things so the American people can know about it and say, hey, look, we are coming to you and saying it's a new day. Can you give us this one chance? Because otherwise, there is no way forward for the country to exist with a secret police force, the FBI.
Yes. Okay. So you hit on a couple of scandals that there's too many to really enumerate. It's hard to actually keep them all in line. Now, based on your deep and institutional understanding of the FBI, what would you advise Kash to do first to amend the system? Would it be the D class, the full D class? What about the mass exodus that we keep hearing about of people that would mass resign? I mean, would you welcome that at the FBI?
Oh, I would absolutely welcome it, because the people that are going to be backing out are doing things. They're professionally useless people for the most part. They're political ideologues who are going to take this protest and take their ball and go home with it. Most of them aren't, because
and shout out Hellback, because he said, man, disband the FBI, the CIA, NSA, and reinstate the OSS, which is the Office of Strategic Strategies, which pretty much was the old CIA, during World War II.
Most FBI agents are financially beholden to the Bureau. They live hand-to-mouth, paycheck to paycheck, which should really render the American people very concerned that their premier law enforcement agency is filled with compromised people outside of the political activists. That's not going to happen. But what I would advise Kash to do, a couple of things. One, eliminate the quota system, the IPM, Integrated Program Management, that says the FBI has to open up a certain number of cases and arrest a certain number of people every single year. That inversely perverts the incentive structure for law enforcement, because now they're incentivized to bring crime up. Let's use the law as a weapon to get our stats up so that we can go to Congress and say, give us more funding. So our senior executives can get bonuses, because they get bonuses when their underlings arrest the right number of people. I would also do away with the intelligence collection apparatus that they have. That's the secret police force. That's a Stasi thing. Tactical intelligence, I go to my intelligence analyst and say, hey, what's the license plate of the bad guy that I'm going after? So if I see him, I'll know, right? But just opening up a case on Benny because, I don't know, I got a funny feeling about that guy. Let me dig into his records, which is what they do now. That needs to go away. And then also just revamp the way that they're actually bringing in the personnel, which since 2009, when Barack Obama took the reins, the personnel have been brought in have been essentially all Marxist communists. And they are bought in wholly to the power of the FBI. And a lot of them, because they're DEI, are not capable of doing the job, and they know it. So they will just follow orders in order to keep that gravy train. I mean, 5 years into the Bureau, you're making $130K, 50 paid days off a year, 3 paid hours a week to work out, work on your mental health. It's a pretty sweet gig.
50 days off a year? 50 days?
50 days
That's
between
insane.
all of it.
What? I don't think we take 50 hours off on this program. Yeah, I don't know. Killer Klein's over here. Like, we've slept in the studio. That's insane. What? Yeah, I haven't slept since Nam. Yeah, that's right. Hey, poor ALX. If we take 50 minutes off and we miss something on X, I'm like, where were we? That's garbage, dude. That's garbage. I don't know. There's this post. ALX, can you find that one post, that FBI agent that was kneeling, the famous kneeling BLM FBI agents? I just really quickly, while I have you here, Steve, want to get your take on this. ALX will grab it. I'm sure you know the photo.
Yeah, it's the Neil Team 6.
Neil Team 6. That's it. Meal Team 6. That's exactly right. So this was of course allowed. Here it is right here. This is, of course, allowed. Now, I went viral by putting this up and saying, her first, fire her first. And you'll send a message to everyone that the FBI is back in business of fighting crimes and solving crimes. And not doing exactly what you said, which is psychotic political activism, which this photo must disgust you. Can you explain?
Nah, shout out. I think this was a good video. Shout out this courageous FBI whistleblower for coming out and
standing up for my man Kash Patel. Man, he's a friend. He's a friend pretty much who Kash Patel helped out in a very effed up moment. Apparently, my man stood on 10. He got put on suspension for good. And my man was like, look, bro, I ain't going to let you be out here suffering just because you was out here trying to do your damn job.
All that while risking his name and image. So shout out the bravery. But let's transition right here into Unusual Suspects, which is Vinny from Valuetainment, his platform. Mayor Eric Adams, which, liberal mayor, liberal city, he's actually standing 10 when it comes to Democrats who are throwing some dirt on his name over his stance on migrants in his city. So let's get into this video real quick, guys. Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap that screen for us. But let's do it.
I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, Mayor Adams, he's had such a turbulent couple of years. He's just riding this roller coaster wave. He announced yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw it or not, he shifted his policies. He's deporting migrants from New York City, and who have been charged with crimes even before convictions. That's a little gray area, but I respect it. He said, my position is people who commit crimes in our city, you have abdicated your right to be in the city. He also revealed plans to meet Tom Homan, the border czar, to discuss the city's approach to legal immigration. You know how that meeting is going to go. You're an idiot. You caused the problem. I'm going to fix it. I love that guy, bro. I would love to be like a Thanksgiving dinner with him and he's drunk. You know what I mean?
Tom Homan, massive Freudian slip in that.
What happened?
In that slip, Eric Adams, who abdicated his responsibility to the people, actually gives a quote and uses the word abdication.
Abdication, yeah.
There's a Freudian slip.
There's a big time Freudian slip. And also he said he wants to collaborate with the Trump administration. This policy change comes because, guys, I don't know if you've been following the news. New York is hell on earth. It's Gotham City. I'm from New York, bro. All my aunts do is complain. All my cousins are complaining. You can't walk around the streets. I love how the left makes it seem like, what are you talking about? Manhattan is good. I go, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You live on the Upper East Side. You're up in your freaking Robert De Niro freaking high rise. You're not affected, but the people in the street are. So they've had over 200,000 illegals coming in this past couple of years. And the mayor's
emphasis on illegals, while everybody wants to say the rights problem is with migrants or just people not from this country in general. Like, no, nobody has a problem with legal migrants, bro. Like, come over, add to the society, do what you got to do, go to school, take up a job, produce. Add to what we got going on.
And you're crazy how we're just acting for our loss to be respected, and then we're getting called racist for it.
That's what the craziest part about it is.
I damn near feel like Walmart during the BLM riots. It's like, oh, I'm racist for moving out of a city or moving out of a neighborhood that's robbing me.
Yeah.
And then hold on. Yeah, y'all mayor and governor is letting it happen. Oh, yeah, you bet your ass I'm gone. Oh, but I'm racist for it.
But said these are the same people that say having borders is racist. You can't win with these people, bro.
Stance reflected the
really can. I mean, it's anything to let them take advantage of
Departures from previous policies that awaited convictions before considering the deportation. Here's a video of him yesterday, just a completely different man. You know what I mean? He's actually the problem. He caused the problem. Now he's trying to fix it. Go ahead, play this clip.
Those who are here committing crimes, robberies, shooting at police officers, raping innocent people, have been a harm to our country. I want to sit down and hear the plan on how we're going to address them. Those are the people I am talking about, and I would love to sit down with the Board of Czar and hear his thoughts on how we're going to address those who are harming our citizens.
It's not complicated.
No. I'm open to
hearing what their plan is.
Innocent people.
Yeah,
I think.
And this is amid allegations that he took, I think, $100,000 bribe. He's trying to go for re-election. So you do have to question the position of this man and why he might be saying what he's saying right now. But it stands to be true. I'm not going to lie. The people who are committing crimes against citizens who didn't ask for these people to be pushed onto them. What are we going to do about these people?
I mean,
something needs to be done.
Yeah, and let's be real. Something needs to be done humanely, of course. And, well, I'm going to be real with you quickly.
So the point is, guys, that you might not like the spokesman, but the message stands to be true.
Even though the spokesman is the one who caused it.
Yeah, oh God.
The message is still true.
You could rape a guilty person, I guess.
Isn't that called prison? Hey, just because I broke the vase and I said it needs to be cleaned up doesn't mean the vase don't need to be cleaned up. That's
true.
Let me. You know what's interesting? And I was talking to the team the other day. I want you to all go back and Google Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama.
Google what they said about those who commit crimes in our city.
Oh,
And what
I
they
thought he was
said
going to say
in
Google
our country.
Pizzagate.
They said those who commit crimes need to get out right away. That was their position. So this is not a new position, because in the state of in the New
York
era of cancel culture,
that's not
No, it feels brand new since you were just telling us, we need to invite these people in, give them asylum, use tax money to help these people in. So I don't know about that, man. I don't know about
house them, feed them, let them get jobs that citizens or homeless people could be applying for.
I mean, if you'd have just started out with this in the beginning, you wouldn't be where you're at today. And man, make sure to go ahead and double tap the screen and like the video, or the 3 dots up there to like the video, man. Let's get more people on the conversation. We appreciate the support. We appreciate the support, guys. And shout out Gerard, man. Those sanctuary mayors and governors are the true insurrectionists. Now that's facts. Or indirectionists. Like, please.
No one's afraid to be honest about the truth. Well, cancel me, because I'm going to protect the people of the city. And if you come into this country, in this city, and think you're going to harm innocent New Yorkers and innocent migrants,
and that was the message all along. So if you got Eric Adams, an overly liberal New York mayor, saying this, then were we right the whole time?
I mean, it seems like it.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like a female when she's validated.
It's like
in an argument.
Oh God, they love to turn the knife on.
Like I ain't gonna lie. I feel like my girl when I validate her in an argument. Like, oh my gosh, I feel her. Like, so I was right the whole time. Like
you're finally gonna stop gaslighting me,
bro.
It's like, bro. It's like you finally just sit back. You're just like, damn, y'all finally about to stop gaslighting me. Like, huh?
Like, this is what we've been screaming. This is what the right has been screaming, or people with some common sense have been screaming the whole time. Like, look, it isn't an issue with the race or a country of people. It's just like they can't be pushed on us in this way. Y'all are doing it the wrong way.
And let's be real. Like, Gerard has a point. That is like a bit, like kind of like an insurrectionist. You're literally, and what's the main definition? You're stopping a process in America. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. One of the most important process, our legal process, the legal process that protects us, the same legal process that we're ignoring that is causing some of our U.S. citizens to be hurt. So yeah, it is a bit of an insurrectionist thing to say when you go out there and be like, yo, I'm gonna sit here and stop these people who came here illegally from being taken at the suffering of my own people. Yeah, you need to get your ass up out of here because you're no longer looking out for your own people. And shout out Mr. Doc Hill, because I guess, but late than never, but better late than never. We appreciate you, Mr. Doc Hill.
asylum seekers. This is not the mayor you want to be in the city under.
Oh, okay. All right.
Tough guy.
Tom, what you made a great point that he just said about the art. What did he say that we
He
both
said
picked?
raping innocent people.
Yeah.
And David and I looked at each other and says, I guess you can rape guilty people. But I thought that was called prison.
I thought
it was definitely a weird caveat, not just raping people, but raping innocent people.
Innocent.
But by the way, I don't think he gets to like just wash his hands and say, look, now I'm part of the solution. You cannot have that much of a 180 on policy and then claim to be the righteous person when you were that wrong such a short period of time ago. He was shipping illegals to Canada, giving them a bus ticket and saying, go cross the border illegally into Canada in so many words. And they wanted New York to be a sanctuary city until it was too much of a problem. Then they want that problem to be Canada's problem. I mean, this guy is the problem. The fact that he's had some awakening now doesn't allow him to wash his hands.
And it might be an upgrade. Texas had bigger buses and they were shipping them to New York.
Yeah. They're putting them up in whole hotels.
Yeah, Ian, what's your take on this whole thing?
Oh, it's kind of the Jeff Bezos. Like, do you know how Jeff Bezos didn't endorse Kamala Harris this time? Because the writing's kind of on the wall. Like, we're about to live under Trump and I want what's best for me. All of a sudden, it's like, looks to me like Mr. Adams is realizing that he's screwed if he stays in line.
And a lot of these powerful people in position, the billionaires of the world, like a Jeff Bezos, like a Mark Zuckerberg, and this is what I was referencing earlier when I said Mark Zuckerberg is taking a page out of Elon's book and putting himself in good position with Trump. You see how he's kind of pivoted his stance. He's trying to get in good position with Trump. He's over here trying to facilitate a relationship with Trump. It's because he knows that there's going to be 4 years of Trump attacking people like Mark Zuckerberg and CEOs who operate as Zuck did.
Yeah, and then here's the thing though, because it does seem a bit fake. You know, the reason it seems fake because last election you was ready to hide everything this man said.
Oh, he's definitely operating in his own interest. He's definitely
that's what I'm saying. So you were operating in your own interest then, and it was against Trump. So now you're over here bending the knee because you seen the projected win towards Trump. And I'll be real. The type of
ahead of the train,
bro. The type of technology that he has at Facebook, I can see him automatically knowing the results of the election already.
Oh yeah,
I can see him knowing. I can see like, bro, I can see this man Zuckerberg knowing the election like probably like 3 weeks out. And realize
just off of data analysis and the information that they have access to, they definitely had an enhanced view of what was going on of the election. And maybe the result of the election versus the average person.
Man, and every comment and all the comments in the comments,
they got access
talking
to
about said election.
All of it. They probably knew well ahead of the average American citizen what was going to happen or how that election was going to go. So yeah, Mark Zuckerberg is operating in his own self-interest here, trying to position himself with Trump, pretty much to stay out of the way, so to speak. Yeah. So get on his good side.
At least he's bending the knee instead of showing defiance. That wouldn't be the best.
Fine with what he's been doing.
Yeah. Facts.
And it's time to jump ship. And so now all the rats are jumping ship.
Every single rat. And then, by the way, so you guys noticed the fact, and Alberto, I'll come to you. He mentioned Hillary Clinton and Barack singing that same tune back in the day. Here's the clip. And mind you, they've all, and I'm just curious, and I want to ask all of you guys, what makes somebody change all of a sudden? Because anything that Trump says, they have to say the opposite. If Trump came out and says, I like air, CNN would be like this. Air is just unqualified to be air. And you know what? Trump is
air is bad.
Not all air is good.
Yeah, everybody hold their breath till they died. Here's a clip of Hillary, and this is her attitude towards illegals. Go ahead.
So I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
They're gone.
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally.
I ain't gonna lie, this is the Democrat I remember. This is the Democrat that my family, or that honestly I grew up on. My family voted for. This is the Democrat that, like, Democrats that I honestly grew up listening to. And it sounds reasonable.
But this just goes to show, guys, and it's what I always say, these politicians will pivot whenever they deem it necessary. They're sycophants to the true definition of the word. They will literally say whatever they will have to say to gain favor in whatever particular room they're in. Like, for Hillary to have this stance and then for Democrats' stance to be overwhelmingly nowadays, like, let him in. Like, no, come on. Fuck the door. Take the door off the hinges. Let him in. Man, for her to have that position then and for Democrats to have such a strong opinion inversely now, is weird.
It's kind of funny because, like, throughout time, there's one thing that Republican and Democrats were always able to dap each other up on. the idea of immigration. That's it. It's like, bro, the idea of that, bro, we do gotta, like keep a decent policy. We can let people in, but not too many, and we gotta make sure our laws are respected. We can both kumbaya over that. But everything else, though, we butt heads over, right? Cool.
You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
Learn English.
I would have voted for her if she said that.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, hey, yo, this is the type of Democrat that I grew up with. This is the type of Democrat that I said, oh yeah, this is why I call myself a Democrat. They sound like pretty damn sensible people. It's like, okay, cool. It's like there was have a heart in her, like, I say in a proposal. It was like, okay, there are people over here who are kind of tied in, working and all that, and we gotta respect that. But all right, look, you may came over here illegally, but look, bro, we have to hit you with a stiff fine. You might get taxed a little bit, and hey, you gotta learn English. And you can stay here.
At the very least, guys.
If you can't do that, you gotta go.
How else do you assimilate into a society of culture without learning the common mainstream language? Like anything else is almost disrespectful.
That's what I'm saying. But
I wouldn't go to France and then just be like, nah, everybody here should be speaking English.
Oh God, because it's like it reminds me I want to say how I envision America to be. But yeah, we hold a stern hand, but with compassion though.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, yeah, we're gonna put our foot down when it comes to our laws, but then we're also gonna have compassion for those who I'm like, all right, but you may have got here, but you're a good worker. You don't break no law. You got a family. It's like shit, bro. You're kind of living the American dream, and you're a good American citizen, even though you came here illegally. You're a good illegal. You're a good illegal. We'll call you that. And if some
people get grandfathered in.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, if they can capitulate to a couple things, then we're good. But if you can't do none of that, then you gotta go.
So what about ICE showing up at some people's jobs and snatching them out while they're on the clock?
Well, I wouldn't recommend that. I wait till you get off the clock. They ask up and then ask them. Then you go ahead and bring them down. Ask that question. I'm like, damn, you working here already? All right, cool. You ain't broken no laws. You ain't even breaking no laws in your own country. Okay, I guess. But you gotta learn English. We're gonna tax you heavier. So hey, if that's unappetizing to you, then pack your bags.
Okay.
A racist. She said,
"Learn
what a
English."
Racist. Learn
oh
English.
my goodness!
What a racist! And then I want to play this one.
No, I was just about to say that if she said that in 2024, they'd be trying to hang Hillary. Like,
yeah,
in the town center, they'd be like, "Oh my gosh, Hillary's a racist. She's a bigot. Oh my gosh." She's the worst. But back then, it was something that everybody could agree on.
It was common sense.
This is the porter in chief, Barack Hussein Obama, having the same kind of sentiment about illegal immigration. Go ahead and play this clip.
We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently.
But Trump and Vance are bad guys for having this stance now in 2024. And actually not only having the stance, being like, look, this is how we're going to execute it. We got Tom Homan. We got this department. We're going to go after the cartels. But Trump's a racist for saying all that, right?
It's crazy how the Democratic
We're going to
Party,
find the undocumented kids that have been over here.
It's crazy how the Democratic Party never gets checked on their old ideas. It's like, well, you're progressive now, so it's all good. But I'm like, hold on. What about the time they was like, anti-immigration? Biden was a little bit racist with segregation. So, it's kind of crazy how y'all letting even walk this stuff back when they definitely had ideas of, let's be real,
sensibility.
Yeah, sensibility.
This in today's time, it would have been labeled racist. And I do find that hilarious. Like, this is something that 10, 15 years ago, when these politicians were saying it, anybody, regardless of political affiliation, could be like, no, that makes sense. We do have to see who's coming in over here. If they're committing crimes, we should send them back. But to say it again in 2024, you're racist, you're a bigot. I'm just like, yo, hold on a second.
Like, oh yeah, you don't have a heart. Oh, you don't understand that they're actually a plus to the society. I'm like, bro, in 2008,
y'all wasn't
understood that they was a minus to the society. We understood that it was a detriment to society in 2008.
But they changed the narrative. They changed how the media reports the stories on migrants, and now you're a racist for saying this. And what the politicians were saying 15 years ago, you're a racist for saying that.
I could see why some of these older guys always ask us, all right, how old are you? Because I could see why you don't know this. I could see why you have this stance, because you don't know that your own party had a completely different stance back in the day.
That's a great point. Some of these younger debaters, some of these younger people that take part in politics really don't have any point of reference because they argue against points like this, that their idols, their political idols hung their hat on 15 years ago.
And people in our generation, I think most of us were like in middle school when this whole thing was, all this was going down. So I can see why they always like to act sorry. It's kind of like, yeah, well, all this was going down. Why the party you're supporting now as an adult, like, was going all pro LGBTQ, going all in on, yeah, let's let them on in through the border. Well, back in 2008, they was saying, no, we're not going to legalize gay marriage.
They were vilifying Obama for having that stance. That wasn't something that was massively accepted.
Hillary said it. I think Bill Clinton said it. Joe Biden said it. They were all against gay marriage, but it's crazy how they're so pro LGBTQ today.
Imagine the dumbfounded look on some of these younger liberals' face when they find out, again, their political idols of 10, 15 years ago literally were arguing against some of the stances, some of the politics that they preach now.
Diligently and lawfully to become immigrants in this country. So that's why we need to start by giving agencies charged with border security new technology, new facilities, and more people to stop, process, and deport illegal immigrants.
So we're gonna.
It's almost like you can see of what is it called, like a mirage of what they were before they turned into globalist pieces of rubbish.
Yes,
like he seems reasonable, saying what was politically palatable at the time or politically expedient at the time. Then they get into power, they realize their policies suck crap. They're going to lose the vote of the people who they already had, so they got to rush in tens of millions of illegal immigrants to expedite their citizenship to replace the voters that they've lost because of their bad policy.
I don't think I agree with that. And I want to remind us, Barack Obama was raised by the state, like he was raised by Lolo Soetoro. He did not become a senator by accident. He was already in. Hillary Clinton, Bill and her, they were smuggling cocaine through, Mena, Arkansas. They were.
Bro went to a school. Barack Obama went to a school that cost $31,000 a year, right? And my kid is not a senator, and I'm paying $31,000 a year for a K through 12. I'm gonna be pissed. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be overly upset. Yes, if I'm paying that much, oh yeah, my kid better be senator, president, judge, etc.
Doing all these other things already. It's just
a judge. I need that man on the Supreme Court.
What I think is happening is that at the time, the border thing was not yet a policy of the establishment. They were not yet paired with the cartels to traffic drugs and kids the way they are now.
Yep.
And it was before Occupy Wall Street. And so it was before they realized we need everyone to start talking about racism and class and like anything but the class divide. And so once Occupy Wall Street hit, suddenly, if you search Google, like if you look this up, all of these like gay, gender, racism, identity politics shoots through the roof because we need to divide everybody so they don't talk about rich and poor. And so I think what we're seeing is we're just seeing two good little drones just doing regular stuff that was not a part of deep state policy at the time. Because at the time, they didn't need the border for trafficking the fentanyl, trafficking the children, pairing with the cartels and all that. And they didn't need to be talking about racism and sexism and all this stuff because they hadn't thought yet to do so because it wasn't yet, the people had not yet awoken to the class divide. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I would argue that I don't know as it was actually that they used to be good. I don't think they were ever good. Like Hillary is at the time Bill was flying. Like what year is that Hillary clip from?
If you want to go ahead and join our membership, man, go to the community tab on our page. It's going to be in the first post in our community tab. You'll be able to go ahead and join the membership. We appreciate the support. And like I said, if you join the membership, you go ahead and get exclusive rights into the Discord. You go ahead and get access. Like you're pretty much up front when it comes to the call-ins, perks. All right, man, let's go. And shout out Yes Dude. In 1984, Winston Smith is talking to the girl in the story and she doesn't remember what happened 5 years before, even though she is a revolutionary. Ooh. Exactly. That's exactly how people are today. That's exactly how these leftists are today. Like, you don't know how things were 10, 15 years ago to even have the stances that you're having. I mean, at least we're going back to our roots, like which is the Republican Party, which started by. Exactly.
That is actually so funny because what that story tells me is it has parallels to your common average 2024 liberal. They're so radical in their views, but they couldn't tell you what was going on 5 or 10 years ago. They couldn't tell you that their favorite politician, the one that they literally idolized as a kid, who was the foundation for their political views, literally, like I said, ran and campaigned against some of their strongest viewpoints. Like Obama saying we need strong borders, and you have, like I said, radical liberals who argue today that borders are racist. It's hilarious. But everybody's favorite Democratic uncle, Obama, was literally campaigning, saying like, nah, we actually need to be vetting these people. If they're committing crimes, send their ass back. But again, you wouldn't know that. The common average radical liberal wouldn't even be able to tell you that. You probably haven't seen that clip.
You don't know the roots of the cause that you fight for.
Exactly.
Was already fucking little boys with Jeffrey Epstein or whatever was going on there. So like, you know, Barack Obama was already let's just say that Barack's friend Mike was already out of the picture. So I don't know
if they were ever good.
I don't know if they were ever good.
I don't think that they were ever. I personally never trust. I've heard the story of the making of Barack from Andrew Breitbart.
Yeah.
That guy, I mean, he was putting them on blast a long time, and then all of a sudden, when he was
Breitbart's death is a wild story,
he ran out of a restaurant, and the eyewitnesses were like, "I've never seen somebody that color before." He wasn't choking on food, and it looked like he was somebody.
Well, but you know, the coroner that did the autopsy, he ruled that it would, like, they figured out it was a suicide because the coroner that did the autopsy died the day that the findings came out. He had a heart attack.
Weird.
You know
How
that?
convenient.
It was, yeah, it was this weird story where it's that's how you know it was a suicide.
Yeah. Tom, what do you think? What's your take on this whole, you know, Eric Adams, them changing their tunes?
Well, first of all, Eric Adams is sort of a man without a country at the moment, running for his political life. I think it's that simple on Eric Adams. He doesn't appear, is he doing an errand for somebody? Certainly not right now. Doesn't appear to be.
So.
Is he cooperating with some bigger program? No. How do I know that? Because they're going after him.
Yeah.
He's not useful. So they went after him with the same lawfare they're going after him. It's like, dude, you're not doing it right. And he is reacting to, I believe, the pinch that happened with the Clinton voters in New York. You look at New York, New Jersey, and California. That is the ones that David Polloff was talking about from a political strategy standpoint of where it all narrowed in. People talked about New York and talked about California, but New Jersey was not far off. It ended up low single digits. And so Eric Adams is seeing the voters, seeing this. He's not currently in on somebody's program. So he is out there having to run for his political life. I think it's that simple, that he's a man without a country right now. And there's a man who's going to, you know, come take his country named Andrew Cuomo, right? Yeah. Who's going to come basically take his country. So that's what I think is going on with Eric Adams. I think Eric Adams is more simple than it is complex.
Got you. What about that? What do you?
And make sure you like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen to like the video. The 3 dots up there in the corner, guys. We appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
What you got to say?
I was gonna take that because he goes back to the old policy. He's like Google or whatever, how he said it, like Hillary and this guy. The problem here is the last 10 years of like Democratic policy. Like it's been getting really, really bad. Like most people remember Bill Clinton fondly. They're like, oh yeah, I like that guy. Or you heard during the election, like, oh, I'm a Kennedy Democrat, because I despise them for being from the left, but they were reasonable. They were reasonable people. They had reasonable policies. A little bit more inclined for the unions, a little more inclined for rights and giveaways. But the guy is doing what he's just going back to like normalcy.
I still wouldn't call it normalcy because to me the damage has been done. You can't invite a bunch of burglars in the house, then they steal all the shit. And then you're like, oh, what the hell are you guys doing here? Your family, like, what do you mean? You let them in the house, idiot.
They made New York into a sanctuary city. They made it into the shithole to the point where people are getting, assaulted on subway stations, to the point where now Eric Adams came out yesterday, I think, and defended Daniel Penny, the man who's on trial for allegedly killing, I say allegedly killing, but allegedly murdering. Or manslaughtering,
or defending an innocent people on the freaking train.
I think it's interesting. The man without a country. He's now public enemy number 1 for the left. I'm not convinced that the charges against him are not itself a cover up because those are some lame ass charges if they're going after him for something. But Clearly, I think he's worried about getting lynched by his own population because it's turned into a shithole to the point where now he's not politically safe or even physically safe in his own city. And so he's got to do a 180 from a sanctuary city and defy Trump and his racist border wall and deportation to holy crap, it's so bad that my own people hate me and I've got nowhere to go.
Yep.
And there was a high profile murder today, just a couple hours ago.
Wow.
CEO of United Healthcare at the New York Hilton. You know, the New York Hilton, it's right across from CBS and Simon & Schuster on Avenue of the Americas, like 57.
All right, and shout out. Let's transition into another portion of that same interview. Hey, I think I had it pulled up here.
I don't think you kept it in the history.
Oh, shit.
Yep. All right.
All right, yeah.
But all right. So,
Seventh.
Yep. Crazy how they're also bringing this up. But one, Eric Adams walks back this whole immigration thing, even though he was the main one out here giving them money, housing, and all this good stuff. Great. But I wonder, why is he bending the knee? Because is it because of all these, cases?
It would have to be, honestly. And like I said, you do have to kind of question what is incentivizing that man to take such a public stance. Seeing as though, like I said, liberal mayor, liberal city, was one of the first really coined sanctuary cities, was on the forefront of the sanctuary city movement. So for him to really come out and speak against that, what's motivating that man?
And it's crazy. This story is actually funny because I was always wondering what did happen to the Brett Cooper and Candace Owens relationship. Because last time I checked, they were pretty cool. And after the whole Daily Wire split, is like, you ain't never really hear them address it.
Hopefully they do here, man. Like the video, guys. Let's get right into it. Brett Cooper and why she's leaving the Daily Wire.
It's calling out the Daily. Well, let me see. Oh, the Israeli Wire.
I like it.
The Daily Wire that gave him like an inside scoop on the fact that the Daily Wire is pushing Brett Cooper out, and I was like, and I know who she is. She's great at her job. She does what she does. Yeah. And so I go and look up her channel, and I'm like, wait a minute. She's still producing videos though. What's going on? Yeah. And so I started digging in more. I talked to James, then I went and I started digging in and found my own source right at the Daily Wire. And now I've had even more come and corroborate it since I reported on it. And it's not just that the Daily Wire is pushing out Brett Cooper. It's actually that Brett Cooper is under one of these contracts that has her basically tied to secrecy and silence, because now that they're terminating her contract, their arbitration clauses are coming into play. So she is in a secret court of arbitration, not a public court, where she is under NDA and can't say anything about it while they spin whatever narrative they want about it. And they're circulating around letters internally that are saying like, oh, Brett Cooper wants to leave. And that is not the case at all, apparently, according to everyone at the Daily Wire that I've spoken to. And it's that she had disagreements with Jeremy Boring over what happened with Candace, probably, and certainly more.
Hey, I knew it. Real, man. She a real one. She a real one for that. Because I always did say, I'm like, you know what? Candace and Brett was pretty damn close. So I wonder how she felt about this whole Daily Wire cutting ties off due to her, her thoughts. And I'm pretty sure Brett Cooper has her own thoughts about it. I'm pretty sure she may disagree with Candace, but they had a civil disagreement. Not a disagreement that called for name calling or for outing you on, or for, calling out people on social media, Ben Shapiro.
Or disagreements in terms of like the culture there and what's going on, and is now getting pushed out. They are promoting her best friend, who was her maid of honor at her wedding. They offered her a contract that was so lucrative she couldn't refuse it.
The best friend that her bestie was already offered.
Producer Reagan,
bridesmaid.
Yeah, her producer was her bridesmaid at her wedding this year, and they apparently allegedly gave her acting classes to help her imitate Brett's mannerisms.
No.
And when I was talking to a girl with the family I was staying with before, she's like an 18-year-old chick that loves Brett Cooper. She's a total super fan. She was like, yeah, the Reagan episodes are kind of weird because she's like a clone of Brett Cooper.
Oh my!
And it's because they paid for acting classes apparently for her to. And so there's this whole thing going on behind the scenes, and Brett can't say anything. And so, like, there's even more about Jeremy Boring that I did a video about that.
Hey, yo, that's wild as hell. So it's like, all right, I'm trying to replace my talent because I don't want them there no more because they align with Candace. So how do I get rid of them? Oh, I send somebody to acting classes to act like them to replace them. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I mean, like, well, all right. I mean, effed up. Like, who are you to replace somebody's whole personality? it's never going to be quite the same. There's a reason why people tune in to Brett Cooper, because she's Brett Cooper. You just can't clone Brett Cooper and expect people to listen to that person. Especially when you're paying for acting classes, and just such an imitation that is damn near embarrassing.
That we don't need to go into now. But basically, I made that video, and then Jeremy just circulated a letter around the Daily Wire internally.
Make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's push the engagement, or the 3 dots up there in the corner, like the video. Appreciate y'all.
That obviously leaked. I have a copy of. I'm sure lots
Oh,
of
really?
a copy of. Yeah, and I didn't want to like put the whole text up. I'm pretty sure that Jeremy meant for it to leak. Like he's not totally dumb.
Yeah.
But in it, he clearly claims in it directly that Brett Cooper wanted to leave, and that this is Brett Cooper's idea, and they wish her well. And that is a flat out lie. That is like directly from sources that are very familiar with the matter. That is not the case. And Brett Cooper cannot say anything, and they're forcing her out while they try to play PR to make it look like, you know, we're just trying to do it, which is exactly the picture that Crowder painted of the Daily Wire, that Candace painted of the Daily Wire, that everyone that has worked at the Daily Wire, like in my Instagram comments right now, there's like 4 former Daily Wire employees that are all being like, yeah, it's a fucking shithole. Like, this is exactly the culture that I was talking about. I can corroborate all of this. They're just out there on Instagram saying these things because that's the culture they have there. And we were talking earlier about how like different businesses have different cultures, and it really comes down to who at the top and how are you creating culture. And it sounds like the culture there is just so toxic and so like wage slavey and like manipulative that if they haven't paid you to sign those NDAs, that which many do, many actually on the way out, they pay them money to sign an NDA so they can never talk about the Daily Wire or their time there. And I have a few people that have now gotten in touch with me that did not take that money and did not sign those NDAs.
Wow.
That have nothing nice to say.
So yeah, what was their decision to let her go? Like, because when is she supposed to be letting go?
So my understanding is that she was under like a permanent, like her contract did not have an expiration date. And then once I don't want to get into like the minutia of why she's going, because I don't want to like just basically upend Brett's personal life. I don't think she needs that right now. But once it was decided that she was out and they were going to push her out and replace her, the contract runs through December. And so
this month,
through like mid to end December. So they've been having Reagan fill in once a week and sort of like, you know, just like, I'm producer Reagan filling in for Brett Cooper today while she's away. Like, they have not announced to anyone that Brett Cooper is leaving. They've not yet announced it to the public. And even now, when they sent this letter around, that was the first time that anyone working at the Daily Wire found out that this is what they're doing. A, that Brett's leaving, and B, which they said was her idea, and B, that Reagan is stepping up and, you know, stepping up into this new role, which is actually just them offering her money to replace her best friend.
Is Brett still making content for Daily Wire right now?
Yeah, she's
still under her.
She's still making daily content and can't utter a peep. And she's total like, she's such a pro at it because when you watch, you can't tell. There's no emotion leaking through. But what I know from behind the scenes is that there's a lot going on in her life right now, and she's doing amazing at it. And so I don't want to like upend Brett's life too much, but like Jeremy Boring is apparently on a warpath against her right now, and not like, you know, not a warpath. He's not on a Candace Owens level warpath right now, because that was a whole other level, but she's getting screwed 9 ways till Sunday and getting pushed out and is not able to tell her side of the story while they spin this whole narrative as though like we're just parting ways like good friends. It's like,
what's okay? Because I've heard a lot. I mean, dude, we obviously hear a lot of stuff, especially about Jeremy Boring. I heard Jeremy Boring. I don't know.
The God King of the Daily Wire.
Now, where did he wrote that
that's his own title, which is obviously it's self-deprecating. It's just a joke, obviously.
Yeah,
he's not being serious.
Yeah,
but like if we could all start referring to PBD as the God King now around here, that would really make me feel great about it. Self-deprecating, obviously.
I'm not a religious person, but there seems to be something somewhat sinful about it. Like Charlemagne,
I don't call him Charlemagne.
I know. Like anybody who
Albert,
I
don't even know what the hell his name is.
Anybody who has the audacity of even jokingly referring to themselves as not a god but God, I'm suspicious of. But this it feels a little gossipy. It is a little gossipy. I saw Jeremy from The Quartering put out a video yesterday. Like,
I saw the video.
The rumors. But it is interesting that you have very public and repeated issues with the same entity over and over again.
Shout out Hellbase. I didn't catch that. What happened to Brett? Well, pretty much Brett Cooper, I believe, contract got let go at the Daily Wire.
Well, there was no end to it, but they're forcing her out. It seems like there was no end date on her contract, if I heard that correctly. But for whatever reason, maybe it be some opposing views going on in the background. It looks like they're phasing her out. They're replacing her with one of the producers, kind of just on a weekly basis, but it hasn't been officially announced, but it's something that's coming down the pipeline. But it looks like Brett Cooper is out of the Daily Wire.
You know, it's so funny. In honor of Brett Cooper, I actually do have a video from her.
Oh yeah, we should pull that right up.
All right, I got you. Let's see here.
But I mean,
be sure.
And it might just be
a part of it that Crowder brought up so Crowder turned down a $50 million deal with them like a year ago, and there's this whole drama that went back and forth. And what Crowder was saying in that debate was that the contracts that the Daily Wire is giving out, so the Daily Wire is trying to be like the conservative voice, like the alt conservative media. And Crowder said that in the contracts that you're offering to your creators, you're making it so that if their videos get demonetized by YouTube's algorithms, they get their pay docked severely.
I remember.
And people come back at it as like, no, but they offer the uncensored version on their website, so they're not actually it's just for YouTube. That's not what's happening. What's happening is,
so pretty much saying if you get uncensored, if you get like demonetized on YouTube, we take away your monetization with us as well.
And y'all know making this conservative leaning content is low key. A lot of times you're under scrutiny.
They're taking this
on all these platforms.
So she's pretty much taking a subscription. They're taking her subscriptions, her subscription money. Yo, that's wild.
They're hurting her pay essentially.
If your videos are
they're forcing her to, and they're forcing censorship upon her.
And as her employer, they're not really shielding her from any liability from when it comes to YouTube's algorithms and censorships when it comes to content. Because like they're a conservative leaning platform, they know what their message is. They know how these platforms low key react and respond to that type of content. You're telling me they don't incur any of that for their content creators? They just say,
so hold on. That means the Daily Wire was almost betting on candidates to be demonetized off YouTube. Once they see that wasn't happening, they took matters into their own hands.
Yeah, it's almost like they plan for stuff like that. And they have it written into their contracts to where it doesn't really monetarily affect them.
Yeah,
it affects the creator.
Or they forgot about the wild card, Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's after they're able to monetize your name and likeness stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, because
and then look how they did Candace. They still didn't take her videos down,
bro. They still got all of her videos up and everything, and so they're gonna get views to this day. And she don't make no money off that.
Bro, listen, they're gonna do the same thing with Brett Cooper. They're not gonna do her any differently.
Man, it sounds like the same way they do these rappers.
If they die, they still use their likeness, image, and namesake for monetary gain.
Yep, and buy their masters.
Monetize on YouTube. Doesn't matter if you give an uncensored version on dailywire.com. It's that if your video got demonetized by YouTube because Daily Wire missed out on ad rev, you get your pay docked severely, regardless of the other stuff going on. So what that is, it's baking self-censorship into the Daily Wire's cake. And when you think about, the other connections the Daily Wire has, and the things you're not allowed to talk about on the Daily Wire, it starts to get
like what?
Israel.
Okay.
And so there. And among some other things, but Israel, everyone just watch Andrew Klavan speak about how everyone should have a dual loyalty to Israel.
Forget. In fairness to the Daily Wire, and I think it's a problem across the platform, you can't really talk about Israel or Jews on YouTube and expect
exactly my point.
It's a bizarre thing because, like, look, I may have some controversial opinions, but I put out a couple of videos. If Israel or Jew is somewhere in the title or the description, it was like it didn't exist on the platform.
Yeah,
it was wild.
And so my point is that by this way they don't have to say it. By forcing their creators to adhere to the YouTube censorship algorithms, they are inherently forcing them to censor all those things without having to make it as Daily Wire policy. Now it's just YouTube's policy, and we're just being good business people, right? And that's just me speculating. That's just me kind of putting two and two together. But when I see it walking like a duck and talking like a duck, I'm like, you guys are not good for the conservative movement if you're trying to be the conservative voice in alt media and you're forcing all of your creators to self-censor.
Call it capitalist conservative. Conservative in theory, but very capitalist in nature in terms of how you express that conservative theory.
Yeah.
The argument's going to be it's better to get the voice, a tempered voice out there than a loud voice censored.
Yeah.
As sort of what Elon is doing in Brazil. But it is, the soft censorship and the self-censorship is one thing, but to not want to take that risk on the creators that you bring on, I can understand it as a business decision, but then I also sort of in hindsight understand why Crowder got so pissed off about it.
What's left?
You petulant child.
What's left on the programming line?
right now?
So let's assume
Matt Walsh.
Let's assume her friend. Let's assume her friend doesn't work because a lot of this comes out and people just decide not to watch. So you still have Walsh.
For now.
Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles.
Michael Knowles.
I'm ignorant.
Playback,
Jordan
did he leave?
Peterson still with them?
Oh, Jordan Peterson is still with them. I just forgotten about him.
Okay, so you got Jordan
you know,
Peterson.
He's doing like online university stuff.
he's just so someone.
No. I'm going to start a fight. What are you thinking right now? I need to know.
Jordan Peters. So I have a very strong Israel stance, and you don't need to have my same Israel stance. But when you look at Jordan Peterson's sort of his past work about ideology and righteousness and all those things, and then you look at his stance on Israel since October 7th, and you look at and you just try to make the two square up as the same stance and the same statements, it's really hard to make the man that's all about integrity and being true to your word and doing the right thing. It's really hard to make the stance about Israel since October 7th pair up with everything else he's said in the rest of his career and vice versa. It's just like it feels very cognitive dissonance to me. And part of that has coincided with him making an extremely large deal with the Daily Wire and the photo of him with Benjamin Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro having dinner and stuff like. So it's like,
all right, bro. I presume your position is critical of Israel, disproportionate, pretextual response, almost to use it as an excuse to raise Gaza.
All right, but before we get into that, though, we do want to get into what Brett Cooper's recently been talking about. Because since the Daily Wire done kicked her off, you know what, Brett? We're going to go ahead and start reacting to your videos, Brett. We got you. Shout out Brett Cooper, because she's actually covering something that's, well, current.
Pretty relevant.
Yeah, so what is it, South Korea?
Yep.
Let's go.
Enough to try to follow American politics for the last few months. But now, I'm sorry to tell you, we also need to turn our eyes to South Korea, because what is happening over there is truly crazy. And once again, this should stand as a reminder for Americans for why we can never be complacent, why we can't give up our rights, why we need independent journalism, why we can never hand over our guns. Because when tyrants want to take control, they will do anything they can to make that happen.
And just to keep you guys updated, we are about 15 super chats away from our goal. So support the channel, guys. Like the video if you're able to, but definitely super chat in if you guys want to open up the call lines, interact with me and S.E.T. And anything you want to add?
Actually, I believe we're about not 15, we're about 10.
Okay. Yeah, about 10 super chats away from our goal, guys. So support the channel, support the stream. We appreciate the support, guys. Double tap that video, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner as well. Support the stream.
Before we dive into the story, though, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the comment section channel if you've not already, and of course, ring that notification bell to make sure that you stay up to date on all of our episodes. All right, so I am obviously not an expert on South Korean politics. I will never pretend to be an expert. Obviously, we've talked about the dating scene in South Korea. We've talked about the gender divide, all of that. We've talked about 4B, but now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of how their political system works. But hopefully, even though I'm not an expert, hopefully I can give you a general overview of what's going on that will help you dissect the stories and the news as it comes in. But basically, last night, it's about 24 hours ago now, the world watched in shock as the current South Korean president instated martial law over the country, and all hell broke loose. Just watch. That's the South Korean military, and that is an independent citizen. And if you don't know, martial law is usually done in a time of chaos or war or emergency, and it gives the military unilateral control of the country under the direction of the president or the head of government. So that is what you're seeing in that video. But the interesting thing is, there was no war or chaos that sparked this move yesterday. It seemingly came out of nowhere, literally in the middle of the night. But what makes this even crazier is that the current president, Yoon Suk-yeol, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name correctly, who is a conservative, he is saying that he did this to protect the country from communism coming.
Well, and that's kind of funny because everybody's saying that he might get impeached over this.
Well, he was already in a bunch of controversy before this move. His first lady had been accused of taking the Dior bag as a bribe. They had some stock manipulation accusations placed on them.
Damn, inside trading.
And he was a conservative surrounded by liberals. So he was already under a good amount of scrutiny before all of this.
Oh, so he lied. It's like, how you claim conservative, but you're on a whole lot of liberals, though?
And that's what the move was made out of. He said he was trying to regain power, position, and authority due to some of the liberal influence that was kind of counteracting what he was trying to do in his own government. Okay, so it was a move made out of, honestly, strategy, but it failed. They overturned it in just mere hours, really.
in from North Korea. So he instated martial law to protect his citizens from tyranny. Daily Wire reported on this, and they wrote, South Korea declares martial law to guard against communist forces. I mean, regardless of what you think, the comedic irony always writes itself like, okay, to prevent communism, you should take unilateral control over your country and put the military in charge. Got it. Like, it's just not a good look, no matter which way you slice the pie. Now, the reason why he is addressing communism and using...
It is wild to prevent communism with communism tactics. It's like, what the hell? Like, communist tactics? That's what you're told to prevent communism?
He took fighting fire with fire very literally.
I mean, yeah.
That is his rationality, is because even though he is the president and even though he is the leader of the Conservative Party, the South Korean Democratic Party does hold an overwhelming majority in parliament, meaning that it is almost impossible for the president to pass any laws or make any changes that he wants in South Korea. And simultaneously, the Democratic Party in South Korea continues to become more and more progressive and more left-leaning, which obviously sounds familiar. And this is where the entire thing gets even more convoluted, if it can be more confusing, and where it gets really dicey. Because he, President Yoon, is saying that there's controlled opposition within the country and that they, the Democratic Party, is using lawfare against him and other people that oppose the left-wing agenda. And in his speech where he was enacting this martial law, he said that the political opposition inside of the country had paralyzed the government's ability to operate by initiating 22 impeachment proceedings against government officials over the last 6 months, in addition to nearly a dozen more that were planned. And I quote, "This is a situation that is not only unprecedented in any country in the world, but has never been seen since the founding of our country," he said. "It is paralyzing the judiciary by intimidating judges and impeaching a number of prosecutors, and it is paralyzing the executive branch by trying to impeach the Minister of the Interior."
Also, wokeism done hit South Korea. Yep. And it's almost cancel culture within the government. They're trying to impeach almost everybody that they don't like, that whose politics don't align with the current liberal party in South Korea. It's actually crazy to see. People are people are stunned. It seems like politicians and judges are almost frozen in fear, scared to act or really do anything because they're in fear of the.
They're still trying to check the temperature. Like, what's the temperature? Is it conservative? Is it liberal? Like, well, what should I be voting on? Because I'm trying to keep my position in power, but shoot, I guess power is turning over to the people a little bit.
That's crazy, honestly, to think. I mean, there's a lot of parallels that can be made to our government, but that alone right there is wild. You got a liberal party who's almost eating up all of the parliamentary in South Korea.
Chairman of the Communications Commission, the chair of the Board of Audit, and the defense minister. So like I said, this information just made things more confusing because obviously as somebody that is a proponent of freedom, you don't want to root for the person that just called upon martial law and has the military outside roughing up innocent civilians. But also, if there is deep state corruption that is destroying South Korea and is actually subverting democracy in its own way, then what do you do? Like, who are you supposed to root for in this situation? Now, within hours of martial law being enacted and the military being sent out into the street, Parliament got together and they overwhelmingly voted to lift martial law. So around 4 a.m., President Yu came out. He made yet another statement saying that he would withdraw the military from the streets, but also called for these parliamentary lawmakers to, quote, immediately cease its reckless actions that paralyze the functions of the state, including these repeated impeachment attempts, legislative manipulation, and budget manipulation. I mean, this is genuinely just so crazy. And now they're calling for him to resign. They are threatening impeachment yet again, which seems to be a very common thing in South Korea these days. So truly, I am just so confused. Like, I usually don't get overwhelmed when I'm researching stories, but this made me feel like I was trying to eat 31 different fruits and vegetables every single day. And the way that I deal with that overwhelming feeling is by taking my Balance of Nature supplements. With Balance of Nature fruits and veggies, there's never been a more convenient dietary supplement to ensure that you get that essential wide variety of fruits and vegetables in every single day with 31 and something for somebody says this online. You'll feel great physically and mentally because you won't be dealing with all of those fruits and vegetables. I still feel overwhelmed, though, about this entire story. And I'm far from the only one. One guy said, can somebody tell me who to root for here? And the replies did not help at all. Nobody has had any kind of general consensus online. One guy said, I never root for a leader who declares martial law. And he replied and said, not even to prevent a communist revolution. Another person said, we're rooting for the president. Like, even South Koreans seem to be confused. I was watching a couple of TikToks yesterday, and these girls were making videos and they were going, I genuinely have no idea what's going on. I saw a funny tweet where a guy was like, yeah.
It honestly just sounded like a very rash decision that like I said, it was a strategy that failed. Nobody really knew what he was doing with it, but it was obviously a strategy to stop communism, even though he used a communist tactic. That was the problem. That's why everybody's kind of looking at him like, okay, bro, you did this. You only stuck with it for a day. Like, all right, what's going on here, bro? What was all that for? What was this big ass scare that you done put on the world for?
Yeah, I'm not even paying attention.
You're on the world stage looking crazy.
and I'm playing like League of Legends. I don't really care. Like genuinely, nobody knows what is going on. They have no idea what is actually happening in their country, which just makes this even more scary and even more dangerous. Robbie Starbuck had a good take that he posted on X, and he said, unless he's planned a military dictatorship with support from military leaders, it seems the president of South Korea didn't think through his declaration of martial law. Very, very strange series of events there, and I'm betting on more weirdness there this week. Like the whole thing, in my personal opinion, and I don't know if this is true or not, but it just seems like it lacks foresight from the president. Like he got desperate and angry, possibly understandably so. He enacted martial law and then it turned around and it just bit him in the ass because nobody wants to live under martial law. Because even if this was supposed to be a good thing and supposed to be genuine, even if he was doing it to end the deep state and end corruption and save South Korea from communism, now he just looks like his own kind of tyrant. And it doesn't help that his political opposition is also accusing him of corruption. Sky News Australia reported that his conservative People Power Party has been in a deadlock with the Liberal Democratic Party over next year's budget bill, and the president has also dismissed calls for independent investigations into scandals involving his wife and other top officials, drawing criticisms from his political rivals. I mean, the entire thing is just so chaotic, and there is no through line here. Like nobody actually has clear information about what's going on. So obviously my heart goes out to all of the South Koreans out there. I hope that you are able to defend yourself if the military stays in control. I hope you're able to stay on X. I hope you find independent journalists that are.
This is why we have the Second Amendment. Shout out the founding fathers, because for shit like this, for when we don't know what the government's on, they put on martial law and they take it off in a day. All right, at that point, now you got every American outside with AARs now. Because you're playing around with us. You just try to put military rule on us, and let's be real. I believe that we're a country of one mind and just one belief. We refuse to be a dictatorship. We refuse to be a communist-led country. We refuse every part of that. So that's why we got the Second Amendment there. We got also parts of the Constitution that allows us to militarize or be a militia that allows us to have a fighting chance against any government that tries to do that against us, or any democracy that tries to go against our constitutional republic.
Are out there trying to dig up the truth for you.
That's what it kind of seems to be right now.
And empower you with information. I will certainly be looking for that and we'll share it if I find it. But for now, I will be in the comment section of my own video hearing your thoughts, and hopefully we'll be able to gain some insight from all of you guys who are living through this. Maybe you can help us dig through the rubble and find some.
Yeah, but shout out Brett Cooper. It's sad that she's going through this, but she'll be all right. She'll be all right.
And
deeply,
and some people say, others will not dare criticize because they don't want to get demonetized on YouTube and they don't want to run afoul.
Yeah, I mean, my first principle is free speech, is that we deserve a media space. We should have a media space where everyone can say whatever they want, whatever their opinion is, regardless of whether it's offensive, hate speech, does not matter. Free speech is the bedrock of all democracy and all freedom. And without that, we don't have anything. And Israel is a huge proponent of censorship. And the Daily Wire has also been a proponent of censorship in some ways like this too. And so it's like, that is not a good.
I'll give it to the Daily Wire. They're low-key free speech until you get on the topic of Israel. It's like Candace was allowed to talk about anything until it came to Israel. After that, that's when everything became a problem.
Look in the conservative space, and that is not who you want representing conservative media. Period.
Tom, from a business standpoint, was this like the way that if this is what's happening, all things are pointing that it's probably true. As a business, from a business standpoint, from a guy that runs companies and you're a president, what's your take on how they're running the show over there?
Well, from outside looking in, I don't really see a business, right? What I see is monetized content. Where I come from, you can create a feature, you can create a product, and you can create a line of products, and you can create a company. They're all very different things. What I see is a series of products that are being monetized, and they're monetizing things like the candy bar and everything else that goes with that. And is it a business? Yes, it's a business, but I look at it and I think, well, where are you going? And how many controversies can you have and to have a sustaining forward business that you say is under a mission? It's like, okay, what's your mission and where are you going and where are you headed there? PBD, when you created PHP, it was very clear: saving America through free enterprise, giving people in the middle class an opportunity to be life insurance agents, specifically the lower half of the middle class, where there were so many minorities who had never been given an opportunity by the life insurance industry, which had largely ignored them. and I'm going to have 500,000 agents by 2029.
Wow.
So you sat back and said, okay, I see what he's doing. He's going to build a bunch of agents. He's going to focus on the middle class, and he's going to give the lower half of the middle class, where all these minorities haven't had.
And shout out guest dude, he says $5 says the Daily Wire is a Mossad front house. I mean, that's why they call it the Israeli Wire now. It's like, okay, so you only keep people that have a pro-Israel agenda. I mean, what way to turn into the same mainstream media that y'all criticize so much. Oh, all they share is one side. Oh, all they have is a hive mind over there. Well, look at y'all Daily Wire and look how y'all turned out now. All over this conflict. All right then. I mean, hey, y'all talk pretty sensible when it comes to Ukraine. When it comes to Israel, though, it's like, hey, Israel can do no wrong, right?
Job opportunities in this industry and opportunity. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go look.
And make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or the 3 dots up there to like the video. Let's get more people on the conversation, guys. Let's have a good one.
But what he's doing. Hey, he's doing exactly that. 5 years later, it's even bigger, and he's doing exactly that.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So you can see it. I look at the Daily Wire, and it looks like content being monetized in a company, but I'm having a hard time with what's the line forward.
That's what I'm. Yeah,
Where do they go from here?
Well, it is
because it's like Hollywood production companies. You know, you have a hit in Hollywood, and then they give you a production company, and they give you a little office on the Paramount lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Eddie Murphy, I saw it, had a little office on the Paramount lot. I went by there after Beverly Hills Cop 2. And what did he make? Nothing.
Nope.
We should all guest dude. He said Ukraine is competition for the Zionist dream. Oh man. Yeah, competition. Okay, good. Okay.
Nothing that had the same commercial
involved. Huge amounts of budgets involved. Like huge amounts of capital need to be moved to make those size of productions. Like, like it's not the same as producing a podcast.
Not at all.
And Jeremy Boring knows.
It's not a company. It's like you got this Lifetime Achievement Award, Eddie Murphy did, to go sit on the Paramount lot. By the way, so did Tom Cruise and his sister. And you know, success over here doesn't eat sex over here. What's my point? I sound like Adam.
God forbid. God forbid.
It's that in a hit-driven business, you're monetizing content. You're not necessarily making a long-term company. And if people understand everything from valuetainment, points to Bet David Consulting, points to merch, points to the events, points to Minect.
Dude,
it's
I
all
that
integrated.
Last time I was here so clearly. It was like this light bulb went off in my head. How, as Vinny was taking me around and introducing me to people and kind of touring me to the different places, I was like, bro, it's all one business.
Yeah.
But
it's like
listen
all
to
one
me, and
concept.
and that's the beautiful thing here. That gives us freedom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we have a closed system. We don't depend on the advertising outside. When the whole Russia thing happened, remember, Tom, when the whole Russian thing happened.
All right, I do kind of want to spin back to this exclusive Tucker Carlson interview with the Russian foreign minister, and we're going to go ahead and get down to the key points here. So we're about to go ahead and get into the key point of Russia's message to the West through hypersonic weapons. Yeah, let's see what that was about.
They would interfere, saying, oh, human rights have been grossly violated. We must restore the human rights in such and such territory. On Ukraine, never, ever they mumbled the words human rights. Seeing these human rights for the Russian and Russian-speaking population being totally exterminated by law. So when people say, let's resolve the conflict on the basis of the Charter, yes, but don't forget that the Charter is not only about territorial integrity, and territorial integrity must be respected only if the governments are legitimate and if they respect the right of their own people.
I want to go back to what you said a moment ago about the introduction or the unveiling of the hypersonic weapons system that you said was a signal to the West. What signal exactly? I think many Americans are not even aware that this happened. What message were you sending by showing it to the world?
Well, the message is that you, the United States, and the allies of the United States, who also provide this long-range weapons to the Kyiv regime, they must understand that we would be ready to use any means not to allow them to succeed in what they call strategic defeat of Russia. They
I mean, it would make sense for a minister to be like, yeah, we're not going to let you carry out the plan of defeating us. Last thing you're going to do is defeat us. So the way Russia's talking and as being the superior power in this war, they're not giving up. And like I said, it would take us to honestly get involved. It would take honestly, it would take if we're out of it, it would take 5 other armies to go ahead and take on Russia. Because they're a superpower. I'm gonna be real with you, there's nothing to joke with. And this is why we're risking nuclear war. Because if they do that, who's to say they don't flip the switch and hit every country that goes against them? Who's to say? And shout out, guest dude, man. The Khazar Empire was in Ukraine and was Jewish. The Khazars, okay, the Khazars. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The Khazars. Ooh, man, guest dude, you're trying to get us some things, guest dude.
Fight for keeping the hegemony over the world on any country, any region, any continent. We fight for our legitimate security interests. They say, for example, 1991 borders. Lindsey Graham, who visited some time ago Zelensky for another talk, he bluntly, in presence of Zelensky, I think, said that Ukraine is very rich with rare earth metals, and we cannot leave this richness to the Russians. We must take it. We fight, so they fight for the regime which is ready to sell or to give to the West all the natural and human resources. We fight for the people who have been living on these lands, whose ancestors were actually developing those lands, building cities, building factories for centuries and centuries. We care about people, not about natural resources, which somebody in the United States would like to keep.
Now, come on, man. You know that them natural resources is also nice, and Putin did own 51% of that pipeline that was running through Ukraine. So I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna hear that, oh, it has nothing to do with the natural resources and the money we get from that. Ain't got nothing to do with that. It's like, no, I'm not hearing that. But I am willing to hear the point of, well, there is people of Russian ethnicity, people of Russian like ancestry down there that we feel like we need to protect because they're being persecuted. And that I can agree with that.
And to have Ukrainians just as,
but you're not going to sit here and pretend like y'all also ain't doing this for the resources. Like, come on now.
As servants sitting on these natural resources. So the message which we wanted to sell by testing in real action this hypersonic system is that we will be ready to do anything to defend our legitimate interest. We hate even to think about war with the United States, which will take...
I mean, to be real, my friend, my Russian friend, we would hate to have war with you as well. So that's what I'm saying. They don't want war with us. We don't want war with them. But somehow that's Russian propaganda. It ain't that crazy. To not go to war, to be a peaceful country and let this be kumbaya with them is Russian propaganda. Just because we agree on the fact that, yo, us going to war is only going to end the world or possibly end the world. Or I'm going to tell you what's actually going to do, which is for certain, is going to cause a lot of lives to be lost on both sides. So why not just avoid all that? But, oh, now I'm a Russian propagandist for speaking about how we should keep out of wars, stay out of war, because it ain't good for our economy. It ain't good for our population. It ain't good for anything. So it's crazy how some of y'all don't see what you're spouting, which is a warmongering mentality for Russia, of course, just for Russia. And shout out Hellbat. He said, yeah, we don't want no wars, folks. Russia. Okay, yeah, we know war, folks, are Russian propagandists. And I've made the joke plenty of times. I mean, look, if being a no war guy is Russian propaganda, is being a Russian propagandist, and I'll go ahead and take that title. I'll take it. If you're me, tell me being a peaceful guy, being a no war, we don't want no conflicts, we don't want no lives lost on both sides, I'll go ahead and be a Russian propagandist if that means that's the stance I'm taking. If that's the new definition of a Russian propagandist, I guess I'll take that.
Nuclear character. Our military doctrine says that the most important thing is to avoid a nuclear war. And it was us, by the way, who initiated in January 2022 the message, the joint statement by the leaders of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, saying that we will do anything to avoid confrontation between us, acknowledging and respecting each other's security interests and concerns. This was our initiative. And the security interests of Russia were totally ignored when they rejected, about the same time, when they rejected the proposal to conclude a treaty on security guarantees for Russia, for Ukraine, in the context of coexistence and in the context when Ukraine would not be ever member of NATO or any other military bloc.
Nah, facts held back because they're both people, because they're good people on both sides. Yes, there are good people on the Russian side and the American side. If there's people on the Russian side talking about we don't want war, and it's like, okay, then I'll rock with them. And there's people on our side who are saying we don't want war. I'm rocking with that side too. So yes, there's good people on both sides. Shout out, man. Shout out, Hellbat.
This security interest of Russia were presented to the West, to NATO, and to the United States. In December 2021, we discussed them several times, including during my meeting with Tony Blinken in Geneva in January, late January 2022, and this was rejected. So we would certainly like to avoid any misunderstanding. And since the people, some people in Washington and some people in London, in Brussels, seem to be not very capable to understand, we will send additional messages if they don't draw necessary conclusions.
The fact that we're having a conversation about a potential nuclear exchange and it's real.
And hey, shout out Maya. She says, "Can't sleep. Y'all should play War by Edwin Starr." You know what, Maya? Hey, proud supporter. And you was a member, but I don't know what happened with that one. But hey, man, make sure you go ahead and rejoin our membership, Maya. But I definitely will go ahead and play that for you. So, because we appreciate you over here. So, shout out Guest Dude. And the last bit, Zelensky is Jewish. So, Daily Wire being anti-Ukraine, pro-Israel fits. They are Zionists. Ukraine is competition for Israel. Money, ammo, attention, and man. I mean, god damn. So not you over here pretty much stating the fact that they are competing for media spotlight to see which one gets money. Yeah, that's true. Sad, but true. And shout out Maya. I'm going to go ahead and play that video. Let me just go ahead. Let's let this man go ahead and finish out the next point. Because the next point they're going to get into is, but the next talking point they're going to get into is there conversation happening between Russia and the U.S.? Let's go.
Is remarkable, not something I thought I'd ever see. And it raises the question, how much back channel dialogue is there between Russia and the United States? Has there been for the last 2.5 years? Is there any conversation ongoing?
There are several channels, but mostly on exchange of people who served terms in Russia and in the United States. There were several swaps. There are also channels which are not advertised or publicized, but basically the Americans send through these channels the same message which they send publicly. You have to stop. You have to accept the way which will be based on the Ukrainian needs and Ukrainian position. They support this absolutely pointless peace formula by Zelensky, which was auditioned recently by Victory Plan. They held several series of meetings, Copenhagen format, Bürgenstock, what have you, and they brag that next year, first half of next year, they will convene another conference, and they will graciously invite Russia at that time, and then Russia would be presented an ultimatum. All this is seriously repeated through various confidential channels. Now we hear something different, including Zelensky's statements that we can stop now at the line of engagement, line of contact.
And shout out my man Frank Granzino. Whole Biden played passive with the Middle East, then botched Afghanistan. He sent a message that America is soft. Trump isn't this scared. Trump isn't, and this scares them. Yeah, that's the fact that Trump is not pussyfooting with them. That's the best thing about Trump. He's not like beating around the bush. Not with a Hamas. He's like, look, if you don't release these prisoners, if you don't release the hostages, it's gonna get buck wild in here. He's pretty much telling Ukraine, look, we're just gonna stop the war. We're gonna stop the war. We're gonna talk to Putin. We're gonna talk to Zelensky. We're just gonna get both sides of it. We're gonna stop it. Because that's the easiest thing to do. And then Biden comes along and damn near makes it 10 times more difficult by allowing Zelensky to fire long-range missiles into Russia. It's like, who are you trying to help here, Biden? But then once again, I think Biden is just trying to sabotage the Democratic Party. I mean, long-range missiles to Ukraine, pardoning his son, possibly pardoning Liz Cheney and Fauci. Huh. I mean, we all knew Fauci was going to get hit with some charges. Like, if Biden didn't pardon Fauci, I would have been surprised. I ain't glad. That didn't surprise me too much.
Ukrainian government will be admitted to NATO, but NATO guarantees.
All right, I got you. You said wow. All right, man. I appreciate you, Frank. He said, wow, Biden playing passive with the Middle East.
At this stage would cover only the territory controlled by the government, and the rest would be subject to negotiations. But the end result of these negotiations must be total withdrawal of Russia from Russian soil, basically.
Wait, but just if I can just go back,
leaving Russian people to the Nazist regime, which exterminated all the rights of the Russian and Russian-speaking citizens of their own country.
if I can just go back to the question of nuclear exchange. So there is no mechanism by which the leaders of Russia and the United States can speak to each other to avoid the kind of misunderstanding that could kill hundreds of millions of people.
No. We have this channel, which is automatically engaged when ballistic missile launch is taking place. As regards this Oreshnik hypersonic ballistic missile, mid-range ballistic missile, 30 minutes in advance, this system sent the message to the United States, and they knew that this was the case, and that they don't mistake it for anything bigger and real dangerous.
Well, I think the system sounds very dangerous.
Well, it was a test launch, you know.
Yes. Oh, you're speaking of the test. Okay. But I just wonder how worried you are that, considering there doesn't seem to be a lot of conversation between the two countries, both sides are speaking about exterminating the other's populations, that this could somehow get out of control in a very short period and no one could stop it. It seems incredibly
No, we're not talking about exterminating anybody's population. We did not start this war.
Yeah, y'all did not start this war, but America and NATO egged you on into it, and now a whole lot of Ukrainians are unalived, dead. And it's kind of funny because it was all for money, and they only did it because they knew that their own soldiers wouldn't be tossed into the fire. And we kind of let them do it. And there's a lot of people out here supporting that a lot of Ukrainian lives were just tossed into the fire for money laundering.
We have been for years and years and years, sending warnings that pushing NATO closer and closer to our borders is going to create a problem.
Yes.
2007, Putin started to explain, to the people who seem to be overtaken by the end of history and being dominant, no challenge, and so on and so forth. And of course,
And my bad, Hellbat. But Hellbat said, imagine how they'd view us if we secured our borders like Poland does. The true definition of fuck around and find out. Yeah, facts. I mean, can you only imagine if we pulled the same thing that these guys do? Because Poland, they close their borders and they get called racist, anti-Muslim, and all this wild stuff. And I'm just like, what you mean, bro? I believe the prime minister or the president of Poland stood on ground. He stood 10 toes and he just said it. Look, I'm protecting my people. I'm protecting my economy. And these immigrants are going to come over here and fuck it up. Period, point blank. I can't do it. I won't do it. We're not a big enough country to do it. And even if we were a big enough country to do it, we wouldn't do it. Love that message. And shout out Frank, man. Appreciate you, Frank. Let's see here. He says, one thing we don't hear a lot is that the huge number of white supremacist groups and movement that Ukraine has. This isn't reported. I wonder why. Yeah, okay, now there is, Frank, look, it is facts, but we'll have to put allegedly under this one, right? So allegedly, there are Nazis in Ukraine, and there are also anti-Christians in Ukraine who are coming after Christians. Yes, in Ukraine, they're trying to execute Christians. They're dragging people out of churches and executing them. Now, this is all allegedly, right? All allegedly. And yes, there's huge, I guess, white supremacist groups in Ukraine, which is, honestly, it makes sense. It makes sense. But it is crazy how we're hiding some of this radicalism that's going down in Ukraine.
When the coup took place, the Americans did not hide that they were behind it. There is a conversation between Victoria Nuland and the then American ambassador in Kyiv when they discuss personalities to be included in the new government after the coup. The figure of $5 billion spent on Ukraine after independence was mentioned as the guarantee that everything would be like the Americans want. So we don't have any intention to exterminate Ukrainian people. They are brothers and sisters to the Russian people.
How many have died so far, do you think?
And that is correct. Well, it's nice that he said it. They're like brothers and sisters to the Russian people. They don't want this war to carry on. They don't want to do this. But they're doing it. Now, this is what he's saying. This is what he's saying. Like I said, though, we're not going to act like Russia does not gain from having these parts of Ukraine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want the war to end and all that good stuff. But we're not going to sit here and pretend that Russia does not gain from taking Ukraine. Let's just not sit there and have that mindset. Yes, they do gain a lot. And we might have to eat it because we kind of put ourselves in it. Now, musical interlude time, because shout out Maya, man. She didn't hit us with some R&B and classic soul, man. Our goal of 50 super chats. Actually, I think a little more. So we are opening up the call-in line. Members coming in first. And any naysayers want to come in, we're going to go ahead and just say, come on up. Come on up, man. Shout out to the supporters. We're going to go ahead and have an open debate. Or if some of the members just want to come up and we can go ahead and react to the video, y'all can go ahead and do that as well. But the call-in is open. I'm going to go ahead and post it in the community tab, because it does seem that, well, the chat link doesn't work most of the time. Be like that. It does be like that. All right, man, let's get right back to it. Shout out Tucker Carlson. Because the golden question is, how many have died in Ukraine/Russia war? How many? What's the body count?
Intention to exterminate Ukrainian people. They are.
But shout out to the supporters, man.
Brothers and sisters to the Russian people.
How many have died so far, do you think, on both sides?
It is not disclosed by Ukrainians. Zelensky was saying that it is much less than 80,000 persons on Ukrainian side. But there is one very reliable figure in Palestine. During 1 year after the Israelis started the operation in response to this terrorist attack, which we condemned, and this operation, of course, acquired the proportion of collective punishment, which is against international humanitarian law as well. So during 1 year after the operation started in Palestine, condemned, and this operation, of course, acquired the proportion of collective punishment, which is against international humanitarian law as well. So during 1 year after the operation started in Palestine, the number of civilians.
Okay, you guys can now go ahead and join in on the StreamYard. I went ahead and posted in the community tab. It is the first post in the community tab. So go to the community tab on our homepage. You can go ahead and get in on the StreamYard. Just go ahead and click that link. You should go ahead and get right over. And also, while you're there, go ahead and join that membership.
Palestine.
And double tap that screen like the video. Let's get right back into it, guys.
As well. So during 1 year after the operation started in Palestine, the number of civilians, Palestinian civilians, killed is estimated 45,000. This is almost twice as many as the number of civilians on both sides of Ukrainian conflict who died during 10 years after the coup. 1 year and 10 years. So it is a tragedy in Ukraine. It's disaster in Palestine, but we never ever had as our goal killing people, and Ukrainian regime did. The head of the office of Zelensky once said that we will make sure that cities like Kharkov, Nikolaev will forget what Russian means at all. Another guy in his office stated that Ukrainians must exterminate Russians through law or, if necessary, physically. Ukrainian former ambassador to Kazakhstan, forgot his name, became famous when giving an interview and looking into the camera, being recorded and broadcast. He said, our main task is to kill as many Russians as we can, so that our kids have less things to do. And the statements like this are all over the vocabulary of the regime.
How many Russians in Russia have been killed since February of 2022?
It's not for me to disclose this information. In the time of military operations, special rules exist, and our Ministry of Defense follows these rules. But
yeah, that wouldn't be a good number, because then that's all they're going to spout. Oh, Russia, they lost this many people. They're in a bad position. Bro, this man could have said we only lost 10,000, and they just said Russia's in a bad position right now. They lost 10,000 troops. They're weak, and that's why we should keep supporting Ukraine. If we just keep chipping away, like no, trust me. But there is a reason why. It does protect their, well, I would say, their image.
Very interesting fact that when Zelensky was playing not in international arena, but at his comedy club or whatever it is called, he was. There are videos from that period when he was bluntly defending the Russian language. He was saying, what is wrong with Russian language? I speak Russian. Russians are our neighbors. Russian is one of our languages. Get lost, he said, to those who wanted to, to attack the Russian language and Russian culture. When he became president, he changed very fast. And before the military operations, in September 2021, he was interviewed. And at that time, he was conducting war against Donbass in violation of the Minsk agreements. And the interviewer asked him what he thought about the people on the other side of the line of contact. And he answered very thoughtfully, there are people and there are species. And if you, living in Ukraine, feel associated with the Russian culture, my advice to you, for the sake of your kids, for the sake of your grandkids, get out to Russia. And if this guy wants to bring Russians and people of Russian culture back under his territorial integrity, I mean, it shows that he is not adequate.
So what are the terms under which Russia would cease hostilities? Like what are you asking for?
10 years ago, in February 2014, we were asking only for the deal between the president and the opposition,
yes,
to have government of national unity, to hold early elections, to be implemented. The deal was signed, and we were asking for the implementation of this deal. They were absolutely impatient and aggressive, and they were, of course, pushed, I have no slightest doubt, by the Americans, because if Victoria Nuland and the US ambassador agreed the composition of the government, why wait for 5 months to hold early elections?
Damn.
The next time we were in favor of something was when the Minsk agreements were signed.
Yes.
I was there. The negotiations lasted for 17 hours. And the deal was, well, Crimea was lost by then, by that time, because of referendum, and nobody, including my colleague John Kerry, meeting with us, nobody in the West was raising the issue of Crimea. Everybody was concentrated on Donbass. And the Minsk agreements provided for territorial integrity of Ukraine, minus Crimea, this was not even raised, and a special status for a very tiny part of Donbass, not for the entire Donbass, not for Novorossiya at all. Part of Donbass, under these Minsk agreements endorsed by the Security Council, should have the right to speak Russian language, to teach Russian language, to study in Russian, to have local law enforcement like in the states of US, to be consulted when judges and prosecutors are appointed by the central authority, and to have some facilitated economic connections with neighboring regions of Russia. That's it. Something which President Macron promised to give to Corsica, and still is considering how to do this. And when these agreements were sabotaged all along, first by Poroshenko and then by Zelensky, both of them, by the way, came to presidency running on the promise of peace, and both of them lied. So when these Minsk agreements were sabotaged to the extent that we saw the attempts to take this tiny part of Donbass by force, and we, as Putin explained, we have, at that time, we suggested these security arrangements to NATO and the United States, which was rejected. And when the Plan B was launched by Ukraine and its sponsors, they trying to take this part of Donbass by force, it was then that we launched the special military operation. Had they implemented the Minsk agreements, Ukraine would be one piece minus Crimea.
Damn.
But even then,
Damn. I mean, I love it. It's kind of effed up to hear, but he's like, bro, we already took Crimea. Crimea was already off the table. Like he's saying, Ukraine would have been one whole minus Crimea. That is funny as hell to say. He's a savage. He's pretty much just saying like, we let Ukraine be as it is now, but we're not giving back Crimea, and they're probably not giving back the Donbass either. You see what happens when you F around to find out.
when Ukrainians, after we started the operation, suggested to negotiate, we agreed. There were several rounds in Belarus, and one later they moved to Istanbul. And in Istanbul, Ukrainian delegation put a paper on the table saying those are the principles on which we are ready to agree. And we accepted those principles.
The Minsk principles.
No, the Istanbul principles.
Yes.
That was April 22.
Right.
Which was no NATO, but security guarantees to Ukraine collectively provided with the participation of Russia. And these security guarantees would not cover Crimea or the east of Ukraine. It was their proposal. And it was initialed. And the head of the Ukrainian delegation in Istanbul, who is now the chair of the Zelensky faction in the parliament, he recently, a few months ago, in an interview, he confirmed that this was the case. And on the basis of these principles, we were ready to draft a treaty. But then this gentleman who headed the Ukrainian delegation in Istanbul, he said that Boris Johnson visited and told them to continue to fight. Then there was...
but Boris Johnson, on behalf of...
He said no, but, you know, the guy who initialed the paper, he said it was Boris Johnson. Other people say it was Putin who ruined the deal because of the massacre in Bucha. But massacre in Bucha is something which they never mentioned anymore. Massacre in Bucha. I do, and we do. In a sense, they are on the defensive. Several times in the United Nations Security Council, sitting at the table with Antonio Guterres, 2 years ago and last year, last year and this year, the General Assembly, I raised the issue of Bucha and said, guys, it is strange that you are silent about Bucha because you were very vocal when BBC team found itself on a street where the bodies were located. And can we, I inquired, can we get the names of the persons whose bodies were broadcast by BBC? Total silence. I addressed Antonio Guterres personally in the presence of the Security Council members. He did not respond. Then at my press conference in New York, after the end of the General Assembly last September, I asked all the correspondents, guys, you are journalists. Maybe you're not an investigative journalist, but journalists normally are interested to get the truth. And Bucha thing, which was played all over the media outlets condemning Russia, is not of any interest to anyone. Politicians, UN officials, and now even journalists. I asked them, when I talked to them in September, please, as professional people, try to get the names of those whose bodies were shown in Bucha. No answer. Just like we don't have any answer to the question Where is the results of medical analysis of Alexei Navalny, who died recently, but who was treated in Germany in the fall of 2020, when he felt bad on a plane over Russia. The plane landed. He was treated by the Russian doctors in Siberia. Then the Germans wanted to take him. We immediately allowed the plane to come. They took him. In less than 24 hours, he was in Germany. And then the Germans continued to say that we poisoned him. And we asked them, can you, and they announced that the analysis confirmed that he was poisoned. We asked for the test results to be given to us. They said, no, we give it to organization on chemical weapons. We went to this organization, we are members, and we said, can you show to us, because this is our citizen, we are accused of having poisoned him. They said, the Germans told us not to give it to you because they found nothing in the civilian hospital.
Russian lawyer.
And the announcement that he was poisoned was made after he was treated in a military hospital, Bundeswehr hospital. So it seems that this
and this person, Alexei, I don't even know, Alexei Anchevovich, was a Russian opposition leader, lawyer, and anti-corruption activist, and political prisoner. He founded the Anti-Corruption Foundation in 2011, and he was re-co-signed by the Amnesty International as a prisoner of, let's see here, what was he a prisoner of? Oh, wow. Of co-sense. Okay.
secret is not going.
So how did Navalny die?
I gotta make
Well,
sure.
he died in serving the term in Russia.
Correct.
But he, during, as far as it was reported, every now and then he felt not well.
And he died, well, this year. Yeah, he died on February 16th, 2024. And they're talking about his mysterious death. And I guess Russia was blamed for it. And I guess he's trying to disavow that. He's like, bro, I mean, come on, man. Y'all saw about y'all searching for the truth. Well, let me tell you the truth about this man right here.
Well, which was another reason why we continued to ask the Germans, can you show us the results which you found? Because we did not find what they found. And what they did to him, I don't know.
What the Germans did to him?
Yeah, because...
Okay. So he's Vladimir Putin, the fiercest foe. Okay. All right. So he's pretty much anti-Putin. He was going against Putin, and he ended up dead.
Because they
makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, let's be real. We never did say Putin practiced free speech. I never did say I agreed with the way the man runs his country. But I do have to agree with him in this situation where we made an agreement, we went back on it, and he turned up.
They don't explain to
Or he's standing on 10.
anybody, including us.
On business.
Or maybe they explain to the Americans. Maybe this is credible, but they never told us how they treated him, what they found, and what methods they.
We got 150 plus y'all in here, man. Can y'all go ahead and double tap that screen to like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner? We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep the show going. And make sure to subscribe to the channel.
They were using.
How do you think he died?
I'm not a doctor, but for anybody to guess, even for the doctors to try to guess, they need to have information. And if the person was taken to Germany to be treated after he had been poisoned, the results of the tests cannot be secret. We still cannot get anything credible on the fate of Sergei Skripal and his daughter. The information is not provided to us. He is our citizen. She is our citizen, and we have all the rights and the conventions which the UK is party to get information.
Why do you think so many threads? But why do you think that Boris Johnson, former Prime Minister of the UK, would have stopped the peace process in Istanbul? On whose behalf was he doing that?
I met with him a couple of times, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was motivated by some immediate desire or by some long-term strategy.
Oh yeah, you have any questions? If you have any questions or comments or any jokes you want to share here, man, go ahead and send in $1+ super chat. We're going to read it out loud to the chat. And remember, the call-in is open, so you can go ahead and hop over to the community tab and join in. Appreciate the support, guys.
He is not very predictable.
Okay. Do you think he was acting on behalf of the U.S. government, on behalf of the Biden administration? He was doing this independently? I mean,
I don't know. I don't know, and I wouldn't guess. The fact that the Americans and the Brits are leading in this quote unquote situation is obvious. Now it is becoming also clear that there is a fatigue in some capitals, and there are talks every now and then that the Americans would like to leave it with the Europeans and to concentrate on something more important. I wouldn't guess. We would be judging by specific steps. It's obvious though that Biden administration would like to leave legacy to the Trump administration as bad as they can.
Yes.
And similar to what Obama did to Trump during his first term, when late December 2016, Obama expelled Russian diplomats just very late December, 120 persons with family members, did it on purpose, demanded them on leave on the day when there was no direct flight from Washington. So they had to move to New York by buses with all their luggage, with children, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, Obama announced the arrest of pieces of diplomatic property of Russia. And we still never were able to come and see what is the state of this Russian property. They never allowed us to come and see, though, under all convention. They just say that these pieces we don't consider as being covered by diplomatic immunity, which is a unilateral decision, never substantiated by any international court.
So you believe the Biden administration is doing something similar again to the incoming Trump administration?
Yeah, because that episode with the expulsion and the seizure of property certainly did not create the promising ground for beginning of our relations with the Trump administration. So I think they're doing the same.
But this time, President Trump was elected on the explicit promise to bring an end to the war in Ukraine. So, I mean, he said that in appearance after appearance. So given that, there is hope for a resolution, it sounds like. What are the terms to which you'd agree?
Well, the terms, I basically alluded to them when President Putin spoke in this ministry on the 14th of June. He once again reiterated that we were ready to negotiate on the basis of the principles which were agreed in Istanbul and rejected by Boris Johnson, according to the statement of the head of the Ukrainian delegation. The key principle is no non-bloc status of Ukraine. And we would be ready to be part of the group of countries who would provide collective security guarantees to
no
Ukraine.
NATO.
No NATO, absolutely. No military bases. No military exercises on the Ukrainian soil with participation of foreign troops.
And if you want to know what he's explaining, remember, he's explaining why Boris Johnson The former prime minister of the United Kingdom wants to continue the war. He's explaining that point. If you've been kind of lost by what he's saying, yes, he's going off on Boris Johnson.
And this is something which he reiterated. But of course, he said it was April 2022. Now some time has passed. And the realities on the ground would have to be taken into account and accepted. The realities on the ground are not only the line of contact, but also the changes in the Russian constitution after referendum was held in Donetsk, Lugansk republics and Kherson and Zaporozhye regions.
Yes.
And they are now part of the Russian Federation according to the constitution, and this is a reality. And of course, we cannot tolerate a deal which would keep the legislation, which I quoted, prohibiting Russian language, Russian media, Russian culture, Ukrainian Orthodox Church, because it is a violation of the obligations of Ukraine under the UN Charter, and somebody must be done about it. And the fact that the West, since this Russophobic legislative offensive started in 2017, since the West was totally silent, and it is silent until now, of course, we would have to pay attention to this in a very special way.
Would dropping sanctions against Russia be a condition?
I would say.
All right, let me go ahead and explain the call-in terms. So for the members, you can go ahead and call in for free. You guys know how it is. Non-members is $5 and up, or you can always just go ahead and join the membership for $3 to $5 a month. You know, a little easier, is it not? Or if you've already super chatted in and helped support it to get the call-in live open. I already knew who everybody supported, so you know, I don't know.
Probably many people in Russia would like to make it a condition, but the more we live under sanctions, the more we understand that it is better to rely on yourself and to develop mechanisms, to develop platforms for cooperation with normal countries who are not unfriendly to you, and don't mix economic interest and policies, and especially politics. And we learned a lot after the sanctions started. Sanctions started under Obama. They continued in a very big way under first term of Trump. And these sanctions under the Biden administration are absolutely unprecedented. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, you know. And
well, but it also just drives.
They would be never kill us, so they are making us stronger.
And driving Russia east. And so the vision that I think sane policymakers in Washington had 20 years ago is, why not bring Russia into a Western bloc, sort of as a balance against the rising east? But it doesn't seem like that. Do you think that's still possible?
I don't think so. Recently, Putin was speaking at Valdai Club. Politologists and experts. He said we would never be back at the situation of early 2022. That's when he realized for himself, apparently, not only he, but he spoke publicly about this, that all attempts to be on equal terms with the West have failed. It started after the demise of the Soviet Union. There was euphoria. We are now part of the liberal world, the democratic world, end of history. But very soon it became clear to most of the Russians that in the 90s we were treated as, at best, as junior partner, maybe not even as a partner, but as a place where the West can organize things like it like it wants, striking deals with oligarchs, buying resources and assets, and then probably the Americans decided that Russia is in their pocket. Boris Yeltsin, Bill Clinton, buddies, laughing, joking. But even at the end of Yeltsin's term, he started to contemplate that this was not something she wanted for Russia. And I think this was very obvious when he appointed Putin prime minister and then left earlier and blessed Putin as his successor for the elections which were coming and which Putin won. But when Putin became president, he was very much open to cooperation with the West. And he mentions about this quite regularly.
It would only be in our and Russia's best interest to cooperate with each other. It would only be in everybody's best interest for the three major superpowers, we're really four, to cooperate. And I would say, well, who is it? It's us, China, Russia, and the UK. It makes sense that we all just work in kumbaya. Like, why not? If we have less wars, we'd have less trade wars as well. Cold wars also will end as well. But it is kind of crazy how we're promoting on this whole idea of, oh, Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. Let's keep on funding a war with Russia when this doesn't benefit nobody. Well, honestly, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of did benefit Russia a little bit because UK's been forced to buy Russian oil and skyrocket their prices because of this war.
When he speaks with
not even doing what y'all
interviewers
wanted to do.
at some international events.
Russia. Yes, they lost some people, but man, them sanctions on Russia, they kind of found a way to get around them, especially by stop buying, oil in, American dollars and switched over to Chinese yuan, orchestrating this whole BRICS thing as a threat to the American dollar. So yeah, and it's only our fault because why? We use the American dollar to threaten these countries to do what we say.
I was present when
makes sense.
He met with George Bush Jr., with Obama. Well, after the meeting of NATO in Bucharest, which was followed by NATO-Russia summit meeting in 2008, when they announced that Georgia and Ukraine will be in NATO, and then they tried to sell it to, we asked why. There was lunch and Putin asked, what was the reason for this?
Good question.
And they said, this is something which is not obligatory. How come? Well, to start the process of joining NATO, you need a formal invitation. And this is a slogan. Ukraine and Georgia will be in NATO. But this slogan, became obsession for some people in Tbilisi first, when Saakashvili lost his senses and started the war against his own people under the protection of OSCE mission with the Russian peacekeepers on the ground. And the fact that he launched this was confirmed by the European Union investigation which they launched and which concluded that he gave the order to start. And for Ukrainians, it took a bit longer. And they were cultivating this pro-Western mood. Well, pro-Western is not bad, basically. Pro-Eastern is also not bad. What is bad is that you tell people either or. Either you go with me or you're my enemy. What happened before the coup in Ukraine? In 2013, the president of Ukraine, was Mr. Yanukovych, negotiated with the European Union some association agreement which would nullify tariffs on most of the Ukrainian goods to the European Union and the other way around. And at some point, when he was meeting with Russian counterparts, we told him, you have already, Ukraine was part of the free trade area of the Commonwealth of Independent States, no tariffs for everybody. And we, Russia, negotiated agreement with World Trade Organization for some 15, 17 years, mostly because we bargained with European Union and we achieved some protection for many of our sectors, agriculture, some others. And we explained to the Ukrainians that if you go zero in your trade with European Union, we would have to protect our customs border with you, with Ukraine. Otherwise, the zero tariff European goods would flood and would be hurting our industries, which we tried to protect and agreed for some protection. Then we suggested to the European Union, guys, Ukraine is our common neighbor. You want to have better trade with Ukraine. We want the same. Ukraine want to have markets both in Europe and in Russia. Why don't we sit three of us and discuss it like grown-ups? The head of the European Council Commission was the Portuguese, Barroso was his name. And he responded, you know, it's none of your business what we do with Ukraine. We, for example, we, the European Union, we don't ask you to discuss with us your trade with China. Absolutely arrogant answer. And then the president of Ukraine, Yanukovych, he convened his experts, and the experts said, yes, it would be not very good if we have opened the border with European Union, but the customs border with Russia would be closed, and they would be checking, you know, what is coming, so that the Russian market is not affected. And he announced in November 2013 that he cannot sign the deal immediately, and he asked the European Union to postpone it for next year, until next year. That was the trigger for Maidan, which was immediately thrown up and ended by the coup. My point is that this either or, actually the first coup took place in 2004, when after second round of elections, the same Mr. Yanukovych won presidency, the West raised hell and put pressure on the Constitutional Court of Ukraine to rule that there must be a third round. And the Constitution of Ukraine says 2 rounds. And the Constitutional Court, under the pressure of the West, violated the Constitution for the first time then. And pro-Western candidate was chosen. At that time, when all this was taking place and boiling, the European leaders were publicly saying, Ukrainian people must decide, are they with us or with Russia? This either or is still very much.
But it is the way that big countries behave. I mean, there are certain orbits, and now it's BRICS versus NATO, US versus China. And it sounds like you're saying the Russian-Chinese alliance is permanent.
Well, we are neighbors. We are neighbors, and geography is very important.
But you're also neighbors with Western Europe. You're part of it, in effect.
Well, through Ukraine, and the Western Europe wants to come.
All right, and now this is going to be an interesting conversation because they're going to go through the Chinese and Russian alliance. Let's see how he explains this.
Our borders, and there were plans that were discussed almost openly to put British naval bases on the Sea of Azov, Crimea was eyed, dreaming about creating NATO base in Crimea, and so on and so forth. We have been very friendly with Finland, for example. Overnight, the Finns came back to early years of preparation for World War II, when they were best allies of Hitler, and all this neutrality, all this friendship, going to sauna together, playing hockey together, all this disappeared overnight. So maybe this was deep in their hearts, and the neutrality was burdening them, and niceties were burdening for them. I don't know.
That's totally possible. Can you negotiate with Zelensky? You've pointed out that he has exceeded his term. He's not, democratically elected president of Ukraine anymore. So do you consider him a suitable partner for negotiations?
Putin addressed this issue as well, many times. In September 2022, during the first year of the special operation, Zelensky, in his conviction that he would be dictating the terms of the situation also to the West, he signed a decree prohibiting any negotiations with Putin's government. And when during public events, after that episode, Putin is asked why Russia is not ready for negotiations, he said, don't turn it upside down. We are ready for negotiations, provided it will be based on the balance of interest tomorrow. But Zelensky signed this decree prohibiting negotiations. And for starters, why don't you tell him to cancel it publicly? This will be a signal that he wants negotiations. Instead, Zelensky invented his peace formula. Later, it was additioned by victory plan. And they keep saying, we know what they say when they meet with European Union ambassadors and in other formats, they say, no deal unless the deal is on our terms. And I mentioned to you they are planning now the second summit on the basis of this peace formula. And they don't shy away from saying, we will invite Russia to put in front of it the deal which we agreed already with the West. And when our Western colleagues sometimes say nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, in effect, this...
Yo, we got 200 plus of y'all in here, man. Make sure y'all double tap the screen and like the video. We appreciate the support, but let's keep the stream going as well. And if you have any questions, comments you want to share with me or the chat, go ahead and send in $1 plus. We'll go ahead and read it out loud for y'all. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
Implies that anything about Russia without Russia, because they discuss what kind of conditions we must accept. By the way, recently they already violate tacitly the concept, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. There are passes, there are messages. They know our position. We are not playing double game. What Putin announced is the goal of our operation. It's fair. It's fully in line with the United Nations Charter. First of all, the rights, language rights, minority rights, national minority rights, religious rights, and it's fully in line with OSCE principle. There is an organization for security and cooperation in Europe which is still alive. And the summit of this organization, well, several summits of this organization clearly stated that security must be indivisible, that nobody should expand his security at the expense of security of others. And that, most important, no organization in Euro-Atlantic space shall claim dominance. This was last time it was confirmed by OSCE 2010. And NATO was doing exactly the opposite.
Yes.
So we have legitimacy, in our position. No NATO on our doorsteps because OSCE, agreed that this should not be the case if it hurts us. And please restore the rights of Russians.
Who do you think has been making foreign policy decisions in the United States? This is a question in the United States. Who is making these decisions?
I wouldn't guess. I haven't seen Tony Blinken for years. 2 years ago, I think at the G20 summit, was it in Rome or somewhere? In the margins. His assistant, I was representing Putin, and his assistant came up to me during a meeting and said that Tony wants to talk just for 10 minutes. I left the room, we shook hands, and he said something about the need to de-escalate and so on and so forth. I hope he is not going to be angry with me since I am disclosing this. But we were meeting in front of many people present in the room. And I said, we don't want to escalate. You want to inflict strategic defeat upon Russia. He said, no. It is not strategic defeat globally. It is only in Ukraine.
You've not spoken to him since?
That sounded dumb as hell. Like, oh no, you're only gonna take the loss to Ukraine. That everybody would know globally, that everybody would recognize globally that, oh, Ukraine beat Russia. So that's what you're trying to do, because you're not trying to sit there and turn to your taxpayers and tell them that, well, we funded a losing war and we knew it was losing. So now we're trying to turn Russia and be like, look, bro, can y'all just say that y'all lost? Just say that y'all lost so our people don't turn against us for wasting their tax dollars. Suppose.
Have you spoken to any officials in the Biden administration since then?
I don't want to ruin their career.
But have you had meaningful conversations?
No. Not at all. No, when I met in international events, one or another person whom I know, an American, I mean.
Yeah.
Some of them say hello, some of them exchange few words, but I never impose myself. Because
but nothing meaningful behind the scenes.
It's becoming contagious, when they see, when somebody sees an American talking to me or a European talking to me. Europeans are running away when they see me. During the last G20 meeting, it was ridiculous. Grown-up people, mature people, they
ducking smoke, as they say. As we say in the Black community, they were ducking the smoke. And what do I mean by ducking smoke? It means that, bro, y'all want conflict with us. You want to inflict a defeat of Russia, and I'm trying to talk peace with y'all, and y'all over here running away from me, and then going ahead and telling the world that, oh, Russia's not willing to talk to nobody. They're going to go ahead and expand and all that good stuff. And I'm pretty sure he's over here going like, where y'all getting this from? Y'all running away from conversation.
They behave like kids, so childish, unbelievable.
So you said that when in 2016 in December, the Obama administration left a bunch of bombs basically for the incoming Trump administration. In the last month since the election, you have all sorts of things going on politically in bordering states in this region that, in Georgia and Belarus, in Romania, and then, of course, most dramatically in Syria, you have turmoil. Does this seem like part of an effort by the United States to make the resolution more difficult?
There is nothing new, frankly, because the U.S. Historically, in foreign policy, was motivated by making some trouble and then to see if they can fish in the muddy water.
Yeah.
Iraqi aggression, Libyan adventure, ruining the state, basically. fleeing from Afghanistan, now trying to get back through the back door, using the United Nations, to organize some event where the US can be present, in spite of the fact that they left Afghanistan in very bad shape and arrested money, don't want to give it back. I think this is, if you analyze the American foreign policy steps, adventures, most of them is the right word. That's the pattern. They create some trouble and then they see how to use it. In Georgia, this OSCE monitors elections. When it used to monitor elections in Russia, they would always be very negative. And on other countries as well, Belarus, Kazakhstan. This time in Georgia, the monitoring mission of OSCE presented a positive report, and it is being ignored. So when you need endorsement of the procedures, you do it when you like the results of the election. If you don't like the results of elections, you ignore it. It's like when the United States and other...
Like the president of Venezuela right now is like, I don't like the results, ignore it, and let's just say I won.
Western countries recognized unilateral declaration of independence of Kosovo. They said this is the self-determination being implemented. When a few years later, and there was no referendum in Kosovo, unilateral declaration of independence. By the way, after that, the Serbs approached International Court of Justice, which ruled that, well, normally they are not very specific, in their judgment, but they ruled that unilateral, or rather, when part of a territory declares independence, it is not necessarily to be agreed with the central authorities. And when a few years later, Crimeans were holding referenda with invitation of many international observers, not from international organizations, but from parliamentarians in Europe, in Asia, in post-Soviet space, they said, no, we cannot accept this because this is violation of territorial integrity.
Right.
You pick and choose. The UN Charter is not a menu. You have to respect it in all its entirety.
So who's paying the rebels who've taken parts of Aleppo? Is the Assad government in danger of falling? What is happening exactly in your view in Syria?
Well, we had a deal when this crisis started, and we are organized the Astana process of Russia, Turkey, and Iran. We meet regularly, and another meeting is being planned before the end of the year or early next year to discuss the situation on the ground. And the rules of the game is to help Syrians to come to terms with each other and to prevent separatist trends from getting strong. That's what the Americans are doing in the east of Syria when they groom some Kurdish separatists using the profits from oil and grain, salt, which the resources which they occupy. This Astana format is a useful combination of players, if you wish, and we're very much concerned. After this happened with Aleppo and surroundings, I had a conversation with the Turkish Minister of Foreign Affairs and with Iranian colleague we agreed to try to meet this week.
Did you see it coming?
Hopefully in Doha, in the margins of this international conference. We would like to discuss the need to come back to strict implementation of the deals on Idlib area, because Idlib de-escalation zone was the place from where the
And if you need a better understanding of what's going on in Syria, well, let's get into that. Because we're going to go ahead and get right into why Syria's civil war has restarted. A little 8 minutes.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. For the past few years, the situation in Syria has been relatively calm. Bashar al-Assad has reasserted control over most of the country, but a ceasefire negotiated by Turkey and Russia in 2020 has preserved a rebel holdout in the northwest, while a continued US military presence has shielded a de facto Kurdish state in the northeast. However, in part thanks to the instability in and around Israel, over the past few months, conflict has flared up again. And on Wednesday, anti-Assad rebels staged a shockingly successful offensive into the outskirts of Syria's second largest city, Aleppo. So in this video, we're going to take a look at this new rebel offensive, why it's all...
Well, talk about gaining an inch and talk about you give them an inch and they take a mile.
Kicking off now, and what might come of it.
And make sure y'all double tap the screen and like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner. And if you have any questions, thoughts, or comments, or any information you want to share, go ahead and super chat it in. Just $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out loud to the chat and post it. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start with a little bit of context. The Syrian civil war started in 2011 with the Arab Spring, as Syrians across the country rose up against dictator Bashar al-Assad. Assad came to power in 2000, succeeding his father Hafez, who had himself ruled Syria since 1971. The protests quickly spiraled into a civil war, largely thanks to a predictably vicious response from Syrian security forces. The Syrian civil war is still ongoing and is infamously complicated, but it can broadly be split into 3 phases. The first comes from about 2011 until about 2015, when, largely thanks to indirect support from a number of NATO states and Gulf monarchies, anti-Assad rebel forces made impressive gains, capturing the regional capitals of Raqqa in 2013 and Idlib in 2015. The second phase, which we might call the ISIS phase, slightly overlaps with the first phase, running from 2014 until about 2017. This is when basically everyone got together to push back ISIS, which capitalized on the political instability in Syria and neighboring Iraq.
You want to talk about the most extreme, terrifying group of Muslims? I mean, it would be ISIS. So about a guy that was decapitating people on camera, sending it to Obama. I mean, wild people.
To establish a caliphate, which, at its peak, covered roughly 100,000 square kilometers and 10 million people. By the end of 2017, however, ISIS were almost entirely defeated. To push back ISIS, the West, and especially the US, stepped up their support for the Kurds, a stateless ethnic group spread across southeast Turkey, northwestern Iran, northern Iraq, and northern Syria. Similarly, both to push back ISIS and to protect their ally, both Russia and Iran stepped up their support for Assad. This takes us on to the third phase, which runs from about 2016 until 2020. The Kurds established a relatively large autonomous zone in the north, thanks to American support, while Assad, with Russian and Iranian support, started recapturing territory from the rebels. In early 2020, it looked like the rebels, who were confined to just the northwest corner of Syria around Idlib, might be wiped out. But in March, Turkish President Recep Erdogan negotiated a ceasefire with Russian President Vladimir Putin. For context, Erdogan backs the rebels, both because he wants to use them to push back against the Kurds, for a fear that a de facto Kurdish state in northern Syria would both stoke separatist sentiment in Turkey and provide a base for Kurdish terrorist groups like the Kurdistan Workers' Party, and because he's never got on with Assad, for a variety of reasons. Anxieties about Kurdish separatism are what motivated Turkey's numerous incursions into northern Syria between 2016 and 2019, which created a sort of buffer zone along the Turkey-Syria border. Broadly speaking, the ceasefire held.
So, a country just riddled in conflict. There's so many different factions trying to fight for power. It's crazy. I think got like 3 or 4 different people in there just coming at each other's necks for power. The fact that they even had a president is amazing to me at this point.
Leaving 4 de facto states within what used to be Syria. A Kurdish state in the rural northeast, a Turkish buffer state within that, a rebel stronghold in Idlib, and then the rest of the country, which is now controlled by Assad. This means that Assad now controls about 60% of Syria's territory and the vast majority of its population. However, a couple of days ago, the violence restarted in earnest when the main Islamist rebel group, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, launched an assault from its territory in Idlib towards government-held positions around Aleppo, a city that had once been a rebel bastion but was recaptured by government forces in 2016 after a months-long siege. The offensive began on Wednesday, and the rebels made swift progress, seizing the Syrian army's 46th Regiment's base and a handful of villages in the first 24 hours. On Thursday, they cut off the M5 highway at 2 points, the Aleppo suburb of Khan al-Assal and the town of
And they're working quick. It's like, all right, they gained some ground and now they're working quick.
Sarakib. For context, the M5 highway is basically the most important road in Syria, and it connects Aleppo to the capital Damascus. According to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, at least 200 people have been killed in the fighting so far. It's hard to know exactly how things are progressing, but as of Friday morning, it looks like the rebels had reached the western outskirts of Aleppo, which is pretty terrible news for Assad. So why has this happened now? In other words, why is a ceasefire that held for 4 years suddenly collapsed? Well, as we see it, there are 2 main reasons. First, what's happening in and around Israel. Israel's assault on Hezbollah in Lebanon meant that Iran and Hezbollah, who both back Assad, had to redirect their forces and attention to southern Lebanon. It's no coincidence that this assault started just a day after Netanyahu announced a new ceasefire in Lebanon. HTS will have wanted to attack before Hezbollah had time to redeploy its forces back to Syria. HTS will have also been helped by the recent Israeli airstrikes on Hezbollah and Iranian positions in Syria, which has weakened government forces. The second reason is the recent uptick in Syrian and Russian airstrikes against rebel positions. For context, over the past month or so, pro-Assad Syrian government forces have been striking rebel targets in Idlib, which many analysts suspected was a precursor to a new offensive against the rebels. Now, this might sound a bit weird, given what we've just said. After all, why would Assad and co try a new offensive when Hezbollah and Iran are preoccupied with Israel? And, well, it's hard to say, but it's probably in part because...
Yeah, you ain't got no real allies to help you. They're too preoccupied. So you doing this on your own is a bit wild. It's a bit of a stretch.
They thought that they could do it after the ceasefire in Lebanon, and because, until recently, it looked like Assad might be able to convince Turkey to wind down support for the rebels. The thinking here was that, given Assad's dominant position in Syria, Turkey might support Assad to both squeeze the Kurds and to make Syria politically stable enough that Erdogan could return at least some of the 3.6 million Syrian refugees currently living in Turkey. There were some tentative signs that things were moving in this direction. In July, for instance, Erdogan said he hoped to meet Assad for the first time in more than a decade. But the fact that this assault has gone ahead just 2 days after Erdogan had a call with Putin suggests that he's no longer so keen on mending ties with Assad. Anyway, this rebel assault would have been intended both to preempt any government offensive and to placate the locals in Idlib, who didn't like their homes.
And if you're feeling the content, man, go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video or the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support, guys. Any questions or comments? Super chat $1+. We'll go ahead and read that out loud for y'all. Let's keep the show going.
We're getting pounded by airstrikes. So what happens next? Well, while many of our viewers might find it satisfying seeing the rebels deal a bloody nose to Assad, Putin, and the Ayatollahs, the risk here is that this violence shatters Syria's fragile peace, which would be terrible news for ordinary Syrians, at least in the short term. As you've hopefully realized after an 8-minute video explaining the Syrian civil war, you'll have noticed that here at TLDR News, we're committed to helping you learn. Fortunately, the sponsor of today's video...
Just shout out to them. So let's get back to the, our guy Tucker Carlson.
Moved to take Aleppo, and the arrangements reached in 2019 and 2020 provided for our Turkish friends to control the situation in the Idlib de-escalation zone and to separate the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham former Nusra, from the opposition, which is non-terrorist and which cooperates with Turkey. Apparently, it is not yet. And another deal was the opening of M5 route from Damascus to Aleppo, which is also now taken completely by the terrorists. So we, as ministers of foreign affairs, would discuss the situation, hopefully, this coming Friday, and the military of all three countries and the security people are in contact with each other.
But the Islamist groups, the terrorists you just described, who is backing them?
Well, we have some information, and we would like to discuss with all our partners in this process the way to cut the channels of financing and arming them. The information which is being floated, and it's in the public domain, mentions the Americans, the Brits, among others. Some people say that Israel is interested in making this situation aggravate, so that Gaza is not under very close scrutiny. It's a complicated game. Many actors are involved, and I hope that the contacts which we are planning for this week will help stabilize the situation.
What do you think of Donald Trump?
I met him several times when he was having meetings with Putin, and when he received me twice, I think, in the Oval Office when I was visiting for bilateral talks. Well, I think he's a very strong person, a person who wants results, who doesn't like procrastination on anything. And this is my impression. He's very friendly in discussions, but this does not mean that that he is pro-Russian, as some people try to present him. The amount of sanctions we received under the Trump administration was very, very, very big. And we respect any...
I'm weak. Coming from the people themselves, coming from the foreign minister himself, like how is this man pro-Russian? And he hit us with some crazy ass sanctions. I mean, like, Trump wasn't playing with us. Bro, as Putin said, he's like, hold on. They said you were our friend. They said, bro, I'd hate to see you as our enemy. He's like, bro, if you're my friend, you're over here putting sanctions on me. I'm like, whoa. And that's what they're calling you? Huh. That is crazy. Like, that is crazy. It's almost like somebody who goes out their way just to F your day up, but everybody sees them as your friend. Like, he done slashed the tires, he done put sugar in your gas, and he done made life just difficult for you. But everybody refers to that guy as your friend. Like, what the hell?
Any choice which is made by the people when they vote, respect the choice of American people, and we are open, as Putin said, we are open to contacts with, we have been open all along with the current administration, and we hope that when Donald Trump is inaugurated, we will understand what the ball, as Putin said, is on this side. We never severed our contacts, our ties in economy, trade, on security, on anything.
And my final question is, how sincerely worried are you about an escalation and conflict between Russia and the United States, knowing what you do?
Well, we started with this question, more or less.
It seems the central question.
Yes, and the Europeans say that it's not, they whisper to each other that it is not for Zelensky.
And shout out Hellbat. He said, like how two men in a boxing ring fight different on whether they're friend or foe. Yeah, like how two men in a boxing ring fight different on whether they are friend or foe. Well, wait, are you pretty much saying you like how two men will step in a boxing ring and fight each other, damn near like they're fighting to death, whether they are friend or foe? I think that's the point you're making, Hellbat. And even then, appreciate the support, my friend.
To dictate the terms of the deal, it's for the US and Russia. I don't think we should be presenting our relations as, two guys decide for everybody. Not at all. It is not our style. We prefer the manners which dominate in BRICS, in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where the UN Charter principle of sovereign equality of states is really embodied. The US is not used to respect sovereign equality of states. The United States, when they say we cannot allow Russia to win on Ukraine because this would undermine our rules-based world order. And the rules-based world order is American domination. Now, by the way, NATO, at least under Biden administration, is eyeing the entire Eurasian continent. Indian Pacific strategies, South China Sea, East China Sea is already on NATO agenda. NATO is moving infrastructure there. AUKUS, building Quartet Indo-Pacific 4, they call it. Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea. US, South Korea, and Japan are building military alliance with some nuclear components. So, and Stoltenberg, the former Secretary General of NATO, said last year after the summit, which he said, Euro-Atlantic security is indivisible from Indo-Pacific security. When he was asked, does it mean that you go beyond territorial defense? No, it doesn't go beyond territorial defense, but to defend our territory, we need to be present there. This element of preemption is more and more present. But with the United States, we don't want war with anybody. And as I said, 5 nuclear states declared at the top level in January 2022 that we don't want confrontation with each other and that we shall respect each other's security interests and concerns. And it also stated nuclear war can never be won, and therefore nuclear war is not possible. And the same was reiterated bilaterally between Russia and the United States, Putin, Biden, when they met in 21 in Geneva in June. Basically, they reproduced the statement by Reagan and Gorbachev of 1987, I think, no nuclear war. And this is absolutely in our vital interest, and I hope that this is also in vital interest of the United States. I say so because some time ago, Mr. Kirby, who is White House communications coordinator or whatever, he was asking questions, answering questions, and about escalation and about possibility of nuclear weapons being employed. And he said, oh, no, we don't want escalation because then if there is some nuclear element, then our European allies would suffer. So even mentally, he excludes that the United States can suffer. And this is something which makes the situation a bit risky. It might, if this mentality prevails, then some reckless steps could be taken, and this is bad.
So what I think you're saying is American policymakers imagine there could be a nuclear exchange that doesn't directly affect the United States.
Yeah, there's no way. they're pretty much saying that, and this is what Alex Jones pretty much saying, that the globalists or the elites think that we can win a nuclear war or we cannot be involved. That we can start a nuclear war and not hit our shores, just like we can start wars and not hit our shores. I think we're tripping. Like whoever these guys are tripping, because starting wars and a nuclear war are two different things. I'm being real with you. Because if you start a conflict between two countries and this one nuke goes AWOL, and one nuke goes AWOL and it ends up hitting another country, now we got a problem. Now y'all see the problem here, because one missile, okay, maybe that can be forgiven. A nuke that just gets misfired in the wrong country, hits the wrong city, we got problems here. And then, you know, the effects on the environment overall, and the fact that a lot of land will be useless for years to come. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's not even worth thinking that you wouldn't get involved. I mean, if I was Russia and I'm now getting in a fight with France, Britain, freaking, who's next? Oh, I forgot. Y'all want to add in the Middle East too? Like, if I'm over here getting in with everybody else, they got nukes. You damn right I'm gonna nuke America. I'm just saying. I'll hit them too, because they started and I know they did. So they're gonna go ahead and get in on it too. I don't know. Maybe I'm petty for saying that. Maybe I may be a little bit crazy for saying it. But if I'm looking at it like that, and they truly feel like, oh, well, we can start a nuclear war and we just won't be affected. Like, you don't even think through the environment. Like, even if nobody hits your shore, you don't even think environmentally that could be bad for us?
United States, and you're saying that's not true.
He said at least a decade, I believe. Yeah. So over here destroying farmland and all this, like, for what? For what? Like, and they truly think that it won't have no effect. Even if we don't get hit by a nuke, you tell me we still won't have crazy pollution in the air. Everybody might be getting cancer and all that good stuff just because we don't let these countries take themselves out the game. Like, come on. And shout out Hellbat, man. Support.
That's what I said, yes. No, but, you know, professionals in deterrence, nuclear deterrence policy, they know very well that it's a very dangerous game. And to speak about a limited exchange of nuclear strikes is an invitation to disaster, which we don't want to happen.
Mr. Lavrov, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shout out that guy. But all right, let's get to the next one.
And, you know, if you look at him one way, it's this. If you look at him at another way, it's that. And Humberto and I were talking about this right before. So the first thing he found was your reigning president goes, okay, I'm declaring martial law. You can't protest, you can't say these things, and you cannot have demonstration around, I think they call it the National Assembly building.
Yeah, the National Assembly.
National Assembly building, which is basically their parliament or their Capitol Hill, right? Yeah. Basically. And so they do that, and then all of a sudden the entire National Assembly thinks about it overnight, come back the next day and go, hang on a second. And they vote 190 to nothing to say, no, we are repealing martial law right now. So on the surface, you're thinking, wow, is democracy working here?
Yeah.
Is this guy a little bit loose cannon at the in the president's chair, and all these people, regardless of their party affiliation?
Why did he declare martial law? Or what was the
civil unrest? And
there was
and
civil
people
unrest,
were not stoked
protesting. They were worried about like a J6, too many people coming to the National Assembly building. There was social media that was like 80 and 90, 100 people, clusters at a time, saying, hey, let's meet at National Assembly. Let's do this. So they're thinking they've got a J6 coming, or they think they've got just too much protesting, right?
The president was in hot waters for two things. First of all, his wife was involved in corruption deals. And the second thing is his approval rating was on the floor. He was a 20% approval rating. So that's not a good combination. You have civil unrest, you have some allegations of corruptions, and you have an approval rating of 20%. It's just recipe for disaster. And they hate you. So this was a Hail Mary,
So exactly. Hey, Mary, martial law. Everybody has to stay home. Can't do this. No demonstrations, no gathering, no public assembly permits will be issued. Stop. The parliament, the National Assembly, comes out the next morning and goes, you know what? We thought about this overnight and we think this guy, no, we're not with this. And they vote 190-0. Now, when does any parliament, Congress, or governing body in the world vote 190-0?
Never happened.
When they're voting to keep the Jeffrey Epstein tapes out.
Except whether it's voting, whether they think that Putin's last election was fair. And then, of course, everybody says in the Knesset, oh, you know what? We're good.
Yeah.
So they come out 190-0 and say no. And there's this other backlash coming out because it's like what's really happening. It's kind of what you're talking about, Eric Adams. Are those little trumped up charges really the charges, or is that the shiny object we're supposed to look at so we don't look at this steaming pile of turd? And this guy his wife was corrupt, but he was also allegedly corrupt, but he was also investigating everybody else.
Yes, he was.
So do you remember one of the Kennedy lines, which turned out to be true, was that Sam Giancana had a conversation that has been documented by people that were there. Whether he was part of the assassination or not is for another day. But what he said is, no, you know what? We can't kill Bobby because Bobby was out there as Attorney General persecuting and getting after the mob, except the mob that was aligned with his father. So it's like, except these guys, all mob is bad, except the home team. And so Sam Giancana in Chicago said, you know what? Somebody's going to kill Bobby. And somebody said, Sam, nobody can kill Bobby. Nobody should kill Bobby. Because if you think it's bad now, JFK and his dad will flip this country upside down and there'll be no trials. Don't do that. Don't do that to Joe Kennedy. And so they kind of understood it. And so I think about those things. I think about what's going on right now in South Korea is like his wife is allegedly corrupt, but he's out there investigating people similar to JFK was in the White House while his little brother was.
But all right, though. Actually, let's get back over into this Piers Morgan because I didn't know we didn't finish it. Let's get right into it because they asked us, are you done with the Russian propaganda? And I'm over here, well, like I said, if it means I want peace, nope.
Poor country is being bombed to death, and their opinions here.
Probably won't be
it's
done
just
on
not
here.
the case that Washington started the new Cold
And
War
for the
with
long
Russia
run,
and
guys.
the catastrophe in Ukraine, because the book
This is
is
my Russian
700 pages of all of this going back to the end of the last Cold War. And with all due respect to the guy that shot bin Laden in the head, thank you. And with all due respect to this young woman whose poor country is being bombed to death and their opinions here, it's just not the case that what we have is a simple case of a Hitlerian, Putin-led Russia running roughshod and rampage. And the only thing to stop them is when tough, good guys like us stand up to a bully like him. For example, in a war that they both cited numerous times here today, the Georgia war was begun by the American sock puppet, Saakashvili. He launched that war and killed Russian peacekeepers in his initial assault. And they lied about that, led by John McCain during the campaign at the time in 2008. But even the New York Times later admitted that, yeah, it was true, that was how that war started. And part of his motivation to do that was that Bush, a few months before, had given him sort of a pseudo membership action plan for joining NATO. But you can't join NATO if you don't have settled borders. And Georgia had these two breakaway provinces under Russian protection. And so he was trying to reincorporate them so he would have a settled border so he could join America's military alliance, which completely blew up in his face and got a bunch of people killed. But that's just not the same thing as Putin wakes up every day scheming on how he can conquer Poland, and only America's threat of ultimate H-bomb annihilation is holding him at bay. It's just really not like that. It's much more complicated than that. And, again, back to your original question, it's not to say that he's justified in what he's done, but it's like if you get in a bar fight and you're shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket and he stabs you, that doesn't justify you shoving him, doesn't justify him stabbing you. But also you were shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket, and don't pretend like he just woke up this morning looking to pick a fight with you. And one more thing here, a great example, and then I'll leave it, is the status quo in Crimea held from 1991 all the way through 2014. What changed was that, and there was a controversy over it. It's an extremely important Russian naval base there at Sevastopol and the rest of this. It was in controversy since independence, but the status quo held until the Barack Obama government overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second time in 10 years. And then the new regime immediately threatened to repeal and abolish the Kharkiv Pact, the agreement by which Russia was allowed to stay at Sevastopol. And it was only then that they seized the Crimean Peninsula. So it's not to say that, oh, it was perfectly justified for them to do so, but it is to say that it was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who picked that fight, and then it was Putin who finished it. And then this is a big part of the reason why the war in the East broke out immediately, was because when the dissenters seized buildings in the East, and including with some Russian help, just like the Westerners helped the Maidan, they declared war against them. They overreacted at John Brennan's behest. We know this, it was reported in Forbes. John Brennan went there on April 12th. They launched the war on the 14th. And the reason that they did that was because the coup had already blown up in their face in the loss of Crimea. So they weren't about to tolerate this kind of dissent in the East. It's not Russian propaganda. I'm a Texan. I don't even read Russian or know what the Russians say about this stuff.
Oh,
this
sure,
is the history of the world as it took place.
And it's crazy though. Every time you kind of speak in a way of not villainizing Russia, you're not speaking well of them, but you're not completely villainizing them. You're speaking Russian propaganda. I'm like, if it was Russian propaganda, then it would sound a little bit more like this. Oh, Russia's gonna take over. We should just let it happen. They know what's best for Ukraine, and I'm be real with you, nobody believes that. But what we do believe is that, well, NATO and the U.S. got themselves into the situation, and the reason why they did is because they knew none of their citizens were going to be the one that were going to be sacrificed. Like, we're not the one throwing our people into the fire; they are.
Russian. That's my.
That's
yes.
fine. Listen,
can I please interject with that?
Well, let me just say right here. Anytime anyone contradicts the party line on this, that's all anyone ever says.
Exactly. Anytime anybody contradicts the party line of, oh, Putin bad, Putin evil, oh, Putin had no right to go into Ukraine, all that good stuff. Yeah, that's when the whole Russian propaganda BS starts. And it's cool. I'm used to it, but hey, maybe you should educate yourself on the entire history of the whole Ukraine war.
Is that this is Russian propaganda, but that's just a bunch
because
of crap.
It is.
They're plagiarizing me.
You repeated it.
Well, the events that led up to the Ukrainian war.
And I'm just speaking the truth.
Are you getting money or not? I'm just wondering,
break,
you know.
Lady.
At least they pay you.
See, that
I hope.
really is all you have, because you can't contradict any of my facts. So you have to come up with this nonsense.
I can contradict everything you said. I
the reality is,
in my
no one in America cares about Russia at all, lady. Nobody in America cares about Russia. Back in the days of communism, there were communists that did.
Can I please have a word? This person spoke quite a bit. We had given him a rooper to repeat Russian talking points and lies, blatant lies. So, you know,
okay, well,
that's how it's pronounced. It's a rooper. All right, so where's my rooper? Where is my rooper, bro?
Anna, just respond to what you were saying, Scott. I'm interested to hear a response.
A lot of bullshit was said, so it's kind of difficult to counter everything. Basically, it was not a coup. It was a revolution that millions of people participated in. The reason we participated, me included, I was 19 back in the day, it was because we had severe problems with corruption and a tyrannical puppet of Russia, Yanukovych, who refused to make a treaty with the European Union, which is what most of the people in Ukraine wanted, 60-something%, and especially younger people wanted to move away from Russian control, from Russians owning every single business industry in my country, and to have some sort of like laws and order, and also have some sort of democracy and liberty that is what something people have in the West, and that's something that we did not have. So that was about, a revolution was about that, about students going and protesting and getting beaten up, and Yanukovych then going to Russia to essentially ask Putin, his buddy, how can he stop the protesters, which he then made dictator laws that prohibited people to effectively protest at all in this country. So we didn't appreciate that, and we went literally millions of people participated in Maidan. That is not a coup. That is not something you buy for Obama or Nuland cookies. I'm sorry to say, never received a single cookie yet. It's been a long time. And yeah, all of that, when going to Georgia is a whole other thing, but that's just what Russia does. It creates unrest. It supports militias in the countries. And then...
Well, let's be real. Can we say the same about America? We're the ones who supporting this war. If it wasn't for our support, Ukraine wouldn't even be fighting. They wouldn't even have the funds to fight Russia. They'd immediately gave up and just stopped at Crimea and now fight these niggas. Fight these people into losing the Donbass. Sorry, my urban ways was starting to slip out.
Basically floods them with weapons, and it also applies its own soldiers to annex territory by the guise of protecting Russian speakers or any of that. Scott is a master, I believe Scott is the name, right? Here, but I am a Russian speaker from Eastern Ukraine. It's about as east as it gets in Kharkiv, and I didn't require their protection. I was never prosecuted. What they did is that they attacked us under the guise of protecting Russian speakers that was never prosecuted in this country, because half of us.
And if you're listening to that Tucker Carlson interview, that's exactly what the foreign minister said. We're not attacking them for the resources, which I believe is a lie. We're attacking them to protect Russian, people of Russian descent, people who have Russian heritage there. We're trying to protect those people. And the funny thing is, I ain't gonna lie, I believe that. But yes, I do believe that he was lying about the resource of not wanting them just for resource, but I do believe he's telling the truth about wanting to protect Russian citizens, because Russians have a strong sense of nationalism, very strong sense of nationalism. And shout out Hellbat. Propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. For those who think they know but don't, I'm telling you, it's almost like if I don't give you the information of, Putin is bad, Putin is losing, Putin is this, that, and the third, he's a dictator. Well, okay, he is a dictator, but he's the most evilest man in the world, then that's Russian propaganda. You see, I'm not giving you the information that, I would say mainstream media or you personally would want me to give you. Shout out Hellbat, man. Shout out Hellbat. Appreciate that.
Us literally are Russians because we have been Russified back in the day by Russian Empire. So yeah, this war is not about you. I'm sad to say some things are not about America. This war is about our very long time, centuries long oppressor trying to thrust us back under their control. And we didn't want that. People in Georgia don't want that, if you can see it by now, currently, by the revolution and the protests going on in the country, exactly for the same reason, because their corrupt Russian puppet government refused the people's will to be part of Europe. So it was never about NATO, because we never discussed joining NATO until Russian invasion. It was never even a conversation in Ukraine about joining NATO. So thanks for the lies, obviously. Also, yeah, they do have borders with NATO right now, and they had them before. Now it's even bigger. It doubled because Finland, in fear of Russia, joined NATO. That's why people join NATO, because they want protection from Russian aggression.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Rob, you've been waiting patiently. It's interesting. I find with these debates, I learn a lot, but I'm not entirely sure where the truth lies, having just heard two very different versions of the history here. What would you like to say?
Well, what I like to say is obviously Anna has more experience than me. She lives there. She's lost family members. And having seen war firsthand, I know that most people don't want to be at war. Most people are trying to get on with their lives. And unfortunately, there are bad people that force this stuff. And my heart goes out to them, too. And I'm definitely going to buy Scott's book after this. I'm actually sitting here on this panel learning a lot. And I'm open-minded about stuff, because I used to be, America, apple pie, and we're the greatest in the world. But I've seen stuff that we've done. Sitting here in the United States, having worked in D.C. and living in New York, I just don't like my taxpayer dollars going over to a place where people are funneling into their own pockets and threatening a nuclear war, because it doesn't matter who does it. If one nuke gets launched, if it's India to Pakistan or or Israel to somewhere else, or the United States decides, the only country, by the way, to ever drop a nuclear weapon on another country. If that happens again, we're going to go into a thing called nuclear winter, and you're going to want to die in the blast. You're not going to want to die doing that. My interest is in getting corrupt politics out. Well, first here, hopefully it starts in January, and then maybe it can spread somewhere else. You're never going to get rid of corrupt politicians because narcissists are they just go there. Washington's full of them. I've been there. I've seen them. Obviously, Vladimir Putin's a horrible person. I don't like Volodymyr Zelensky either. I'm tired of seeing innocent people get killed for other people getting rich, because that's what happens. I'm tired of seeing soldiers who don't want to be there, both Ukraine and Russia, fighting in trenches like they did in World War I and getting hit with suicide drones, which is the wave of the future, almost to the point where we're going to stop having manned jets, because it's a waste of time when legions of drones will be fighting. I hate to see this escalation of force. I hate to see people getting rich everywhere, from the industrial complex to the military, of big pharma, of all that stuff. It's just sad as someone who went somewhere, risked my own life to kill the #1 terrorist in the world, and now wonder if some of the places we went were even worth it, or we're just making people like Dick Cheney rich. So that's why I'm here, and I'm just open-minded. I want to hear what Cenk has to say. Buying the book, love to hear Scott's book, love to hear what Anna's saying, and I'm honest to God just learning stuff here today. So
do you know what? That's such a great, honest answer, Rob. That's why I love having you on Uncensored, because you're an honest guy, and I really appreciate that. I feel the same way. I don't profess to be a great expert here. Cenk, I'm going to come to you in a second. I'm just going to have a quick break to speak to the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, General Wesley Clark. General, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Oh, happy to be here, Piers. I'm listening to this panel. Look, there's a lot of misinformation.
Okay.
I was in Ukraine on the 31st of March. I went through Maidan. I talked to the people. I looked at the lamppost where Putin's henchmen had killed a bunch of Ukrainians, or a bunch of bullets still embedded in the lamppost. I followed it very, very closely. I don't know exactly what you want to talk about. If I'd been on your panel, I would probably disagree with most of them. The people in Ukraine are fighting for democracy. NATO didn't push itself to the borders. It was drawn to the borders by the people in Eastern Europe who wanted freedom. They wanted freedom from Russian oppression. That's why NATO expanded in response to them. Not because NATO wanted to expand, it's because in order to stabilize, you had to be able to provide investment, and to get investment, people needed security, and they were living in fear of Russia coming back. Now, when did Putin decide to come back? As soon as he became president in 1999. At the speech he made in the inauguration of President Kuchma in Ukraine. Putin said, Ukraine and Russia, we're more than brothers, we're in each other's souls. Poland sent its national security advisor to see me after that, said, he's trying to restore the Soviet Union. He's coming after us. So this is a long-held ambition by Mr. Putin. And he's seen weakness in the West repeatedly. And that weakness has encouraged him to move. And it's going to continue until the West shows strength. And that strength means providing much more to Ukraine, bringing Ukraine into NATO, and saying to Mr. Putin very directly, look, stop. We're not interested in strategic arms discussions. We're not interested in investing in your economy. We're not interested in having nice conversations in Switzerland with you until...
But you should, though. But you should. And if he's about to say until you give up Ukraine or give up the Donbass, no. You guys are the weaker force. He's the more stronger force. You kind of got to ask him, kind of come to him and be like, all right, how can we end this? Not, you better do this, you better do that, you better make yourself look weak in front of your people so you can satisfy people who don't give a fuck about you. I'm just like, y'all hear yourselves.
You pull back.
And here's the worst thing.
Return the children.
Not only don't they give a F
inductees.
about Putin, they don't give a F about Russian people. So what the hell does it look like him coming to this guy going like, all right, yeah, let me come to the table now that I gave up my bargaining chip. Like, yeah, no. And even if he wanted to come to the table and use Ukraine as a bargaining chip, I'll be real with you, probably wouldn't be with this guy.
bring to trial the war criminals that have been indicted in Ukrainian courts, and you owe us close to $1 trillion in destruction of our country. So, Piers, these are very clear lines. This is 1937, 1938. And you would have heard the same kind of apologists for Hitler. You would have heard them saying the peace in Versailles was unfair, and the French, and there's corruption and so forth. There's corruption in every government. It's there in your government. It's there in the United States. It's there in Ukraine, but it's never the same as it is in Russia, where organized crime works as an arm of the government.
I mean, come on now. Are we gonna pretend like we didn't have the mafia working as an arm of the government when the CIA, when the mafia was actually funding the CIA? But hold on, are we gonna pretend like the CIA wasn't moving drugs at a time and wasn't actually operating on the black market? Come on now. We can't talk from such a privileged position when we've honestly kind of done equal to or worse. And then, hold on. Russia's damn near like an oligarchy ran country. Well, let's see. We complain about all these corporations and all these rich people like we live in an oligarchy country. Ain't that crazy?
Connected to the intelligence agencies to assure that Putin and his cronies get what they want. So I think it's a very difficult time. I don't know how the negotiations are going to turn out, but I would tell you this, that Mr. Trump's in a tough position, because if he gives Putin what he wants, he looks weak to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And if he looks to the rest of the world, China's going to move. We've got in the United States a window now to do something in the Middle East, and I think Netanyahu probably will ask Mr. Trump to do it and pose a choice for the Iranian regime: either knock off the hegemonial aspirations and shut down this arc of resistance, including the weapons to the Houthis, or face the consequences. With Iran, you have to go to the source. With Russia, you have to stand firm. We've had deterrence in place for 70 years. We have nuclear weapons. Putin doesn't want to use a nuclear weapon. He's afraid of nuclear weapons.
I mean,
but
we're all afraid.
He's using them to threaten. So people like your bearded guy whose name I didn't get, these are people who are repeating Russian talking points. It's exactly what the woman from Ukraine said. Now, I will tell you that people in Ukraine are suffering, and they would love an end to this conflict. They did.
Now, did this man really just spin being afraid of nuclear war as a Russian talking point? Hold on. So pretty much being afraid to be vaporized, or being afraid to be hit by a wave that just instantly instantly causes combustion. I mean, that's Russian propaganda. Like, really hear what this man really said.
70 years. We have nuclear weapons. Putin doesn't want to use a nuclear weapon. He's afraid of nuclear weapons, but he's using them to threaten. So people like your bearded guy whose name I didn't get.
Because he's using it as a way of saying, bro, look, just stay neutral. If anything, Putin was going like, look, bro, we both know we can take each other out. If anything, it was between NATO and Putin. That's all I don't see the real situation. It was between NATO and Putin. America really shouldn't have got involved, because who was Putin mad at? NATO. He said, bro, you're encroaching upon my land. And I told y'all not to. We had a verbal agreement that you wouldn't, and you're going back on it. Now America's over here funding Ukraine to go against Russia. You see where things is kind of looking a little like our fault, or kind of looking a little bit like, I don't know, maybe we shouldn't be involved.
These are people who are repeating Russian talking points. It's exactly what the woman from Ukraine said. Now, I will tell you that people in Ukraine are suffering, and they would love an end to this conflict. They didn't choose it. It was forced on them. But the only way it's going to be successfully resolved is by strong U.S. leadership. And Mr. Trump is in a position where no matter what he said about ending the war in 24 hours, he's in a position where he simply cannot and will not concede everything that Putin wants. He won't do it. If he does, you won't make America great again. You'll invite war elsewhere in the world. So I see you brought in the rest of the panel here.
Yeah.
I'll stop.
Well, no, you know what, General? I've interviewed you many times. I've seen you interview many times. I've never seen you quite this angry. It feels to me like you're angry about where things have
I'm
got
angry
to.
about, well, it appears I'm angry about hearing the misinformation from some members of your, okay? Now,
Can I
was,
respond, please?
Can I explain something before you talk, please, sir? I was at the beginning of NATO enlargement. I was there at the beginning. I talked to foreign leaders. I set up the program as a staff officer in the Pentagon.
Hold on, you was there in NATO enlargement. Like, hold on. You was there, so why didn't you stop it? Like, obviously, this is why we're here, because of NATO expansion. So why didn't you stop NATO expansion? Now we're here. Honestly, everybody in NATO should be shutting the hell up, because y'all know why we in this. You know you went against this man's word, and now y'all want to act bitter about Ukraine. Y'all put them in this situation.
I was the NATO commander who went to.
Well, yeah, and exactly, Jazz. And now our tax dollars got to go to it. Got to go to bailing out NATO out of their mistakes.
Bulgaria and Romania and Estonia and Latvia. And they told me, we've got to be in NATO. They didn't say, hey, if you want us, okay, I bet you blah, 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 blah. We said, we don't want you. It's too much of a problem. They said, please, please help us. And so that's exactly what happened. That's how we got there. In 2014, when Putin went into Crimea, the Ukrainians could have stopped it, but they asked the United States, what should we do? And the United States told them, give up Crimea. Why? Because we wanted Putin's cooperation in the Middle East and with Iran to stop Iran's nuclear program. When Putin went further in Donbass, we provided information, but we provided no lethal assistance to Ukraine. For all these years, the United States administration was timid in dealing with Putin. It's like one member of the administration said recently, of the Biden administration said, oh, we never expected to have nuclear weapons. I mean, Nuclear weapons have been the foundation for Western security since the end of the Second World War. We've had near confrontations with the Soviets. And because American presidents didn't back down, we didn't have war. Now, Mr. Trump has put himself in an extremely difficult position. But all of our talk about Ukraine and telling Ukraine in advance, well, you're going to have to give up your territory. And by the way, you're not going to be a member of NATO. Let's not do any of this right now. Let's put the forces, let's get the forces in Ukraine the weapons and support they need so that the people who have already been mobilized can have these weapons and provide.
All right, Jason, I can't let you be a dumbass. I'm like, Jason, did you really just say under this new administration? Do you understand that Trump's administration does not start until January 20th? So when you say this new administration, you're asking Jazz the wrong question. You mean under the current administration of Joe Biden. We're still under Biden's administration because remember, Biden's the one who let Ukraine use long-range missiles, not Trump. So you can't say the tensions are going up and down under this new administration when it's not Trump's administration until January 20th. Like I said, man, you can't come in here talking ish and you don't know nothing.
The reserves that are necessary in Ukraine.
You better ask that girl the right question.
Let's leave an open-ended commitment for Mr. Trump. Let's tell the Ukrainians, strike to your heart's content in Russia. You get no sanctuary, Mr. Putin. You started this. You pay the price. And then let's go into the talk with understanding what we want. We want all of Ukraine's land back. We want reparations. We want the children returned. We want the missing people accounted for. And we want the war criminals put on trial. And then we can talk about sanctions relief. No sanctions relief until the conditions are satisfied. And, it's very hard for democracies to be able to stand up to a man like Putin. He doesn't have to worry about re-election. But we need the leadership in the West. I've seen it in some countries. Macron sometimes comes off very strong. Britain has come off very strong in this. And right now, the Biden administration is trying to surge support into Ukraine. And I think President Trump, when he comes in, is going to realize that whatever his relationship is with Mr. Putin and however many times he's called him, he's not going to easily give in and sacrifice Ukraine. He can't afford to. And Putin's already threatened him. Putin's already told him that he's worried about his safety. That's like Tony Soprano saying to you, I'm really worried about the way you're walking across the street. So I'm not angry, Piers, except that there's a lot of misinformation out there.
Can I get in here and respond now, Piers, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, General, thank you. Just if you don't mind, I'll bring the others in. I've got to say, you have articulated exactly what I've been feeling this entire time. And I've started to think I was going completely mad. But to have somebody with your experience, particularly about from the very start of NATO, outlining what I believe has been the way this has all played out, is actually quite reassuring to me that I've not gone nuts. Let me bring in Cenk, because you've not had a chance to respond for a while. Scott, I'm going to come to you. Scott, I will come to you after Cenk. Right? I must let Cenk have his say. Cenk, you've been listening to all this, very different opinions, but what is your reaction?
Yeah, I want to tell you my thoughts, and then I actually would love to ask General Clark a question. And so, look, I understand both sides of this equation. And so if you're the Ukrainians, imagine if some other nation had taken 20% of America. Would we want to give up? Would we want to go, oh, yeah, it's okay. Just take Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, etc. It's fine. No, we'd hate it and we'd fight forever, right? So I understand that. On the other hand, you know, when General Clark starts talking about the nuclear weapons, I get super scared because what if Trump's bluff gets called at some point? Trump's main bluff is, oh yeah, you better not mess with me. I'm crazy. I'll make this war much bigger if you mess with me. Yeah, but what if Putin says, yeah, go ahead? Well, then we're in a lot of trouble, right? Because I don't want to get involved in a war like this. I don't want to get involved with nuclear weapons, etc. On the other hand, your point about Russian aggression is definitely true. I can't stand these people starting wars, taking territory, and it breaks my heart to see it, the kidnapped children, etc. So, but General Clark, the question I wanted to ask you, and you know how much I respect you, and we have a relationship before. And by the way, the audience should know, General Clark is the one that called out the neocons for trying to invade 7 countries at once, including the Iraq War. And so he's earned a lot of respect by doing that. But General Clark, this is a genuine question, which is, okay, but if we go with what you're saying, how long do we fight? How long does Ukraine fight? How much money do we spend? How many years of war do we have to endure? And what if Ukraine just doesn't win? So let's say we go another 2 years, 5 years, 20 years. How do we resolve it if Ukraine can't win?
Well, I think what you have to do is understand that this war will go on until Putin believes he can't win. So all the discussion in the West about how to preemptively surrender territory and all this it all feeds Putin's appetite. He understands from all this discussion that the West is weakening in its will. And therefore, if he just keeps shoving soldiers forward, that eventually the West will comply and cut off assistance to Ukraine and tell Ukraine, good luck. Hope you enjoy being part of Poland again, because that's his aim. He doesn't really care about Lviv. What he wants is the north coast of the Black Sea and Odessa, and of course Kharkiv and Kyiv and so forth, and then he wants the rest of Europe, Eastern Europe.
All right, chill out. Like I said, Putin nor his foreign minister, nobody in Russia has ever even said, hey, yeah, we're trying to take all of Europe. Why are they trying to spread this narrative as if they're not the ones who violated first? Think about that. Why are we trying to frame it as if Russia is going to just, okay, they're going to take Ukraine and continue to move east? Like, bro, even the foreign minister said, we have no problem letting Ukraine be as it is now, but it's not getting to Donbass and Crimea. It's done. It's over. That's done for them. They're going to be Ukraine as they are, and Crimea and the Donbass is Russia now. It's over. That was pretty much the foreign minister's point. Now, I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's what he said. And the problem is they're powerful enough to do so. I think that's the thing y'all don't understand. And I'm not willing to put American boots on Russia or Ukraine to solve this for them. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not. It's just not something we should be involved in. And I'm gonna be real with you. They keep saying, if you listen to Putin, if you listen to his foreign minister, they keep saying that they can beat Ukraine. It's just that the Donbass and Crimea is over for them. They can't have that back. It is what it is.
That used to be under Soviet dominion. He needs this. And
you can think that Russia is going to expand if you want to. That's fine. You're free to have that like opinion. But I'm gonna be real with you. It's not what Putin wants. I mean, can you think about it like this? The whole point was we don't approach on Russia. We made the final approach on Russia, and what did he do? He reacted. He got mad that all right, Ukraine should know not to go into NATO because he knows the agreement. They know the agreement that NATO has with Putin. It's damn near like spitting in the man's face and say we're gonna do it anyway. Putin reacted, took the places where they had main resources at, and now it is what it is. To be honest, if we didn't go ahead and like put a battery in Ukraine's back to join NATO, they'd be just fine. They would, but I'm be real with you, millions of people wouldn't have died, none of their land would have got taken, everything would have been just fine. Honestly, if we didn't F with their election all the way back in the Obama years, they'd have been even better.
in order to be able to confront China. And this is the ultimate fear of Russia and its leadership. And they know they can't confront China unless they have control over Eastern Europe, including the Baltics and Poland and the rest of the Balkan Peninsula. And so it's a long-term geostrategic game. And Jink, I just tell you this, there's no American soldiers over there getting killed. And most of the money that's been appropriated by the United States has gone to buy new weapons in the United States. We're giving them the old stuff, the old ATACMs. We've just recently even reprioritized our military sales program. We're still selling ATACMs to Morocco. Now, why does Morocco need 60 ATACMs? I don't know. But we're selling stuff off Patriots all over the world. That stuff should go to Ukraine. As long as the United States stands firm, we won't have nuclear weapons and nuclear war. Putin doesn't want it either. But he does believe right now that we will collapse. And he will continue to threaten the nuclear and play the nuclear card.
Yeah.
Because that's the way the Russians play it.
Yeah.
And so you just have to stand firm against it. And you need strong leadership, and you need the American people behind you. And what you have to understand is that Putin understands how to manipulate public opinion. In every country in Europe, there are people there saying, just like one of the gentlemen on this panel said, this is crazy, and people are getting killed, and I'm tired of seeing people dying, and we've got to have peace.
What?
In 1937, 38.
Bro, okay, well, at least they said it. At least they just said it. At least they finally said it. He's like, oh, they just want peace and all this other. I'm like, yes, that's exactly what it is. I'm not gonna lie to you. He kind of summed it up pretty well.
In every country in Europe, there are people there saying, just like
in America,
one of the gentlemen on this panel said, this is crazy, and people are getting killed, and I'm tired of seeing people dying, and we've got to have peace.
So yeah, people are getting killed. I am tired of seeing people dying. Okay, these are facts. These are facts.
In 1937, 38, in Europe, everybody had fresh memories of the First World War. It was a horrible experience. A whole generation of British young men were wiped out. The French got so bad that in one group of French divisions, they pulled out every 10th soldier and shot him for cowardice. Nobody wanted a repeat of the First World War. And so Hitler occupied the Rhineland against instruction. Hitler rearmed. Hitler rebuilt the military. And at every stage, there were people who said, well, this is really dangerous, but please, we can't think about it. It can't be another world war. So we're revisiting this in a slightly different form today. If we believe in democracy.
He's only speaking like this because he knows it's not going to be his children going to war. He's not an American. Remember, he works for the United Nations. He works for the UN. So yeah, NATO. I'm sorry, he works for NATO. So yeah, I doubt he's an American citizen. I doubt his children are going to be on the front line if the war pops off. So of course he don't give a fuck about if it pops off or not. He just wants his way.
If we believe in what we set up,
as long as it don't cost him anything.
If we believe in the lessons we learned from the Second World War, then we've got to stand firm against Mr. Putin. President Biden should have said to him, look, bud, you come after Ukraine, I promise you, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. But he didn't say that. And he's never said that.
No, he hasn't.
That's the policy has to start.
Okay, General, thank you very much. Let me bring Scott Horton in to respond to that, because you're being compared to the people back in the late 30s who just didn't see the danger of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis.
Never just say that.
It's completely preposterous, and it's the refuge of scoundrels who have run out of arguments. I think anyone could see that. It's the same thing as this endless claim. I mean, isn't this just a talking point that anyone who disagrees is repeating Russian talking points? I don't sit around watching RT all day, memorizing what the Russian regime says and repeating that. I wrote a book that's 775,000 words. Most of it is American graybeards talking about how they know better than the thing that they're about to do and then doing it anyway. And, one of the things that I talk about in there, although I couldn't find too much about General Clark's role in this, but when there was a debate, and I'd like to pose this in the form of a question to him, when there was a debate in the 1990s in the Bill Clinton administration about whether to do NATO expansion or whether to do the Partnership for Peace, was it not the Secretary of Defense, William Perry, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, John Shalikashvili, with the help of General Clark? Weren't they the ones who argued the Pentagon for peace? Let's do the Partnership for Peace instead of NATO expansion. And it was Richard Holbrooke and Talbot and Lake who outclassed the Pentagon in office politics and forced through NATO expansion instead. And the William Perry, John Shalikashvili, and I believe at the time, Wesley Clark argument was, we don't want to redraw the dividing line in Europe. Yes, it's true. A lot of these countries that used to be dominated by Soviet communists in the battle days, of course, want to join NATO. But we got to look at what's good for us. And what's most important for us is that we keep a decent relationship, a stable relationship with Russia. And one great way to do that would be to, as they said they were going to do at the time, Piers, turn NATO into...
And we got 300 plus y'all in here, man. Make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, or hit the three dots up there in the corner. And if you have any questions or thoughts you want to get out, go ahead and super chat $1 and we'll go ahead and read it out loud to the chat and post it up there up top, man. We appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep the show going.
To a political organization, sort of like the EU plus America. But then they would have, instead of an alliance, because there's no enemy anymore, now we would have the Partnership for Peace, a new security architecture, and Russia, the Russian Federation, and Ukraine would be members of it. And then that way, Ukraine's neutrality as a obviously extremely important country locked between European civilization and Russia there, the controversy will be settled with a de facto permanent neutrality there. And then what happened was the Hawks won the argument. And then as all of the graybeards said at the time, oh no, you see what we're doing? We're just redrawing the line. The policy has gone from containment to friends to neo-containment. This is before W. Bush ever even came to town.
Okay, well, let me put that point then to someone who, by the way, for the record, does not have a grey beard. General Clark, but would you like to respond to what you just heard?
It's actually, you're right. We had a multiplicity of interests with Russia at the time the Clinton administration came in. And the first interest was to control the nuclear weapons that were in Kazakhstan, Ukraine, and the loose nukes argument took priority. And we got legislation passed, the Nunn-Lugar Agreement amendment. Basically, we put billions of dollars into helping control the former Soviets' nuclear arsenal. And as part of that, we assured Ukraine that when they gave up their nuclear weapons, and Russia signed on to this, that their boundaries would be respected. You see, there in 1991, Ukraine had already voted in favor of independence.
Hold on. So Ukraine boundaries can be respected, but not Russia. So the weaker country's boundaries can be respected, but you disrespect the stronger country's boundaries? Like that's asinine. You sound dumb. Like who's ever in y'all war room or in y'all council or round table, y'all need to get slapped upside y'all head. Because what do you mean? Y'all had a verbal agreement, like I said, verbal. So y'all had a verbal agreement talking about you won't approach on their land. You don't respect their borders, but you want to talk about respecting Ukraine's. It's wild. I can't even respect what he's saying after that one. It's like, what are you talking about?
The people in Ukraine never wanted to be under Russian control. It's a separate culture. It's a different language. If you look up, and I don't know if you speak Russian, but apparently you don't, but I do. And I thought, well, I'll just go, brush up on my Russian and be able to speak Ukrainian. It's a different language. And it's a different culture. It's a different history. Ukraine's been independent in the past. And it was one of the first subjects of Russia's imperial ambitions going back to Catherine the Great. And the way that it operates is it's not a nice colonialism. It's an ugly colonialism in which Russia says, I'm in charge here. I want a part of your business. And they buy people and they influence. And I've met many Ukrainian leaders over the years, including some who've made billions of dollars off their associations with Russia. So when the United States looked at this in the early 1990s, we were hopeful that there would actually be democratic reform in Russia, but it didn't happen. And as Bill Clinton traveled abroad in 1993 and in 1994, and he looked at it himself and talked to these East European leaders who were emerging, they begged Clinton to give us the protection of NATO. And so that weekend that you're referring to when Al Gore made the speech that Richard Holbrooke wrote in Berlin, and yes, I checked.
So the bleeding heart argument, that's what you're going to go with, the bleeding heart. Oh, they came to us and it was on their knees and they was like, please help us, save us from Putin, bro. I'd have been like, no, sorry, can't. Why? Because I'm gonna be real with you. You're better off just dealing with them like the way you are than dealing with him under the circumstances of him just occupying you like he's doing with Ukraine. It is what it is.
With my bosses in the Pentagon, I said, no, of course we're not in charge. We don't want NATO enlarged. We got enough problems. Don't bring any other issues. Partnership for Peace had already been established. Russia was a
cold heart, man, as cold as Russia.
Member of it. And I said to my boss, I said, they keep putting this thing in here about enlarging NATO. And I keep scratching it out and it keeps coming back in. And sure enough, Vice President Gore gave that speech, and he gave it at the direction of the President of the United States because President Clinton himself, in going through Eastern Europe, had looked and listened to the leadership there. He knew the history. He knew foreign relations.
So crazy. Like everybody wants to talk about, the history of it and all this good stuff. I mean, look, let me hit y'all with a sound argument here, or pretty much just a sound point. Why are we arguing about the history of it when it's been a land that's been dominated by different conquerors, right? So whoever was big dog at that moment had Ukraine. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but Russia is big dog in this moment. So they got Ukraine. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's just the way history works. It's just the way the world works, okay? The big dog takes all. And at that moment, there's a lot of people who own Ukraine, whoever was big dog at that time. Well, it's Russia. And I'm sorry, guys, but it is what it is. Even though they separated from the Soviet Union back in the 90s, yes, I know. I thought we were past this, but, well, NATO and Ukraine effed around and found out that we can easily go back to those times if pushed.
He knew foreign policy, and
they say Putin don't keep his word. Shit, he kept his word then.
Determined that the best avenue for peace forward was to both provide security for Eastern Europe through opportunities for NATO membership if they wanted it, and work with Russia and give Russia a special relationship with NATO. So we formed the NATO-Russia Council. The NATO-Russia Council had all the members of NATO listening to Russia and all of its concerns in 1997, 1998, 1999. I was there sitting in that council when former Russian Foreign Minister Yevgeny Primakov gave us a lecture. Russia has no permanent friends. Russia has only permanent interests. And he's looking at me, and I know who he was. He's the guy who basically started the Palestinian terrorist organizations as a KGB agent. And he knew who I was, and we knew each other. And I knew what he was saying. He was saying that Russia didn't appreciate NATO, wouldn't cooperate with NATO, and was going to go its own way. He later ran for president, lost it to Vladimir Putin. But the point is that the United States worked assiduously to try to bring stability to Eastern Europe, including working with Russia. And it was Russia that really didn't want this. From the beginning, we actually had hopes that Russia might join NATO. But from the beginning of Putin's time, he crushed democracy, crushed dissent, and step by step consolidated power using the mafia, the Russian mafia, and the intelligence agencies. And so we are in the position where we are today. I've always wished I could talk to Putin and say, look, it's not that we disrespect you. We like Russia. We love Russian music, culture, your history. There's so many great things that have come out of Russia. But you can't step on other people. You can't treat people that way. You can't invade other countries. We're not going to invade you. There's no threat here. I was with the Russian foreign minister when we were dealing with the Conventional Foreign Forces in Europe Treaty in 1998. And Minister Ivanov said, well, under this treaty, in a time of tension, NATO could put a division in Slovakia on the borders of Russia or Belarus. And I said, Mr. Minister, one NATO division on the borders of Belarus is a threat to Russia? Come on now. Ivanov laughed. He knew it wasn't a threat.
Yeah.
He knew it.
Yeah.
And so, you just, I'm not accusing anybody of reading and repeating what Russia's telling you to say. I'm saying there's a lot of misinformation out here.
Yeah.
But we are where we are. And the only way.
Well, can I ask just one short follow-up there, Pierce?
Very, very quickly.
That is wild, though. How you going to tell me the danger to my country? It's like, how you going to tell me what's dangerous to myself, what's dangerous to my land and all that good stuff? It's wild. Now, how you going to tell him, like, the country that he represents? Like, it's wild. But, hey, it is what it is.
We have to wrap, but very quickly, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, very briefly. I wonder, General Clark, if you're aware that your then boss, William Perry, he later told The Guardian that it was the greatest regret of his life that he did not do every single thing he could to stop Clinton from going down the path of NATO expansion.
Well, okay, I'll tell you what I'll do.
resigning.
Here's what I'll do, Scott. I'll just ask General Clark, and please be brief if you don't mind, General Clark, but was Clinton right or wrong, looking with hindsight?
Well, I think Clinton was right in hindsight because when you unravel what actually happened with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and I have the greatest respect for Dr. Perry, but the KGB, there's a book written on this called Putin's People, and you can read it. But basically, the KGB saw it collapsing in the late 1980s. They didn't trust Gorbachev.
And shout out guest dude. He says, night, Jason. Night, Jason Will. Sorry, we're a bubble, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of crazy because this man is wild. I guess, dude, I don't even know how you did it. I do not know how you did it because this man was saying some crazy things. I was like, wait, what? I could not see any points he made. If anything, I think he was using two profiles to respond to you and me at the same time. It was a bit weird. It was a bit weird with that man, Jason. But hey. He called you. He said you voted for Trump, and then he said he called that you didn't vote. It was crazy. It was crazy. And shout out Jazz, man. We appreciate the support. The beef is real. I didn't realize it's back in 2021 when me and my Russian friend was hanging out in Jersey. We stopped at this restaurant where a Ukrainian woman didn't want to serve us. Huh. Crazy. 1 and 2. Damn, the beef is real. Yeah, hey, it's crazy what you don't know, because it happened in the Obama administration and it really intensified during the Biden administration. That's where things got really heated. Or for some reason where they decide to make their progressions. I have no idea why. You can never really know their true intentions. But due to the money laundering, I'm just going to take a guess and say that's number one. So my friend explained why, and it was similar to something that guy said in the Tucker Carlson interview. And that makes sense. It makes sense. Like I said, I would say this. The foreign minister of Russia was saying they honestly do feel like it's for helping out the Russians that were being persecuted, that were being, I guess, genocided, allegedly, right? Allegedly in Ukraine. And Ukraine feels like they're standing up for their sovereignty. They feel like they were, well, protesting against a anti-Russian government. I'm sorry. They were protesting against a pro-Russian government, and they traded it in for Zelensky. And well, look at where they're at now. To be honest with you, the guy they had before who was pro-Russian left them in a better state. Why? Because they didn't agitate the bear. Well, no pun intended.
They moved the money to the West. When democracy started, most of the people in the political parties in Russia.
And shout out Rudy, man. And shout out Rudy Galdez, man. We appreciate the support. That's your first super chat on our live stream, man. We appreciate that. You honor us with that type of support. And shout out Jazz and Rudy.
Were former intelligence agents. They've been schooled in how to campaign. They formed different political parties to make it appear as though there were different parties. But in reality, they were anxious to regain power. So we never really followed through with the operation.
Like I said, if you really trace back this whole Ukraine war, it really starts around the Obama years.
Opportunity that the dissolution of the Soviet Union presented to us.
Right.
I mean, we could have sent democracy trainers into the Soviet Union. We didn't. We had the National Endowment for Democracy. It was just scratching the surface. We never really reached out to the Russian people. It's a different culture. They don't understand it. They're isolated. And just like the American people don't understand foreign policy, neither do the Russian people. A UN diplomat told me once, he said, you Americans are like the Russians. Most of your people don't even have passports. You live far from national borders. You don't have any appreciation for other nationalities. We could have extended a stronger hand in friendship. And I'm talking not Clinton. I'm talking about George H. Bush when it happened.
Yeah.
We just didn't do it. And we had a...
What do you mean? Americans are annoying about their appreciation of other cultures. Like, come on. You can't say that.
Very brief window to make a great difference. We didn't. I think that the protection we provided through NATO membership for the countries of Eastern Europe and that we want to extend to Ukraine has been really important. If you look, I drove a couple of times from Eastern Poland into Ukraine. In Eastern Poland, the houses are painted, the fields are cultivated, everything looks good. As soon as you go across that border, the difference in prosperity is marked. And it's marked because Ukraine hasn't had the protection of the European Union and NATO. And that's why the people in...
Or Poland has great immigration policies. They reward women for having families, and so does Hungary. Maybe that's why they're doing so well. You ever thought about maybe just their policies and that has nothing to do with the whole Ukrainian conflict or them being a part of NATO? You ever thought it was just the way they run their country and the fact they don't just let immigrants just run amok in their country? You ever thought it was just that?
In 2014, 2013 in Maidan, they saw this. Ukraine and Poland were economically similar in the 1980s. But by 2014, Poland's GDP per capita was 2 or 3 times what it was in Ukraine, simply because Poland had the association with the West with its security provided by NATO. So we've got to get through what is more than a bump in a road. It's a critical period in international policy where we're going to decide whether the rule of law prevails or we're going to go back to the 19th century competition between empires and emperors. and to hell with the people underneath. And
General
that's where
Clark,
we are right.
I've got to leave it there. I don't want to actually. I could honestly do another 2 or 3 hours of this. It has been an absolutely fascinating conversation with all of you. I really appreciate you all joining me. I've got to leave it there reluctantly, but thank you very much indeed.
Hey, thanks everybody.
Cheers.
Respect,
Nice to be with you.
Thank you, General.
Respect to that old man's background, to be honest. Respect to his background and all that, but bro, his stance on this war, well, it's respected, but it is wild. It is like, bro, if you're really saying to us, like I said, that wanting peace with Russia is Russian propaganda, then like I said, I guess I'll be a Russian propagandist. I guess.
Well, just before we go, a quick look at what on earth has gone on in South Korea over the past 48 hours is the American political analyst on inter-Korean affairs, Robert Kelly. Robert, thanks so much for joining me. What the hell is going on in South Korea? Explain to a layman what the reality is about this extraordinary development in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, it looks like the president tried to declare martial law over fairly minor stuff, which is to say gridlock in the parliament and the opposition's investigation of his appointees and his wife. And he's apparently quite sensitive about the perception that his wife is corrupt. This has been sort of a running issue in South Korea for a while now. And he just wildly overreacted, right? I mean, there was just no sense that this was coming at all. I mean, there's nothing in the Korean media about this a couple of days ago. You know, he did it at 10 o'clock at night. Half the country was asleep, woke up the next morning. They're like, what was going on? You know, I mean, it was just a complete shock out of the blue, which you've seen in the media coverage all over the world. Nobody really had any sense that this was coming at all. And you know, because it was so drastic and sharp and extreme, I think it collapsed almost as rapidly because the South Korean parliament was like, just like you, like, what the hell is this, right? And they voted against it.
Is it likely that this guy will now inevitably be removed from office sooner rather than later?
Yes, I would imagine. South Korea went through an entire impeachment cycle with a president just 7 years ago. So there's a practice.
Man, he said he did a Will Smith on South Korea. I mean, low key though, like, bro, pump fake the hell out of everybody just for performance. It is like, wait, what? Like, bro, I couldn't imagine waking up under martial law. Like, I'm waking up, military outside, the next day you call it off. Oh, I'm on bullshit now. I'm like, yeah, you know what? This is where we started writing. This is why we got the Second Amendment. This is why we got the Second Amendment, guys. Let's just start packing it up. AR is on the way to work, guys. AR is on the way to work.
Practice to template, if you will, for removing a president. They've done it, and this is his offenses are far greater than what she did 7 years ago. Her name was Park Geun-hye. Yoon has gone far beyond that, right? I mean, this is widely considered to be an enormous overreaction, and I would be amazed if he doesn't resign in the next 10 days. If he chooses to stay and fight it out, I imagine the impeachment will be much faster than last time. I bet he'll be gone by the end of January.
There are 3 different countries who'll be looking at this with great particular personal interest. The United States, you have 25,000 troops there on that border. Right. North Korea, obviously, who might be sensing an opportunity of a very weak and vulnerable South Korea, and China, presumably looking at all this as well. Is there likely to be any
weak? Get my wife's name out your mouth. Martial law. I mean, wow. He's like, get my. I'm done.
Larger repercussion from this?
More like get my country's name out your mouth, and then you hit the martial law. It's like, all right.
Involving any of those 3 countries?
Because it collapsed so fast, I'm not really sure. Whenever the South Koreans have sort of trouble, there's concern the North Koreans might do something. The North Koreans are a bit stretched right now because they're getting pulled into this Ukraine mess, right? I would be surprised if the North Koreans take advantage of this. That hasn't been.
Oh, you said marital law.
And anything in the last 24 hours? But they might. I mean, the North Koreans are great provocateurs. The Americans, I'm a little bit surprised that the Biden administration didn't really say too much initially. I think the Americans were kind of tepid on this. I think the Biden people are going to get some criticism for that. But I think to a certain extent, that's kind of understandable because nobody really knew quite what this was, right? It's like all of a sudden the president goes on to martial law and everybody's like, what is this? Just like you said. And so I think the Biden people will get a little bit of sort of grace on that one. I mean, and again, it sort of fell apart so rapidly. So, normality has kind of come back.
It would literally be like, Get away from them out your mouth. Marshall roll.
The stock market slipped, the yuan, the currency has slipped, but I don't see any big foreign reach at the moment because it fell apart so rapidly. But, if the tanks had stayed on the streets, then yeah, I mean, it would be a huge opportunity for China.
Robert Kelly, thank you so much. What a great snapshot assessment of it all. I really appreciate you joining me. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thanks for having me.
And shout out though. Shout out Pierce for hosting that conversation, because I ain't gonna lie, it is funny to hear everybody's like ideas on what's really going on out here. Well, and it's kind of scary on how people are framing it. It is a bit wild. I'm like, oh, y'all playing with fire and you don't care. It's like y'all don't care that y'all playing with fire. This is a bit crazy. But all right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and close this one down, man. But now, if you want to go ahead and pop on real quick, have a little shout out real quick, you can go ahead and do that. Go ahead and send in any closing thoughts. You can go ahead and do that as well. But we're going to play about a good, 5 minutes or so of Bernie explaining the reality of the U.S. Shout out Bernie Sanders. Oof. You'd be amazing. He's like, oh my goodness. Right. Oh my God. Shout out to the Asian. Hey, Mr. Doc Hill.
Look at, and I've looked at these kinds of.
I forgot to share the tab. Whoops. You're right. A video was supposed to be playing, but it's been a long night.
Massive transfer of wealth. So ordinary people may not have, know that, but they know that there is something fundamentally wrong. They're getting screwed. They had a good job in a factory. That factory is in China. And the very wealthiest people are becoming wealthier.
We just go end it on that note right there, man. This is Seth with saying keep me out. Catch y'all tomorrow. More awake, of course. Well, I appreciate the support, guys. Make sure y'all tune in. Peace.